Good morning, gamers. Welcome to day 2 of the English coverage of the Chinese MDI. We are going to be in gameplay very soon here, so we've got to speed run a little bit of our opening segment here. Tuttles, what do we got ahead of us today?
Dude, okay, so we got some very interesting teams. Also, shout out to everybody who's got their vault. I hope you guys got a bunch of upgrades. But vault aside, we have 4 teams today. We have Green Player, Chronos, a team that's called JJLGC, but we're going to call them Close Observation, and FSYY. And so basically this is the 2nd and 3rd seed out of China and the 6th and the 7th seed. Whenever we're looking at these teams, Chronos is a team that plays Holy Paladin predominantly, so be looking to try to make sure that they get that through to Sunday if they can potentially allow that, because that's going to be one of their main sources of that composition for Chronos. For Green Player, this was a team that was able to put up an excellent score during the Chinese time trials. They're kind of the favorites to be looking to make it out of this group. They were, for an extended period of time, like rank 2 or rank 3 on the live ladder. So those are kind of the 2 favorites. Now, are FSYY or Close Observation going to be able to play upset? That's kind of yet to be seen. But that's kind of the landscape of what we're going to be seeing out of the teams today.
That's right, and just to give you a little bit of a recap of what we saw yesterday, because honestly we saw something that is rather rare in MDI history, with a 3-way time tiebreaker between tournament favorite Stamp, your own cheerleader team Jigu's Cheering Squad, and Go Big or Go Home. In the end, some unclean runs by Stamp were the reason that they actually got overtaken by their mentee team, and Jigu's Cheering Spots with that taking that first place. Both of these teams will play again tomorrow, with the caveat that Jigu's Cheering Squad will not have access to the full meta comp, with a ban coming out on that Vengeance Demon Hunter that disgraced and one of their DPSs. So that is just something to keep in mind as we're looking towards today. It could get just as close again.
All right, let's take a look at the dungeon pool that we have for today's competition. We're going to see that Motherlode just like we had yesterday. And we've got Theater of Pain and Priory of Sacred Flame joining us for the competition today. Should be a pretty interesting one, because at least in the West, Theater and Priory were 2 of the dungeons that at the highest levels, teams would often vary the comps that they used in these dungeons. So we'll see how these teams today decide to play around that spec variety rule. I wonder what they're thinking about as well, knowing that only one of the 2 teams waiting for them tomorrow has access to that full meta comp. Because if we have 2 teams qualify out of today without that meta comp, that means that at least one team that has that restriction will be qualifying to the global finals. So there's sort of some safety in numbers. If everybody decides to do it, then they're not going to get as owned by it. Whereas if one team can preserve the meta comp, then they and Stamp will have a huge advantage tomorrow when we go to the last day. Here are our 4 teams, though. Up in the top left, it's Green Player, our 2nd seed overall. They had some very competitive time trial times with the entire world, right? They were up there with Stamp and with our teams like Wunderbar, like Miscount, like Mandatory, with some of the greatest time trial times around. And already we're seeing them on a new skip around the side here. Not a lot of teams doing this in Motherlode, so they are innovating right from the very, very get-go here in the dungeon. Up in the top right, we have Chronos. Ooh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I love to see that. I just quickly want to mention, a lot of people were looking forward to actually see Lotta play in this tournament as well. And we have questionnaires for our players. And on the personal characteristics / anecdotes fields, Lotta actually only shared with us, ha 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 ha. So I just wanted to share that with Chad because I thought that was worthwhile to mention. But yeah, Chronos is our next team, and that is also a team we are most definitely looking forward to. They said to us, as long as we got the timeline right, we will be unstoppable. That said, is the timeline right for this one? Dratnos, what say you?
Yeah, I'm curious. This is a team that's famous for the Holy Paladin, but they're starting off without it here. Maybe they're going to save it for, usually the spec variety rule teams play to keep the Disc Priest through to the 3rd day, but Chronos are maybe instead using the Disc Priest early, and then they're going to get it banned and save the Holy Paladin instead. They're starting off with the Prop Paladin, though, because, of course, they're used to playing with that Devotion Aura. I can't live without it, so that's what they're up to up in the top right. Then down in the bottom left, we have this beautiful Khadgar logo that I just love here. So we're going to have these teams in the same spots all day. And basically our top 2 teams are the top seeded teams. They are our second and third seeds within the region. And then at the bottom left, we have Close Observation. And the bottom right, FSYY, no relation to FSY, the European Guild. But
we can still keep it Sharky, though.
Yeah, fins up, absolutely. So these are our teams that are a little bit the underdogs today to qualify. What we saw out of yesterday was pretty quickly our underdog teams were playing the meta comp, right? The comp that you can see FSYY using here. But starting off the day, we have Close Observation actually still playing off meta as well. So among all of our teams, we have 4 different tank specs on the field right now, which I think is that's got to be a first for MDI history on stream right now. Very cool to see from our teams. But we'll take a look in here with FSYY as they are working on this Motherlode to start things off as well. This is a dungeon that they and a green person have both gone to first. And this is a pretty standard opening for this dungeon. They've gotten a bunch of count already. And they're now going to be taking some of this trash into the coin-operated crowd pummeler. They are our 7th seed overall, the lowest seeded team in the group today. So they are the biggest underdogs. It makes a lot of sense for them to just be starting off with that meta comp and say, you know what? We are going to put pressure on everybody else who's, messing around with these off-meta picks. And we're just going to say, well, you're going to have some trouble qualifying to tomorrow because we're just playing full power all day.
That's right, and we saw that yesterday as well, like you're mentioning, although 3 of the teams yesterday very quickly changed their tune after the first key that they ran, and they went for that meta comp that we are seeing on FSYY now already. So I'm curious on whether or not the other 2 teams are going to be holding up their end of the bargain, as unfortunately we're having a little bit of a waiting segment here for one of our teams as they're waiting for these gas bags to patrol in a favorable direction. Losing a couple seconds here is never great, but it's always better than pulling. So similar to the mace and the workshop, you'd rather be slow than accidentally get in fight here, because then you're even slower.
Yeah, this is the team that we're going to call Close Observation. It was hard to come up with an exact translation for their team name, but you can just remember that the Khadgar logo, it looks like he's closely observing us, so that's why it's Close Observation here. That's the easy way I'm remembering, at least, this team. But yeah, they're down in our bottom left. They are our 6th seed overall. Starting off with the Prot Warrior, Ret Paladin, and the Feral Druid. This is a pretty cool comp because that Battle Shout from the Prot Warrior is buffing all of their DPS, right? Even though the DPS are a mixture of magic and physical damage, they're all scaling off of the attack power that the Battle Shout brings. And then they're all also benefiting from the Mark of the Wild, from the Feral Druid. So the buffs work out really nicely for Close Observation, as they're going to be pulling, it looks like, straight into the boss, even with that gas bag still alive, potentially. This is a pretty ambitious pull if they do decide to go into boss. And yeah, here they go. Gorechop gets pulled. This is pretty scary for a lot of tanks, but not for Prot Warrior. The shield being held up in the air is really effective against all the physical damage that these guys usually put out.
Yeah, absolutely true. Just another tidbit of information in case you're interested, because we have so many abbreviations coming in today as well. FSYY is actually named after a novel, and I looked it up just to kind of figure out if there's maybe anything we could learn about this team from what the novel is about. And it intertwines numerous elements of Chinese mythology, Chinese folk religion, Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, including deities, demons, immortals, and spirits. Now, that is a whole lot of things. I'm curious what of these we are going to be seeing in today, what this team can maybe bring. I'm hoping it's not demons, personally.
Yeah, I'm curious how Confucianism and Taoism are going to inform their strategies in these dungeons. It should be really fun to keep track of here. Meanwhile, we've got Kronos here, who it looks a little scary there, but that's just the duel section where your health bar gets reduced by your teammates. They're starting off with the Havoc Demon Hunter, as well as they've got a couple of meta specs in here. So they've got a meta healer, but remember, they maybe don't want the meta healer, right? They're maybe thinking about playing the Holy Paladin through to tomorrow, so they get the advantage of getting to use that Disc Priest basically for free. And then they are playing the Arcane Mage and the Balance Druid in this dungeon as well. So their strategy might be to use this comp for a lot of today, and then ban out the Prot Paladin, the Disc Priest, and the Havoc Demon Hunter. And because, you know, the way that our spec variety rule works is you're only going to get 3 total specs banned. It's going to be the tank and the healer if the runs are tied, right? If you've done the same number of runs on all of the specs, we start by banning the tank and then the healer and then a DPS of your choice. So maybe they would choose the Havoc Demon Hunter and say, you know what, we played Balance Druid and Arcane Mage in a lot of these dungeons, but we don't actually have to ban them. The problem with this is that if they swap, they can't swap comps halfway through the day unless they also swap off the Arcane Mage and the Balance Druid. Otherwise, they will lose those specs. Yeah, which maybe they will. So maybe they've got 2 different half-strength comps that they're using today, and then that's how they're planning to set this up. Usually we see teams instead play 5 off-meta specs for 5 or 6 runs and then swap to the full meta comp for the rest of the day.
It's a little bit similar to what Mandatory was doing, where they would sometimes put in one of the meta specs just to make their life a little bit easier. And I personally really like this because you have access to the power of, well, Disc still just being really good, even though it might not be their preferred spec, as well as the Moonkin and the Arcane Mage. So those are really going to help with the progression on the more suboptimal, quote unquote, specs like that Havoc Demon Hunter, like that Protection Paladin. So once they switch these classes, I'm just expecting them to also switch these DPS and then once again have like a half strong, half weaker combination, which seems really smart and maybe just sets you up for a little bit of a stronger early run. We were talking a lot about how it was so detrimental for Moonkin Cooker to not be able to put that +2 in the 16 workshop on the board early on. If you are already bringing some strong meta classes in on the lower levels, that just becomes a little bit easier to you, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have a lot of options available to you. It's actually one of the big strengths of being an off-meta team is with this spec variety rule, you get to play the meta comp, which has all these strategies already built up by other teams. So you don't have to do this like theory crafting of, okay, how do we make some off-meta specs work? You already know how to make off-meta specs work. That's your main game plan. And then for the first half of the day today, you can just lift some meta specs and meta strategies from all the great work that, all the other great teams have done with them. And of course, several of these teams are some of the highest ranked teams on the Raider.io leaderboard. There's not as much familiarity with the Chinese teams among most Western players. There's a little bit of obviously the language gap, streaming on different platforms largely, different time zones. So it can be hard for us to spectate and observe what's going on there. But if you just pop open Raider.io and you look at the top leaderboards, like 8 of the top 10 teams in the world right now are Chinese, and several of them are playing today and yesterday and tomorrow here in the Chinese MDI. These teams are really, really good. High Keys on Live is their home environment as well. This is historically the region has done super well in the Great Push style competitions, so it's great news for them that we've switched that to being our main MDI comp now, MDI format, rather than those speed running of low keys. And it should be really exciting to see what they've got for us. I'm really curious whether our teams like Close Observation are going to do well in these first few runs and feel comfortable staying on these off-meta picks, or whether we're going to see a similar thing to yesterday where everybody sort of panicked and swapped back over to the meta comp after their first run because they realized, hang on, we actually just need to be
this is harder than we thought,
these 16s or else we're getting eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely something you have to consider with these teams. Also, having their cup so close right before Global Finals, they're of course all hoping to make it there as well and meet the Western teams. And so a lot of the focus is on, probably in their practice, on focusing on those high cap key dungeon runs, on the 21s, on maybe some 22s as well, depending on the dungeon. And so if you spend a lot of time doing that, you have to cut time on something else. And I think running those lower keys is not going to be as relevant after today because there's no spec ban rule in the Global Finals. So really, really interesting to see how that is going to affect their day today. Yesterday, it definitely looked like maybe some of the Chinese teams weren't focusing. I was kind of expecting some +3s in the 16s at least, but we didn't get to see any and none of our dungeon. Now, the Motherlode being back, I think that would be the dungeon where it's maybe still possible to get that. But we do have our first death of the day, if I'm not mistaken, in the top right corner there for Kronos.
Yeah, it's our first death of the day, which is pretty good news. It took 10 whole minutes for one of those to appear, and luckily that means that a full battle res has recovered, so Kronos able to just use that, and hoping that nothing further goes wrong for them. Here in Theater of Pain, we're likely playing for that 2 chest anyways, rather than the 3 chest. Theater of Pain, The timer is not super amenable to being 3-chestable. I think the only dungeon where maybe a 3-chest is on the table at this plus 16 level is that Motherlode that we are seeing green player up in the top left. They have 8 minutes left until the 2-chest expires, and they're about to pull the second to last boss here. Depending on how aggressively they can go here, they're hitting that lust. I wonder if they can pull this into boss. I don't think they can. I think this is just a lust pull, and then they will go boss with some war machines, but even still, maybe that 3-chest is still on the table. You can actually look in the bottom right, and we've got FSYY are even further ahead in the dungeon than green player.
Yeah.
That might be some of the strength of that meta comp. And like you said, the practice decisions. There are sort of 3 variables that you decide when you're deciding what to practice, right? It's which dungeons are we practicing, at which key levels, and with which comp. And if you're making the decision to practice these dungeons instead of the dungeons that are coming up tomorrow, because you learn a week in advance what the dungeons are going to be, that might not be a good decision if you're trying to, optimize for tomorrow, right? And if you're practicing your off-meta comps at the lower keys, right? Those are 3 variables that if you're a really good team, you might actually decide to basically not practice at all or very little time spent with your off-meta comp on the lower keys in the day 1 dungeons, right? So all of those factors combined might mean that a team like FSYY, who are in theory a much lower seeded team, they might instead say, you know what? We are going to practice for day 1, right? We are going to practice. First of all, we're not even going to bother with off-meta comps. We're just going to play the meta comp.
That's right.
And we're going to practice these plus 16 keys, and we're going to practice these 3 day 1 dungeons. And yeah, that might come back to bite us on Sunday, but at least we'll have made it to Sunday.
Well, I'm kind of just locked in on the bottom right corner there on FSYY because they still need a lot of counts. So I think with all of the percentages that they still need and the fact that the last boss and the Motherlode does take just a little bit longer because of that intermission there, I'm not sure those 6 minutes are going to be enough to do all of that, even though they do have that bloodlust available. But I'm just really curious to see how they're opting to pull the last part of the dungeon because we've seen so many differences between all of our teams, same in the Chinese as in the Western region. For them, it's going to be the tank pulling back, and it looks like one of the war machines also got aggroed in. It's going to take a little bit longer for that one to walk on down. They're rather slow when it comes to movement speed, but the benefit is you then don't need to deal with the first charging shot. That one is just getting easily outranged. Now it's back with the team though, and from here on out, you're going to be needing some extra healing as they're trying to rack up the percentage count of mobs in that dungeon. I do think they still need to play the double war machine though.
Yeah, exactly. I think looking at the count, that is going to be important. The war machines are nice though, because the way that their charge shot works is it's not actually going to hit you if you aren't in combat with it either. So if you just have one person tagging it and pulling it in, it can even get kind of close and cast that first charge shot and not hit your whole group, which is super nice. There are other ways you can play around it as well. Effects like Shadow Meld and Vanish and stuff can even drop the dot from it. Although I don't think those will work because they're in boss combat right now, so that wouldn't work. If it only works when you aren't in boss combat to actually drop combat by hitting that Shadow Meld. Not usually something that you need to do at this plus 16 key level, but down in the bottom right, FSYY have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to stop this dungeon timer if they want to get that 3 chest. They're almost on pace here. We are going into that double war machine pull. We've got 400 mines chasing after them, but they're walking up the stairs here. I wonder if they're posturing to just pull into boss and say, you know what? This is our 3 chest right here.
I mean, I would love it. We saw the triple war machine yesterday as well, and that was just phenomenal to watch. But maybe once the skull-marked war machine is dead, I could see it. They're electing not to use that bloodlust as of right now. Beautiful full screen here as we are moving closer to the boss, still using that AMZ just to help them live the charge shots that come back to back here. First one is down, second one is still alive, and from here on out, this is where you could chain into the boss. That's exactly what they're doing. Looking across the board, we're going to be having cooldowns in a little bit for the team, so maybe just waiting for those to then fully send that lust.
Yeah, they do have that lust ready. They're going to move the boss here over into this safe spot, a safe spot that can actually be quite dangerous when you are fighting with a war machine as well, because those mines can encroach on your safe spot, not to mention the Gatling gun. The reason that teams always fight this boss over here, if you're unfamiliar, if you're in the chat, you're watching this, and you're like, why is this boss always here? There are a few inches of the ground there that the micro missiles, for some reason, just never hit. So if you have your whole group stacked up in these spots, you can avoid having to dodge those micro missiles, which is nice. But the problem is then the homing missiles, the Gatling gun, and in particular any mines that the war machines spawn can force you to move a little bit. And moving even 2 steps to your left or right, all of a sudden you go from being in a safe spot to maybe getting hit instantly by one of those micro missiles. We have seen deaths to that in the past here.
Now, the question is 2 minute 40 enough to actually get the +3 on the board? It would be massive, because the way it works, just in case you are not familiar with this format, is they then get to skip the 17 and the 18 straight up. If they get this +3, they can go into the 19 Motherlode immediately, which is a crazy jump, with this dungeon probably being our highest cap dungeon out of today. 2 more minutes to go as they have entered that intermission. We definitely need to keep a close eye on that. In the top left, though, for green player, one of the favorites for the Chinese Cup. I feel like this timer might not be on the fortuitous end to get the +3. 2 minutes, still need to do the double war machines, no lust available, so we're rather looking at a +2 in that 16 Motherlode.
Yeah, I think so as well, and it will be a big deal. If FSYY can get this 3 chest, which they do still have to deal with this entire intermission here, and they don't have lust anymore, but now the intermission is over, 44% for them to get through. I don't know if they can do this in time. It's going to be really, really close for them. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. I think they're going to be on the good side of this. I think they have the damage. This is going to be so scary for all of our other teams, because all of our other teams are messing around with these off-meta specs, playing around that spec variety rule, and FSYY are just saying, you know what we're doing? We're 3-chesting keys, and if we do that, we're just going to get so many more points today, potentially. Now, in order to make that actually work out, that does mean that by the end of the day, they're going to have to be timing things like a 21 Motherlode, like a 20 Priory, a 20 Theater, in order to actually get extra points out of this. But if they can do that, the extra 30 minutes that they gain by just not having to run the +18 key, right? Jumping straight from +16 to +19 is going to be huge. And they have the time here by so much. They have so much damage. The power infusion is going to come out just on a touch of the Magi. No Arcane Surge, no problem. The dungeon is basically over at this point. Mogul Razdunk goes down with more than 30 seconds.
Wait,
before
we need
the
count.
Oh, no. Okay, they've got to kill
We need
4
count.
mines. Oh, no. They missed
That might just be what does them in for.
Oh, no.
We were hyping them up so much, we didn't even realize that the additional count was missing their 20 seconds. I think with all of the running, that might just not be enough. And now some of the players are already dropping so
they have
low.
4
We're in
mines.
fight with 2 war machines. Can we kill off these mines fast enough? 10 seconds to go. The time is ticking. The damage is coming out. But those mines, can they die fast enough? 3 seconds. 2, 1.
No.
We're over the +3 timer.
The count!
Oh,
the
no.
count situation! Oh, tragedy for FSYY. Snatching the count, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory for them, and a sigh of relief is heard around the world from our other teams here, knowing that a little bit of pressure has just been relieved on them as FSYY just barely miss that 3-chest timer with the count not being there and having to get it after the end of the dungeon. You could see the panic in the way they moved at the end there. That is tough for FSYY. But, I mean, when you think about the outcome here, they still did really well, right? They still did the Motherlode faster than Green Player, our number 1 seeded team in this division at least, right? Number 2 overall in the region. So they're still doing really well at the start of the day. It's just, that was a huge break point that they just barely missed.
Yeah, that was tragic, especially because they did 2 pulls, right? They did the first pull downwards with the War Machine and all of those mines, where they easily could have added in some extra mines, and then they did the second one where they did the double War Machine, where they also could have added some extra mines. So maybe someone just not walking where they were supposed to, or just, not really paying too much attention. They're really costing them so much time here that looked like they could have had it easily done for themselves. Now they're going to go back. A +2 is still good, but it's not phenomenal to kind of line that out here. And the big question is, we still have 2 more teams that can go into that 16 Motherlode. You can see close observation on the bottom left and Kronos on the top right, who have chosen to go into Theater first. So both of those teams still have a chance to maybe give us the +3 on the Motherlode 16, which I'm still rooting for.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if you can do it without without having practiced it, without something like a really good comp for that dungeon. I wonder if anybody will actually make the decision of like, hey, let's actually do an extra key. Maybe we'll even try and do like the 16, the 18, and maybe a 19 in one of these other dungeons with some off-meta comps. And that will actually let us play the meta comp not just in the Motherlode 18, but also in the 16, and that might let us 3-chest it instead. That could be a really good strategy if you think that, you can time the 19 even with off-meta comps in one of these other dungeons, but you can't 3-chest the Motherlode unless you use everything at your disposal. Those sorts of decisions are really interesting ones that I'm going to be curious if any of our teams go for it with this spec variety rule. It's going to be really cool to see as well how long they stay on plan versus when any of our teams panic. I think if any of our teams have a wipe, they miss a 2-chest, which it doesn't look like it's going to happen for Kronos. I say that, Kronos having a death, but they're still pretty good on this timer here. They've still got 2 B-reses. So despite my caster curse, nothing can really stop them at this point from that 2-chest. Same with close observation. So they're having a great start to their day, even on these off-meta comps. I think they're going to stick with them for a while, but at some point they might start feeling the pressure, especially if FSYY continue to have these great results. Something like a 2-chest in this plus 18, for instance, could be really big for them as they're waiting for a group member that fell a little bit behind to join the party here. 2 of their group members actually missed the first patrol on that Peacekeeper, but now they're all here, ready to run up towards that first boss. And this is going to be probably a Shadow Meld skip. Yeah, from their tank off to the side. Okay, so a little bit of a slow skip to the start of the dungeon, but it's going to work out for FSYY. They could all invis here, something we've seen in the Western regions. There were teams that just started running through the entire first trash section together and then all hitting Shadow Meld when they made it to the first boss room. And that was a really fast way to handle this. Looks like FSYY on a little bit of a more conventional strat of just having your tank grab some threat and then meld.
They also don't all have meld, so we're actually seeing Dwarf there on that mage being chosen as a racial here as well. But of course they could have done that. Doesn't seem to be the choice for them.
You can have your mage play Dwarf
your
and
mage
still get the value.
Your mage doesn't actually need to, yeah.
Right.
Well, they still didn't opt to do that. They decided to go a little bit slower, but maybe more controlled, as maybe they didn't practice it, or maybe they just don't think it's that worthwhile to go for the full team skip. In the bottom left, we are seeing a close observation finish out their 16 TOP, 9% remaining there on Mordretha, and that is going to be favorable to get that plus T unlocked. Now, I'm kind of expecting to see once again a little bit of differences in how teams approach their day, and yep, surely we are. Kronos, after having done their first 16, are actually electing to go to a different dungeon to get those starter keys out of the way. I'm curious on what Close Observation is going to be doing, whereas both FSYY in the bottom right and Green Player are saying that they want to push up a dungeon at least to the 18s, which is like your builder keys, before they maybe make some switches to, well, team comps, not so much for FSYY, but for Green Player for sure.
This is really interesting for Kronos as well, as they're heading into Priory, and it looks like they're keeping that Arcane Mage in their composition. Now, if you want to save Arcane Mage for day 3, Priory is a dungeon where a lot of our teams already have decided that Arcane Mage isn't all that necessary and maybe not even all that good in this dungeon. So I'm curious to see Kronos deciding to use it when they might actually want to, they maybe want to preserve that Arcane Mage through to day 3, and this could be a perfect dungeon to get some play without it and actually not just barely hurt their chances, but maybe even help them. We've seen Elemental Shaman, we've seen Fire Mage, all kinds of possibilities for what you can fill that last slot in, because Arcane Mage is great. Overall, it's great for funnel damage this season, but a lot of Priory is about doing some burst AoE to like 6 mobs that are all the same kind of health, and something like the Arcane Mage isn't actually all that great. I mean, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong. You're playing Arcane Mage in Priory, you're having a good time still, but this is a dungeon where it's relatively free to swap that out.
So interestingly enough, I was looking up what our players set they main on live, and Alicia, who was playing that Demon Hunter, Havoc Demon Hunter for Kronos in the top right before, now swapped over to the Unholy DK, so we're getting the full meta DPS arrangement, whereas Aki, which is their mage, actually said that they play all mage specs as well as Elemental and Enhancement Shaman. Now, to me, there might be a world where we're actually kind of electing to get that mage band all together, and they just only want to play Arcane because it's a little bit easier, and then Shaman might actually be the choice that they go for as like a main spec for the day 3 if they make it there.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Enhancement Shaman out of our groups yesterday. That seemed like a really popular spec. In fact, there was a team that was basically playing the meta comp, but with an Enhancement Shaman instead of the Arcane Mage, so that might be something that Chronos are up to as well, or some of our other teams as well. They might be looking at that Enhancement Shaman. Enhancement Shaman looks pretty good overall. In particular, I like it in Theater of Pain. In Theater of Pain, I'm a really big fan of finding a way to play a Shaman, either the Enhancement Shaman or the Resto Shaman, which is what we're seeing in our bottom left team from close observation. I think Resto Shaman is going to be particularly good in the global finals in Theater of Pain, because Farseer Resto Shaman getting a nice buff, and that spec does a lot of damage. Farseer Resto Shaman, you can pump on that spec, so I wouldn't be surprised when we get to global finals this weekend if we see even more of the dark blue class in that dungeon in particular.
You know which class we haven't seen at all yet, Dratnos? It's Augmentation Evoker, and let me just tell you one more thing about Chronos, because the person we're seeing currently on the Moonkin stated that they are an Augmentation Evoker main, so in my head, suddenly it all makes sense. We're actually going to be going for the Unholy DK, the Augmentation Evoker, and the Shaman. I'm going to lock that one in, and we'll see whether or not that holds true later on, but I'd be quite curious to say that it's not the only player today that said that they main Augmentation. Owl on the side of green player also saying that their main is Aug Evoker, so maybe this is the day where we finally get to see the lizards come back.
Yeah, this could be it for sure. We've seen Dev Evokers in our group weekends from the Western region. We haven't seen any Preservation or Augmentation yet, but Augmentation has gotten buffed a few times over the last few months, so yeah, maybe it's an option. I've seen it in some live keys starting to creep back up into the top keystone, so it's definitely a possibility, especially if you have an Augmentation main in your group, especially in a situation like this where you maybe have some pulls where they can be buffing, you know, a Moonkin or an Unholy DK or something like that on their cooldowns. That can be really, really good.
Yeah, I'm quite curious whether or not it finally happens, or if it's just another reverse jinx that I'm just putting to the table here, but we'll see once our teams actually go to the higher levels. The one theme that doesn't seem to want to switch at all is FSYY, so I'm not expecting them to make any changes to their main specs, but you were kind of calling out Close Observation, who are currently running that Resto Shaman, which is a really good healer spec as well as that Prot Warrior and that Retribution Paladin. So that's really, really cool to see. I'm always enjoying when we get a little bit of variety here, and I just think Ret is actually really, really good. Look at the damage they're pumping.
Yeah, Ret is great, and in this poll in particular, it feels super good to have a Ret Paladin, because these mobs are undead and they're annoying casters, but Wake of Ashes just hits them with like a 7-year-long stun, and you've just got them completely under control thanks to that Ret Paladin. Wake of Ashes is this weird button where it's just a DPS button in the Ret Paladin kit. It's a big DPS button, it interacts with your hero talents, it's super cool, but it also stuns undead and aberrations for a huge amount of time, so this dungeon, you got a lot of value out of that because there are just a lot of random undead in here.
So let me ask you this. Do you think we're going to be seeing their players actually go for a different melee outside of TOP, perhaps?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I feel like they're probably just playing this in, like, this comp is what they'll use in the 16s and the 18s in all the dungeons, and then they can swap over to main specs, because the problem with it is if you have different off-meta specs that you're planning to use in the different dungeons, then instead of having done 6 dungeons with your off-meta spec, which means you can do 5 dungeons with your main specs and not get them banned, if you do like 3 and 3 in 2 different off-meta comps, then all of a sudden you can't do you can only do 2 dungeons on your main specs before you're getting your main tank banned. So there's sort of a weird quirk of the spec variety rule is you're not encouraged to do different off-meta specs. You're kind of encouraged to do a bunch of runs with the same off-meta specs.
Yeah, that is true. So we'll see what they are going to go for. I want to share a couple more tidbits that these players shared with us, just because I think they're so great. As we are talking about close observation in the bottom left, their tank actually shared with us that he is great at performing in WoW, good at singing, handsome, and a bit clumsy. And their healer shared with us that they're out of mana, they need to regenerate their mana.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
healer
love these. I think they're so great.
The healer is playing Resto Shaman as well, which is a healer that can actually run out of mana. You look at the Discipline Priests, and Discipline Priest running out of mana happens under very particular circumstances. Resto Shaman is a lot easier to run out of mana. You cast a couple too many chain heals, healing surges, and all of a sudden your mana is all gone. Part of the reason why that spec is a little bit harder to pilot than some of the other healers this season is just that you do actually need to really think about your mana, maybe find some opportunities to drink between pulls as well, which, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. It's a good meme, but it's also just definitely true if you're playing some Resto Shaman.
Yeah.
You got to worry about it.
There's another good one out of that same team saying, so that's their Feral, actually, that shared this with us, and they said they're a full-time Feral Druid. Please buff Feral Druid. Also good at singing and handsome too, in brackets, compared to tank.
Amazing.
You can just tell that the vibes in this team are great. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell from the logo they picked as well. Khadgar just,
Yes.
yelling into the camera there. That is a strong choice. I'm definitely rooting for close observation here in the bottom left. And I think they've picked some really good and intelligent specs to play as their off-meta specs here. These are all really good. Feral Druid, it's great. Feral Druids want to get buffed, sure, but they're actually already really good in Mythic Plus. It's a really strong spec for the situation. You can see the damage it's putting out on this boss is quite strong, and you've got a lot of pretty good utility on the Feral Druid as well. Just the Druid utility suite in general. You're still bringing all that stuff, and you're doing it as melee, which means using stuff like the knock and the vortex. You're kind of in a better position to do that potentially than a Moonkin.
That's right. One last tidbit about close observation to try and sell the very last people that are not yet fans for this team. In their final team intro, they shared with us, entertainment value comes first. Competition second. So that is what they're here for, and thus far I think they have definitely delivered. We're going to be seeing how they fare.
So far they're doing
so
both.
Far they're doing great.
Sometimes we get teams that are doing some funny business and end up getting owned a little bit as a result, but they two-chested their 16 theater. Their 18 is looking good so far as well. Things are looking great for them. Really excited to see how the rest of the day shakes out for them. And I like the Prot Warrior as well. I think the Prot Warrior is a very fun tank to be using in these dungeons. Very comfy tank to be playing. Especially, again, on a boss like Gorchop, you're feeling really happy about your life choices whenever you're here on a Prot Warrior. And that boss just casts Hateful Strike. Your health bar does not move. You're playing one of these other tanks and it goes down to 20% health and your life flashes before your eyes.
I mean, speaking of life flashing before your eyes, we kind of have to look at the top right as Kronos deals with the Paladin pull in the Priory. The Prot Paladin we were kind of talking about, I think, earlier in this season as we were kind of talking about what tanks we might see. For Prot Paladin, often when you have these kind of like big pulls, living can become an obstacle, and we did see the HP bar drop really, really low there for a split second, so maybe making their life just a tiny bit harder as of right now, but seems like they managed to get through this pull as we were talking as well. I'm curious on what our split timers are going to be looking like on this 16 Priory. Just a quick reminder for everybody that is watching, these teams do have access to the Turbo Boost gear as well as Corruption. So we're kind of expecting them to do a little bit better than what we saw in comparison from our Western group weekends where those traits were not yet enabled.
Yeah, a little bit of extra gear from the Turbo Boost and those Corruptions, which I'm curious which ones they're using. I imagine it's mostly Void Rituals, but maybe there's some Twilight devs being shot in random directions by these players. That could be fun. A little bit of Echoing Void for some AoE damage as well.
It would definitely be entertainment value, let me tell you that much. I know Echoing Void is really good on some melee classes, actually. But I'm not entirely sure that we're going to see some Twilight.
My money is on mostly Void Rituals, especially if you've only had a little bit of time to practice with the corruptions. You don't want to play something like the Twilight Devastation, which shoots out that huge laser beam, because it can pull stuff that you weren't, if you accidentally just look in the wrong direction, you get a big laser beam shot in, 40 yards, pull some mobs you don't normally want to pull, it's all over. So I think that's probably the main thing that's getting used here, but it is a nice little power boost. We are going to see that in the global finals as well. All of our teams are going to have access to the full turbo boost and the full corruption there too. So we may see these keys ascend to even higher heights than we saw in the MDI so far. But yeah, like you said, it could happen even this weekend for these teams, especially for teams like Green Player, when they swap maybe over to the full meta comp. That could be a lot of power. Something they're doing in this Motherlode for Green Player that's kind of interesting. They are playing a Destruction Warlock in here, which is something that it's a spec that our group weekends in the West, they use the Destruction Warlock quite a lot because it's a very strong spec, but something you actually have to be careful with is you maybe don't want to get it banned, because tomorrow we're going to have a Cinder Brew Meadery, and Cinder Brew Meadery is a dungeon where you just want to be able to play a Destruction Warlock. Spec variety rule aside, right? You just want to play it as one of the 5 best specs in that dungeon. So Green Player maybe trying to get the Guardian Druid, the Resto Shaman, and then maybe one of the mage specs, or maybe the Frost DK. Those are going to be where they're trying to land their spec variety rule bans instead of on something like that Destruction Warlock, which some of our Western teams did get banned, especially in the weekends where Cinder Brew was not on the 3rd day.
So let me share one more thing on Green Player, because they also, like I said, have one player that's an augmentation main.
Ooh.
And that person said, augmentation is unbeatable now. So does that mean that they're maybe opting to run that as a main spec? I'm quite curious on whether or not that is actually going to come true. I know it's a little bit of copium perhaps, but if the players say it, I feel like I have the right to also share that.
Yeah, augmentation's a super interesting one. So, I mean, especially if you've been kind of casually watching the MDIs and great pushes over the past few years, you saw augmentation being really good for basically every season since it came out, and then almost completely unplayed this season. And it's worth thinking about why that is and what might change that and why we might see it from these players. So augmentation got nerfed quite a lot this season. It no longer really buffs your tank and healer, which means that it's no longer really increasing your group's survivability that much. You're still throwing out some versatility on the rest of your group. You still have the Evoker defensive suite from effects like Source of Magic on your healer, from Zephyr, from being able to rescue shield somebody. But, Devastation Evoker can do most of that as well. So now you're no longer providing that extra benefit of giving your tank and healer huge amounts of main stat. But you do still get to amplify your 2 DPS on their cooldowns. So if you have a dungeon where there's 2 DPS specs that are just so much better than the rest of the field for certain pulls, like Destruction Warlock and Cinderbrew Meadery, then an Augmentation Evoker can buff your Destruction Warlock when they're doing their most powerful stuff, and that can be a really great spot to play that spec. So I'm going to be curious if anybody is going to play around with it as well, especially if there are augmentation mains. Another cool thing I've noticed, actually, Green Player's Resto Shaman is already playing that Farseer, pre-buff Farseer up in the top left, out of the Resto Shaman. Very unpopular on the live servers. We saw a little bit of it from our Western MDI, though. It can do a lot of single target damage, and it's getting buffed for the Global Finals. So if Green Player make it to Global Finals and want to use this in some dungeons, this could be really good.
It absolutely could be. Just a quick reminder, Global Finals are this weekend.
That's
so
right.
It's all very, very soon as well, and I'm quite excited as well. Now, in the top left, we are getting, once again, War Machine onto Rixa Flux Flame. That has been a pain point, I feel like, for the entire MDI, just because there's so much damage that's going out. You need to deal with the denial of area as well. And so teams sometimes have a lot on their mines here, as well as they're kiting out mines, making sure that those propellers are going in the right direction, and so on and so forth, while living through those charged shots. And a team that has already finished that is FSYY, as they are on their way towards the tail end of the dungeon. Still need a little bit of extra count. They could do a skip on the War Machines, but as their count is looking, I feel we are going to be playing these instead and then going to go into boss.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely correct about that. 6 minutes and 30 seconds here until that 2 chest is over as well. So FSYY have a lot of time in this dungeon. They just have to make sure that they get all 457 points of count that they need, hopefully before pulling the boss, or at least if they have to do it after the boss, they know exactly which mines they need to pop, because last time around they activated more than they needed. They were kind of a little bit disorganized, and maybe they could have done it if they had really known which ones they actually wanted to do and who was going to activate them, and the other players got to just focus on doing damage. But you can see they're already sneaking into that boss room. Once that skull-marked war machine dies, they might take the other one into boss and just go for it.
Absolutely. I mean, I love how fast they are with this, even still, despite it already being an 18. I would have preferred if it was the 19 that we were kind of briefly tasting there, but in the end is going to be the 18. And if they're able to get that 18 plus 2, then that is still incredibly fast to get this dungeon up to a 20, as we kind of saw it cap out on that yesterday. Now, Dranos, what do you think among our dungeons? We have the Theater, the Priory, and the Motherlode, all of those starting on the 16, of course, so that means there is a little bit of a timed issue with the hours that we have in the day. Where are we going to be seeing the cap? What do you think?
So when we look at these dungeons and we think about the ceiling for each dungeon, I think Motherlode can go up to 21. I think Theater and Priory, 20 is really hard in those dungeons. 20 Priory is probably harder than a 21 Motherlode, but I do think the 20 is the ceiling in those dungeons. But the thing is, if you're 2-chesting the 16, 1-chesting the 18, which they probably are outside of the Motherlode, maybe you 2-chest the 18 there, and then you do the 19, that's already 3 runs in each dungeon. You don't have time to do that much more than 3 runs per dungeon. Like, you can maybe sneak in a 4th run in a dungeon or 2, but that's going to require you to be one-shotting every key, which would include one-shotting these extremely high difficulty keys of, say, the plus 20s. So I think something like a 20 Motherlode, a 19 in the other 2 dungeons, is probably a realistic point for teams to sort of be aiming for. And then their last key of the day, or maybe their last 2 keys of the day, might be able to improve on that if they've had a really good day. Maybe starting off actually with the 21 Motherlode, or maybe the 20 Theater, and then the other of those. And then maybe the last goal out of that would be the 20 Priory, which I just feel like the Priory timer is so tight.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the hardest dungeons, I feel like, in the entire rotation of this season. But I have 2 great news for everyone. First of all, FSYY have arrived at their full count for this dungeon. And second of all, Dratnos, you're going to be talking with us again later, and Teddles is going to join the desk once more as we have reached our first caster swap. Teddles, how have you been enjoying the first 45 minutes?
I think this has actually been super interesting and kind of a little bit more fast-paced than what we saw yesterday. I think we saw at the beginning of the day yesterday, a lot more teams were ended up 1 and 2 chesting some of the earlier on dungeons. But it seems like both Green Player and FSYY are going to be slamming down very early 2 chests in both the 16 and 18 Motherlodes. And I did think that 3 chest was maybe on the board for both of those teams. However, I think it's a little bit of a disappointment to not see them 3 chest to 16, but at the same point, it's not really the end of the world.
Yeah, so there are still 2 teams that could potentially go into a 16 Motherlode and plus 3 that, which I think out of the dungeons is definitely the easiest one to do that. We saw how close FSYY were. If they did not miscount, then it would have all gone right for them. So I still have hope that either Kronos or Close Observation are getting it. Why are you giggling?
I think this physical comp by Close Observation is giga Chad. I think that this
cool,
comp
right?
is so sick. Yeah, so, I mean, it's kind of something that they've been removed off first screen. I'm just going to continue to talk to them. Yeah. So,
Chat can remember.
The thing is, I think that Tank Warrior... So, Battle Shout still gives you 5% attack power. Whenever you look at Chaos Brand and Arcane Intellect, Blizzard was like, those effects are too good, so 3% magic damage and only 3% intellect. But Mystic Touch is still 5% physical damage taken. They don't have that. But the Battle Shout's still 5% attack power. And then being able to play through all 3 of these melee specializations whenever you're playing Feral Druid, Ret Paladin, and Unholy DK, that to me is so cool, especially then whenever you get in that Wind Fury effect from the Sky Fury buff. I think that comp is actually excellent, and I don't think we've seen enough of it realistically. I see it played occasionally on live, but I think that comp is very, very solid.
I agree. I love it. And also, they're kind of just tapping into what they main on live, like what their default main classes are that they like playing. So it makes it even cooler knowing that that's kind of the arrangement that they found themselves in. But
Yeah.
to speak a little bit about the full screen we saw there, that is FSYY getting the 18+2 in the Motherlode, which means they're incredibly speedy in this dungeon. Just a quick reminder, this is the 7th seeded team already making some big moves here at the beginning of the day, which I love seeing. That's just so promising for what's maybe going to be happening in the rest of the day.
I think for Kronos, I'm a little bit worried. I mean, I know you were kind of calling out some of their potential composition changes and stuff like that, but realistically, I think the fact that you're playing the Unholy Decay, the Balancer, and the Arcane Mage just means that you're kind of fully committed to having those be banned for the championship final day, which I don't love as a potential prospect. That to me seems pretty concerning, especially if your aspirations are kind of to make it to that global finals. You really want to make sure that you can bring your A-game best composition for that final day. Now, you brought out the Ellie Shaman earlier. I feel like if there was ever a dungeon that you'd play Ellie Shaman instead of Mage, it would
be this one.
almost certainly be this one. Yeah, like this is the dungeon where it's like, I want as much AoE as possible, and then you want even more AoE. You're like, okay, I would take even more if it was even a possibility.
Yeah, so let's talk about that just a little bit more. You were saying the Unholy Decay, the Moonkin, and the Mage. Now, I'm expecting them to get the Prot Paladin and the Disc Priest band, which means there's only one more band that's left on the table for them that they need to choose. And because they were playing the Havoc Demon Hunter on that 16 TOP, it's either the Moonkin or the Mage that they're going to be banning out. And I think between those two, it could be either. It could be the Moonkin for the Augmentation Evoker, or it could be the Mage for the Shaman. I could potentially see both of these things happen, so I'm not entirely worried for them, as we do have one death for green player there. Shouldn't matter on the overall. Hold on. They're also in this 18. We haven't hit the intermission yet. Tell us, what are we thinking about this timer?
This
could be very tight.
We don't have Lust. Oh no, this is over. They're not two-chesting this, huh? Yeah, I mean, we got this pulled up on the big screen here. I feel like they're missing the two chest. I don't think there's any way that they're going to be able to beat this. You need like 2.5 minutes for this last phase normally.
Yeah, honestly, I think you're right, but it is quite shocking that they're slower in this. So this is the 2nd seeded team, and I was just talking about FSYY, who's the 7th seeded team, and seemingly FSYY is so much smoother as they're kind of moving through that dungeon. Now, yeah, of course, there's meta classes on one of these teams and not on the other, but still, that is quite a lot of time that is being lost if you're unable to translate into the +2 on the 18.
I think, and it's something that we saw yesterday with Stamp, like these top-seeded teams, whenever we're watching the Western teams play, they practice really hard for the 16 and the 18s, and it seems like these Chinese teams, at least the top-seeded Chinese teams, haven't been practicing as hard to be able to potentially 2 and 3 chest their lower-level keys, where they have alternate strats, alternate routes, particularly whenever you're playing this off-meta composition, because this is a team, Green Player, they almost timed World First 20, this season. They ended up like wiping in the DMZ area of Motherlode 20 like probably a month and a half or maybe even 2 months ago. So they were very close to actually timing this dungeon world first on 20. And so the fact that then they're going ahead with more gear months later and not able to +2 the 18 is a bit worrying. I think that especially like if they are somehow able to make it to global finals, I mean, we kind of expect them to be able to, just looking at the prestige of the players. They're going to have to really make sure that they buckle down and practice their strategies for the lower level of dungeons. They can't fall 30 minutes, 45 minutes behind in 2 or 3 dungeons. That's just not really a thing.
Well, it is a thing, but it's not a thing that's going to happen if you want to qualify it to the global finals. I do agree with that. I will say that they're, of course, on off specs right now, so it could be that they're just not as practiced on those specs. And as you were mentioning, it kind of seems to be, ooh, that is a mean missile there, top left corner, as we are, of course, already above that +2, but everyone's surviving. I do think there's something to be said for if all CN teams are not focusing on the +2, +3s as much as we are seeing from the Western teams, that at least within this cup, it kind of all equalizes, right? It's like handshake business, as everybody says, are you practicing speedrunning on the 16s with your off specs? And then other teams going, no, are you? And it's just this kind of common agreement between them that doesn't seem to be as highly prioritized, as we're getting a lot of death steer on the 20 for FSYY.
So I think it's one of the situations that you absolutely can get away with it if you're more skilled than the other teams and you have the ability to be able to push keycap. But whenever you start playing against better competition, it's a lot more likely to get exposed whenever you have those faults, right? Because you have to be very shored up on all of your weaknesses. You're not, like, whenever you're comparing yourselves to a Wunderbar or a Mandatory or a Mist Counter and any of these other teams that qualify for global finals, you're not really allowed to have weaknesses. Otherwise, you're going to get eliminated on day one. That's just, like, not really a thing.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely going to be showing up in the global finals, but let's take a look here at close observation, as they are dealing with this 18 TOP, 1 minute to deal with 37% of the boss, no lust available. We do get one more DT in a little bit.
I think we win this. I think that the cooldowns for this are going to be fine. We get the Convoke with the Berserk, but funnily enough, whenever we kind of talk about some of the alt specs, something that we don't really talk about is tank damage all too often, but the Protection Warrior, particularly on AoE. So Blood DK, probably the best AoE DPS spec, but the Protection Warrior on single target is by far and away the best single target tank spec. And I mean, look at how much damage their tank is doing right now. Now, this was done with some trash on top of the boss to begin with, and there are some ads that spawn occasionally, but this guy's probably doing like 1.8 million, 1.7 million single target, and that is just an insane amount, and it starts to ramp up a lot as you enter this execute here. This is going to be incredibly close. The Berserk and the Convoke have been pressed. We are going to be needing to do about 1% per second here, as the timer is at 7 seconds. We have 5% left on the boss. This is going to be incredibly close. 2% left with 2 seconds left, and it looks like we're just over the timer for the 2 chests. We're going to be on the wrong end of this. It's a tragedy, and that's kind of what we were talking about. If you're able to clutch up there, if we don't have that one death and we're able to 2 chest that saves us 30 minutes over the course of the entire day. So a very unfortunate series of events there.
That's another heartbreaker back to back. First at Motherlode, now this theater. Now the big question is the theater going to go to the 20? Because if everybody only does it on a 19, this +2 doesn't actually hurt as much as it does hurt right now, because then they maybe wouldn't have needed to go to the 20. But yeah, that's just not great. That's just not how you want to be finishing these runs. Of course, still great that it's timed, still a great time on the overall, but every single time you're so close to those +2, +3. It's just agitating to me. I want them to succeed, and they're not succeeding in the aspect of just being really, really fast. But we do have Green Player now also joining us in the Priory after they put up that 18 Motherlode.
Okay, look at Kronos in the top right here. You kind of called out Kronos. You thought we're going to be looking to ban the Protection Paladin and the Disc Priest. I didn't expect that to actually be the case. I'm pretty sure they're just going to be banning all 3 of their flavors of DPS. And what this right here is their full main composition. This is what they played for time trial qualifiers. It's Holy Paladin, Vengeance Demon Hunter, Unholy DK, Balanced Druid, Arcane Mage. So that's kind of what their main composition is. And that's kind of what I was saying when I was like, okay, so we're looking at this from a Sunday, like a championship level perspective. Are they going to be able to continue to qualify for global finals if they're going to be playing their B tier composition? I don't know. The answer seems like it's unlikely, but at the same point, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be way harder if you get your main specs banned out.
Yeah, so my idea was kind of that we just, as soon as we switch to main tank and healer, we'll go to unoptimal DPS specs. But Chrono's saying, that's not what we're doing. We're going to be doing what you're saying, Tettles, which is just stay on these DPS specs and then get them banned out. However, we did play Havoc Demon Hunter instead of that Unholy DK in the very first run, so I wonder what the idea was there.
It's then Arcane Mage and Balance Druid getting banned out?
Yeah, but then we would still tie on Unholy DK. No, because we
Unholy
did.
DK would
Yeah,
still get banned out.
there,
But actually,
there's just yeah. I don't know why we did that then. Maybe just
the
an
vibes?
honorable run to show that Havoc Demon Hunters deserve invites too. I appreciate it, Elysia. I appreciate it.
Maybe he thought that Havoc Demon Hunter was slightly better in Theater of Pain on a 16 or something. Don't squint like that.
Listen, I play Havoc Demon Hunter in main. I'm allowed to do that. Maybe they just wanted that 5% for the Moonkin and the Arcane Mage. You know, you never know.
It's the prisoner's dilemma that Dratnos kind of always discusses. Like, would you rather? If the answer is like you're not going to qualify because you're not playing your main composition, then you're going to just have to qualify for that final, the championship final day, like, and be able to make it to the China finals. Even if it does involve you getting all of your stuff banned out, and then you kind of have to hope that some of these specs that don't have all their, or some of these teams that don't have all their specs banned out, then proceed to choke, and then you can just kind of outplay them with pure skill. But at the same point, getting your main comp banned out is obviously not a preferred option. But if you don't make it to the championship finals, then it's moot, right? Like, who cares if we saved all of these specs if we didn't qualify?
Yeah, there's definitely no point in only playing off-spec if you're not going to be qualifying anyway. I do agree with that, and I think all of the teams do as well, for what it's worth, which, based on what we've seen, is definitely a big thing. Now, we are seeing our first 19 of the day right now in the bottom left, and our first 20 of the day in the bottom right. And of course, FSYY has been on this comp all day, but I'm surprised we're not actually getting some switching on the side of close observation. Do you think this is just the comp they're going to be playing all day if they're running this in the 19?
Probably. I think this might just be their main comp.
That's cool. I like that. I mean, I kind of sad because they would get it banned out if they qualify, but I like that this is their main comp. Yeah, that's cool. That's like physical god comp. Yeah.
I genuinely think that this comp is like pretty underrated. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just pulled it up. This is their main composition. What they played during time trials is Protection Warrior, Restoration Shaman, Unholy DK, Ret Paladin, Feral.
Very cool. I like that. All right, so we are going to be seeing our lower seeded teams that are on the bottom of the screen, both close observation on the left and FSYY on the right. Just never change their specs. I am going to tell you that right now. That's just what it's going to be for the rest of the day. So for them, the spec ban rule is basically not in effect. It will be if they make it to the Sunday, but for them, the big challenge is making it there in the first place, as the first death does strike the board there for close observation. And then Kronos, we were talking about what they're kind of doing and how they're maybe going to be approaching it. For green player, though, we're still expecting them to go back to Vengeance and Priest, right?
No, I think that they're going to stay on this Holy Paladin Vengeance Demon Hunter composition. I think that this
green
is
player.
Sorry. For green player.
Yeah.
I think green player is going to be swapping into full meta composition. I think that this is kind of the team that you should have the best expectations for to be able to make it to global finals and potentially come in top 2 in the China finals. They are the second seed coming out of this region during time trials. Of course, time trials aren't the end all be all. We see teams get upset all the time, but that's kind of the expectation here. Also, in terms of live key pushing as well, this is one of the top couple of teams. So, I think that for expectations for the viewers, green players should be looking to play very similar to any of these other top seeded teams from the West that we've seen, especially with how they're playing around their day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, I agree so as well. I'm quite curious on how both of our teams that haven't been to the Motherlode yet are going to be faring there. That's my big question. The one thing I'm definitely looking forward to as these runs kind of commence. But that allows us to maybe take a closer look at the 20 Motherlode for today that we are seeing in the bottom right. Because yesterday, that is where that dungeon kind of capped out for the day. We know that it can go higher than that 20. The big question is, are teams going to be doing it? And I kind of agree with what you were saying earlier, that today the teams seem more speedy and also more sturdy. Not as many deaths early on, not as many redos early on. So maybe there is a potential where that 20 could go up to the 21 today.
Yeah. What are you kind of feeling about key cap? Are you thinking it's 20 Theater of Pain, 21 Motherlode, 19 Priory?
Yeah, I think in an optimal world, like if you have a day one, which is the day one for these four teams, that has no big resets, no wasted keys, basically, then I think that would kind of be what you're looking at, the 21, 20, 19. I just think Priory 20 is too hard. It could also be that it's like a 21, 19, 19, or a 2020, 19. I think all of those options are possible depending on how the rest of the day goes for these teams here, because of course right now it's still early. We are still on the quote-unquote lower levels with these 16s and 18s for the most part, so less issues arising in those than once we get to the 19s. Speaking from experience, that's usually where we get a lot of resets.
Yeah. You know something funny? The Feral Druid on the team of Close Observation, his name just translates to cat.
Yeah, that's really cool. A lot of the names are super interesting. Earlier, someone was saying that FSYY, who are named after a fairy tale, all of their characters are named after characters from that story, which is so cool as well. I love when teams are creative like that.
It's something cat. But I think his name is literally just like basically cat from Miners.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good. That's a good name. I think you can go with that. Yesterday, we had a player on Moonkin Cooker whose name actually translates to not being picky about food, which I also thought was quite funny.
Germans could never. All right. As we see here, I think it's looking at green player here in the top left. I know we are in the 16, which is a little bit weird, but I think analyzing their route a little bit is kind of cool. So what they've actually did is they killed Captain Dalecry, and then after killing Dalecry, they're looking to try to backpull some of the trash. And right here they have Daner Dual Maul. What some teams have actually been electing to do is take Daner Dual Maul into the second boss and kill him off with the second boss. I'm really interested in seeing what green player looks to do with him on higher key levels. Are they going to be looking to take him into the boss? What, if any, strategy adaptations are they going to be having for these higher key levels? Because I think that's kind of important. But also, what is their timer going to be looking like in the 16 Priority of the Sacred Flame? Now, we do have 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the 3 chest timer. Do you think it's out of reach? I think it probably is, just eyeballing it.
Yeah, I would say so. It's just, if you look at the dungeon layout of the Priory, it's almost like it's baiting you a little bit, because you're like, yeah, it's just that last room, but that last room just takes so long every single time, and I always get baited by it, and I'm like, oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah. It's just like 2 bosses, but yeah, it's also 60% of the dungeon's counter, so, well, 40, but yeah.
Yeah. I think we're like 3 trash pulls away, maybe 4. Actually, I think we're 4 trash pulls away and 2 bosses, so I don't think that they're going to be able to do that within the 8-minute 3 chest timer, but I do think that they're pretty well on pace for being able to 2 chest this dungeon.
Yeah, I would hope so. I think across all of our dungeons, if any of the teams are unable to get the +2 in the 16s, that is already bad news, as bad news are also potentially coming in here for close observation. They had one of their players, their Red Paladin, actually go down here, and that is not going to be great news, as they don't have access to a battle rest immediately. It's going to be back up in 10 seconds, but he's also been dead for a little while, so definitely some extra damage that they're currently lacking as they're trying to get through this boss fight as well. At this point, you could even make a call of, do you send that rest, or do you just deal with the 15% No. But they're definitely electing to pick him back up.
You have to send the res because you're about to get sent down with the duel, and if you get your 2 DPS sent down with the duel with the Ret Paladin laying dead on the floor, that's brutal. But fortunately enough for them, I think their timer's totally fine. As long as you have probably a sub, let's say 12 minutes on Zav, it should be totally fine. They're still going to be a minute under that. So I'm not really too worried about their ability to be able to time this on 19. Now, they don't have any more wiggle room for close observation to make any more mistakes. If any additional mobs get accidentally body pulled, if they have like let's say a partial wipe on some of the pulls in the Gorechop wing, maybe an extended death on Gorechop himself, that's actually kind of where you're going to start to fall behind. I'm really interested in seeing where they're going to be going here. I suspect it's going to be Gorechop, but we have seen some Koltharok second routes be played before, but yeah, it's going to be Gorechop. So the split timer that we're looking for a Gorechop kill is around 19 minutes, maybe 19:30-ish. Anything below that, and we're totally fine. But I think that close observation is probably going to be putting up like an 18 or a 17x, assuming that they don't just completely run it down in the swing.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look at for, I think, across all of our teams to see how their routing looks. I love seeing this, but look at the Retribution Paladin damage on the bottom left for close observation. It just makes me so giddy. They're just shining for this pull, looking so crazy good. Dratnos was talking a little bit about that earlier, how that Ashen really goes to shine, and that's also a player that shared this with us in their anecdote, saying Ashen replaces thinking.
Wake of Ashes is broken. I mean, in this dungeon in particular, if Wake of Ashes worked like this in every single dungeon, it would be absolutely absurd. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't. But being able to just wake stun every single pack is bananas. And you get such a long, I think it's like 4 seconds or something silly too. It's so good. And so there's like pulls in the Kultharok wing, and that pull in the beginning of the Gorchop wing that you shouted out is excellent for that stun. And now we are continuing to go through in this Gorchop wing. We cannot be pulling a gas bag though. If we end up pulling a gas bag for close observation, we're taking a pretty big time penalty.
Thankfully, that is not going to be happening. Besides, of course, this one that is intentional and needed to be taken down. Rather big pull here for close observation as well. But one thing they're kind of shining at, not only with that Red Paladin, but with the full force of a melee comp and a Resto Shaman, they have so many individual interrupts.
Yeah. All right, so looking on over at some of the other teams, we have FSYY, who are doing the current highest key on the screen here in this 20 Motherlode. They did kill off Azarok at the 13-minute and 53-second marker, which is excellent. I think that whenever we're talking about Azarok splits that you need to be able to time the dungeon, we normally cite around 15-30-ish that is required. So FSYY is currently pacing to be multiple minutes under, and potentially able to even time this dungeon on a 21, assuming that they kind of have this zero death very clean run that they're continuing to currently have in the bottom. But this area that you see right here, the test zone, is one that caused teams a lot of problems yesterday, where we had a lot of healers get turned to goop.
Yeah, not just healers, everyone really. There was enough to go around for all of the team members for yesterday's team. So let's see how FSYY in the bottom right is dealing with those. The first pack has already been defeated, but there are more yet to come for them based on how we saw them route through the previous area. You can see one of the casters actually kind of outside the field there, gets interrupted, walks back in. The rest of the group, the rats are going to be dying off momentarily, and we are of course taking down the main targets here, the mind casters, making sure that those are not going to be an issue for too long. But thus far, looking really good for FSYY.
Yeah, and I think that the way that they're pulling this area, we saw some very custom pulls yesterday in this area, where the main thought process on how you deal with this area is you always make sure you have a mastermind in each and every single pull. That way our Arcane Mage can tee off on him and be able to just funnel him into the ground, and then we continue to chain pull these assistant caster mobs. That's the general thought process of how you're going to be doing this area, and FSYY has been doing this better than what we've actually seen from some of the other teams. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the 8 test subject pull, just a bunch of rats solo, maybe not the best for efficiency, but I suspect that this... Oh no, we actually have to do one more pull here before we get out of here. Just look at our count.
So is this maybe just we're waiting for cooldowns to be back up kind of?
Oh no, they needed it for
did
count.
We actually forget to add something?
Oh, no, they're not doing any more.
Here.
Oh, so their route, they actually do a lot of trash in the VMZ, the very militarized zone. And they're going to be grabbing pretty much every war machine in that area, I believe. It might not be every single one. They might be like leaving one, but it's going to be most
Healer
of them.
died.
Ooh, healer death. Not the end of the world. Our balancer is just going to res him up, and then we're going to be good to go here momentarily, pulling some of these war machines into the boss. The first death that actually occurs for them. Unfortunate, but at the same point, our timer is great. We are looking phenomenal timer-wise.
Yeah, honestly, I thought they were already really fast in that 16 and 18 as well. And once again, keep in mind, this is a 7th seed. That's usually not how the lower seeded teams perform in day one of their group weekend. So really, really awesome to see FSYY just shine as they're looking phenomenal in this Motherlode. Now, of course, there's 2 more dungeons in today, so it's not all decided just yet. Plenty of hours more that they will need to get through, and plenty of hours and dungeons more that they will need to look good in. But if this Motherlode is anything to go by, I think they're definitely a team to watch out for. Yesterday, we already had 1 upset on our seeding, because normally it's obviously that you expect the top 2 highest seeded teams to make it on through, but it was inverted yesterday, which is a little bit of a surprise. I'm curious on how it's going to be ending today, as Kronos have arrived at the very last area, same as Green Player.
Whenever you say inverted, you don't mean the 5th and the 8th seed made it through. You mean that the
the
4th seed came in
second
first.
seed was the exactly. Yeah.
And the first seed came in second. Yeah. Which is, I feel like inverted means like the 8th seed came in first or something, and the 5th seed came in second.
It was the top 2 that made it through, but they were inverted. Yeah.
Looking around at some of these priorities, these Sacred Flames that we see on the top side of the screen here, both of these teams having similar-ish paced runs inside of these dungeons. These are kind of the 2 teams that we expect to be looking to make it through to the China finals. Now, if these teams at the bottom have anything to say with it, of course, neither of them would make it through. But at the same point, we're looking at Kronos here in the top right, playing their very custom Holy Paladin. This is that healer's main. He loves the Holy Paladin. He is the Arbiter of the Light. They have 5 minutes and 45 seconds to be looking at to 2 chests this dungeon. They do have 56 seconds remaining on that Bloodlust available, and 2 more trash pulls and a boss that separate them from the finishing of the dungeon. I think this boss is around 4 minutes, even without Lust.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty tight, I think.
I think for Kronos, we're going to be on the wrong side of the +2, but for Green Player, it looks like we could be on the good side of the +2. However, both of these dungeons are in different levels, so that 16 just generally is a little bit faster. I think for Kronos, it's just not enough. The Brown Pike pull is so hard. It takes quite a long time, and like you're mentioning, that boss just also takes a long time with that intermission, with that extra shield, with a little bit of running that you have to do. So I just don't think it's going to be enough, but I also don't think that it is absolutely detrimental that these teams +2 and 18 priority. I do think it is absolutely important that they +2 a 16 priority. So Green Player definitely are going to need to provide that one for us.
It feels a little bit weird though. I feel like all the teams should be looking to 2 chest these 18 priorities as well.
Ideally,
obviously, ideal. That's ideal. But even with some of these like 0 death or 1 death runs, I feel like they're just not. The strategies and the routes that they're playing are a little bit too conservative for these lower level dungeons. And it's kind of like we were talking about earlier. It's like whenever you go up against the mandatories or the Wunderbars or the miscounts or the whoever's from the West, if you end up playing these slightly slower strats, you're not going to be allowed to AFK like this that you're seeing on Kronos' screen here for 15 seconds prior to pulling. You're going to lose all of your Kazan stacks and lose an insane amount of DPS, even though you don't want that patrol. Like, it's kind of interesting that they're skipping the patrol. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, but having to wait for it to get into the perfect spot and then losing a bunch of time like that felt pretty bad.
Yeah, I do agree. However, if you know that you are not actually +2ing it, I think it's fine to do. Their overall dungeon timer is, of course, super fine here. So I think it's, if you do a lot of these kind of, we're just waiting here for 10 seconds and we're waiting there for 5 seconds, then it starts to add up, and then that is what leads to you not being able to get the +2. But I think it's also just generally much more of a disregard from the Chinese teams for those lower level runs. We were talking with Ratnos a little bit about that earlier, saying that just generally across the Chinese region, we've been seeing way less focus on speed running some of the lower level keys, which is very, very interesting to me personally. And I'm curious on how that's going to be comparing on the global finals, of course, where 2 of these Chinese teams are going to be beating the rest. However, I think you were mentioning a team name that I would like a team to pick up in the future. So if there's anybody in chat that's been wanting to play the MDI, here's a team name that Tells just said that I think would be really good. It's the Whoever's. I think that would flow nicely in our general caster vocabulary.
It's up there with mandatory.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about the whoever's, but maybe could be good.
Yeah, it's a good name. It's definitely better than some other names we've heard before, not calling out anyone individually.
Both Kronos and Green Player are onto Merprey here. Green Player looking like you called out earlier, going to be on the correct side of the 2-chess timer here in the 16. Kronos, unfortunately, going to be on the wrong side of this 2-chess timer in this 18. For Green Player, though, I would love for them to actually be looking to 2-chess this dungeon all the way up on that 18. I feel like for a team of their caliber that we've seen at the absolute top of the live leaderboard, I feel like they should be able to 2-chess this dungeon, at least on this 18. I mean,
you'd hope, right? But at the same time, we saw a Stamp yesterday, and they also were just not focusing too much on clean and fast 18 runs. They were focusing more on getting the 19s done nicely. But I'm not sure. We're going to be seeing how Green Player does. I suspect that they go straight back into that 18, so that's going to give us a chance to have a look. But we should also have a look at FSYY in the bottom right, as they are dealing with the double war machine, all of the mines. A big important factor is whether or not we have the full count, as the previous dungeon run, that was not the case, unfortunately. So now I am permanently traumatized whenever I see this team in the Motherlode. But hopefully this should be enough, as the last couple of mines are dying off, and that first war machine is dropping lower and lower.
If you give me 1 second, I can pull up and see how much these war machines by themselves are count-wise. Let me see. It looks like they are going to be 9.63%.
Yeah. So one would even be enough, but we have two.
Two of them together. 9.63%.
Okay.
Yeah. 44
Well, then
count.
perfect.
Yes.
Everything is good. Yeah. Phenomenal. We don't have Lust, though. Does that scare us, tell us, on the overall dungeon timer?
No, our timer's totally fine. This Mogul Raz dunk even on a 20 with this gear is probably, 4:30? Man, 5 minutes maybe? Without Lust? Which is totally fine. We're going to be on the right side of the timer. Now, the issue could arise where people get micro-missiled. This is a very common occurrence where a few people get sniped, especially once you start losing offensive CDs in particular. It can become a problem, but I think FSYY, they're going to be the first team to put up the 20 in this Motherlode here today and have 0 resets so far, which for a team that's the 7th seed that we don't really have super high expectations for, that's a great result. I feel like they're in a good position so far.
Yeah, I think so as well. Kronos also going to be able to get this 18 timed here. We were talking a little bit about the importance of getting these +2s, but hold on, Tettles. Do we not have count? Are we needing to run down even still? So they're even slower than we thought.
Where would they have missed count?
Maybe it's the route where after boss you run down and you take out one of the casters.
That's not
there.
a route. That's not a route.
I've seen it. It is a route.
Well, I've seen it as well. That's not a route.
Yeah, I think it is. Maybe it's not a good route, but it's a route.
If you look at Motherlode, if somebody's 1 count off in Motherlode, you know what happens. All right, we missed a mine. If you're 2 count off in Priory of Sacred Flame, it's where did we lose this count from? If you remember Arakara from last season, those buzzing drones that you would kill, or at the very beginning, it's always really easy to be oh yeah, that's where we forgot this. Oh, maybe they forgot this patrolling footman. I think that makes sense. Look at the footman that they marked with the X. That guy patrols back and forth. I think there was a chance that they were probably supposed to grab that guy, and that's the count that they accidentally forgot. Not going to be the end of the world. They are going to be losing a little bit of time here in this 18, but I don't think that 18 is going to be the highest level of this dungeon that they're going to be looking to put up. So it shouldn't be any difference here. They weren't going to be 2-chesting it. No harm, no foul. We just got to make sure that we shore up that kind of, mental lapse moving into the higher level dungeons, particularly that 19 in this place.
So I think for Kronos, now that we've done an 18 Priory, we've done a 16 +2 theater, is the Motherlode next? Because I'm gonna lock in and say I want to see the +3 in the Motherlode 16. I just think it's so important. And for Green Player, I think the big question is, when are we going to be seeing them switch off the comp that we are seeing them on right now? Because we're, of course, expecting them to play the meta comp. Would you say after you have all of the 18s?
Yeah, I think that was the traditional thought process when we were watching the West as to how they navigated the spec ban rules. They did all the 16s on alts, all the 18s on alts, and then swapped to the 19s, 20s, 21s for mains, and they really carefully calculated what the key cap was on all the dungeons and kind of making sure that they didn't mess it up and accidentally get their main specs banned. But in general, that was kind of the general thought process, was 16s and 18s were alt keys, and then 19s, 20s, 21s, mains.
Yeah. So that is still something that is outstanding as teams are working away on that. Speaking of, close observation in the bottom left, they have been working on a 19. So this is the team that is staying on this composition for the rest of the day. No switches here. Yeah, I was going to say, their timer is actually looking really good.
So this comp is actually pretty good in this dungeon in general. The only thing that maybe you would replace is like this unholy DK, maybe for like a marksmanship hunter could be like a little bit more preferred. But at the same point, I actually think that this comp that they're playing in the Theater of Pain tends to be better than that meta composition that you see where it's like unholy DK balanced druid, unholy DK balanced druid arcane mage. Now the arcane mage is excellent in Theater of Pain, but I really don't think that, like, I think that the Moonkin and the unholy DK, you're kind of over indexing on AoE damage, which is why we've seen some teams drop that Unholy Death Knight in favor of playing things like the Marksmanship Hunter or the Enhancement Shaman, just because you don't really get that insane pop-off value from that Unholy DK. Ooh, green player having a full wipe.
Yeah, a short little redo, 4 minutes into the dungeon. We saw a similar reset in a Motherlode earlier. I'm not sure if that was also green player, but with how clean these teams have been looking, if you have a couple of these, it definitely adds up. Right? 4 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and you're already losing 10, 15 minutes. It was very fast.
First pull of Priory can go awry in a couple of different ways. First and foremost, if somebody just gets like accidentally sniped out by a pot shot with the combo
it wasn't
of
the first
main
pull,
AoE.
though. They were upstairs.
Oh, it wasn't even the first pull. They were
Yeah, they were through the first one. They were upstairs already.
May have accidentally body pulled a pack that they didn't need to, and then they're just like, whatever, we're gonna reset. It could have been a bunch of different stuff. We would need a replay to be able to tell exactly what happened.
Yeah, well, we'll just make it up. It's okay. But here's FSYY on that 20 full count. They are spawning the last little RP with 2 minutes 30 to give. 1 death on the timer, and Bloodlust available but not being pressed because of where it came back for them. How are you feeling about this team's potential to maybe get the 21 done?
I mean, conventional wisdom would say that if you have a little bit more than 2 minutes, you should be able to do at least 1 key level higher. Now, it's not always true, but they had 2 minutes, 30 seconds. I think that there's a chance that they can put up the 21, but I think that for them, they should be looking to go to other dungeons. Look at what green player's doing. Okay, so this is their actual first pull of the dungeon. They tagged a ton of the trash into the courtyard, and now they are fighting all of this trash, including Sully Main, on top of this Lynx pack here. This is very, very interesting.
Chat, clip that. That's what you're going to be linking your pug tank the next time you zone into the Priory.
This is what Wunderbar were doing in Group A whenever they were doing their Priory of the Sacred Flame, but not many other teams had elected to actually do this as their first pull of the dungeon because it is so challenging, which, again, now it makes sense as to why they wiped to this in the 18th. Just a really easy pull to wipe to if you're not super careful.
I still don't think it was this pull, but rather the pull after that they were wiping to, because they were standing further into the dungeon where that mini boss is. But still, like, as you're saying, this pull is so demanding. It's probably that a lot of the cooldowns, a lot of the defenses are being used here. So if something goes wrong immediately after, you're not going to be having any, like, safety nets that could help you if something goes wrong. But yeah, look at how fast they are here. They're wiped like 4 minutes into the dungeon. So it was this pull that they're now engaging that went awry.
And they're skipping chainmail too. That's this route ends. I'm a big fan of this. Chainmail just as a mob, terrible. It just leaps out of your melee DPS's damage, leaps out of your concentrated cleave. It's just always just the worst mob ever. And you got to dodge it on CD as well. Oh, never mind. Our shaman's grabbed him. I would have approved a skip. We've seen a lot of teams actually play it. We've seen a couple of teams being electing to skip chainmail. The thing is, like, this mob does give you 50 count, so you kind of always feel obligated to play her. But man, it does really suck. I actually like the pack that they're playing it with. Normally you play it with footmen that continue to put up the defend shield and give the mob a 50% DR. But only playing with double caster and only one singular footman makes it a lot easier to just press those stops on that mob.
I like this as well. I'm still curious as what exactly it was, but maybe they just body pulled the Pat that actually patrols there. So that could have been it. What kind of was the issue for them as they were working away on that 18 Priory. Of course, a quick reminder, we are over 1 hour into the day, so the first couple of breaks are probably coming up for our teams. There's 20 minutes of break timer that they need to take in total all throughout their tournament day after that first and before that last hour. So some of the teams, if you're just seeing the logo of the MDI, that is probably what they're up to. But that allows us to look at Kronos, because we're hoping that this is a team that is going to give us the 16 plus 3 in that Motherlode. So I'm quite excited, and I'm also excited. We're seeing a 20 TOP in the bottom left, Tevils.
Yeah,
we immediately zoned back out, but that was a 20.
Yeah, very, very important TOP going on there for Khadgar. Look at him. He's yelling. He's looking like me whenever I realize that they're zoning into the 20 Theater of Pain. This is
Honestly,
going to be great for close observation.
That's chatty. Not even having done any of the other dungeons on the 16 or 18, just saying, yeah, we're pretty sure we can do a 20 TOP and just knocking that out of the park. That's pretty cool.
Now, on one hand, doing the 20 Theater of Pain first, honestly, if you get that put up, it puts you in a great position to be able to qualify for the China finals, to be able to make it to that final day. On the other hand, we saw, what was the German team that we had in Group B that got stuck in Motherlode?
Was it Firmawand?
No.
It's not a German team, but...
No. It was the team with Matteo.
Oh yeah, that's the version team. I need to look up the name, but
They got stuck in Motherlode for like all of the final day. And you can get punished pretty hard if you do the high-level keys too early. Yeah, that's exactly...
That was their name.
That's right. Okay. So yeah, ended up getting like really stuck trying to do the highest level dungeon, which on one hand it's good because you're going to need the highest level dungeon to be able to qualify. But at the same point, if you end up spending too much time in there, then there's no way for you to recoup. Now, it kind of comes down to the thought process of how much time does close observation think that they need to be able to put up this dungeon? If they believe in themselves and believe that they can one-shot this dungeon, excellent. Like, there's no problems with this plan. If you end up spending another 2 hours in here, then we're going to be in a lot of trouble. They've already spent over an hour and a half of... You tend to allocate around an hour and a half per dungeon whenever you're looking at these 3 dungeon setups. But you do have a little bit of buffer time. Like, they can reasonably spend 2-ish hours in here, but if you start going a little bit over that 2 hour mark, you end up spending 2.5 hours in here. That's where you start to get into trouble, and that's where you're had some serious problems in Group B.
Yeah. Now, I will say you're also had a bunch of go-agains, so that is what added up to their timer. If close observation in the bottom left are able to just one-shot this 20, I think it would be phenomenal. But speaking of phenomenal things, I believe we have Dratnos joining us back here on the desk, and I'm going to be taking a short little break, and I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Goodbye. And hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, Tettles.
Would you describe this as a go again, Dratnos?
I think so, but I'm curious to see. I'm actually really excited to see this 20 theater down in the bottom left. That to me is the thing that I'm most excited to see a team just jump straight into, you know?
I love this comp that they're playing in here. I was talking with Makes about it earlier. I feel like this comp is generally a little bit better than that meta composition in this dungeon in particular. This melee composition, particularly the Protection Warrior, is just so powerful in this dungeon. They did end up having a healer death to the dot that is applied on this, and so they're actually going to have a really slow first boss split at 3 minutes and 29 seconds. We tend to see some of the faster first boss splits be around the 3:15 marker, so a 3:30 doesn't put them in like a great spot, but I think that there's a lot of time that they can make up, particularly in the Zav Wing compared to some of these Boomkin, Unholy DK, Arcane Mage compositions.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's definitely still time to be regained. When you think about that kind of death in the first boss, like, it probably didn't cost them that much more than the 15 seconds of death penalty, right? As well, right? So I think it's probably worth continuing. There's definitely an argument to be made that's like, hey, even if we only are losing 17 seconds worth of time, if it's in the first few minutes of the dungeon and it's as high as a 20 in a theater, right? Like, maybe we should just reset. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a very interesting conundrum to be placed in. I actually think all of our teams are looking really strong so far. The thing that interests me as well is Kronos, what their plan is around that spec variety rule, having swapped over now to basically the meta comp, but with the Holy Paladin, which is their main spec, right? They are planning to play Holy Paladin as their actual, they're just going to use it.
What they're going to get banned is this Unholy DK Balanced Druid Arcane Mage, which it doesn't put them in a great position for championship finals, assuming that they make it there, but it's kind of like you always kind of talk about, where
at least they're keeping their tank and healer, right?
Yeah. At least they're keeping their tank and healer, and it doesn't really matter what specs you're keeping if you accidentally get eliminated on day one. So, being able to make it to that final day is the most important variable here. But it's gonna be really tough for them to qualify to global finals whenever they are playing potentially off-meta specs or something that is their B-tier composition.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about it as well. I think the problem is that FSYY in the bottom right are just putting so much pressure on them, kind of forcing them to play these specs.
FSYY one-shotting 20 Motherlode is actually very, very dangerous for pretty much the entire field. Not even just Kronos, but also Green Player. Just being able to already have that 20 ML put up in an hour and a half of gameplay, that's like what you expect out of some of the top tier Western teams, and then you're just like, okay, hold on. That's how you get spoiled, right? Like that's whenever we saw CTV in 07 almost get upset during Group A play. That's how this happens. Is like a 7th seed with ends up putting up the 20 Motherlode in an hour and a half, and then they're playing their full meta composition. That's how Firmawand ended up making it to that Group A finals. Yeah,
exactly. It's a huge worry though, because you're so worried about making it to the third day, but now you have this huge problem of if Green Player can play the off-meta specs and still make it to that last day, then all of a sudden now there's going to be Green Player and Stamp sitting there with their main specs waiting for you, right? And you're trying to fight them with your off specs, and like maybe you can get to compete with them, but are you ever going to beat them without access to your main specs, to your main game plan? I don't know. You're caught between two really bad options if you are Kronos and Close Observation, once you see FSYY doing as well as they are. I think Close Observation have such a great plan for it, though. Like you said, they are basically playing, an equally good strategy, maybe even a better strategy in this theater. And then you just play the 16s with off-meta comps as well, with the same off-meta comp in those two dungeons. And that frees you up to do whatever you want in the higher keys in both Priory and Motherlode. So I really like how Close Observation are playing this. The problem is, now Kronos might beat them, right? So if you're Close Observation, maybe now you're looking at it, you're like, well, we could have beat FSYY's main specs, but can we beat Kronos switching to this early?
It's also very dangerous because it kind of comes down to as well, like how much have you practiced your day one versus finals dungeons? Like, are you going to be able to if you apply all of your practice time to your day one dungeons on your main specializations, that's why we've seen the upset potential be so high this season compared to the past, just because of how this format is structured.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's so much pressure to be placed on these teams this early, and with Motherlode in the pool, just like yesterday, for these teams, it means that you have so much work that you are going to be expected to do today, right? You need to get so many key levels done to be happy with your day, because that Motherlode can go up so high. That really means there's basically no time to be messing around, to be losing any attempts in any of these dungeons, missing any 2-chest breakpoints in the 16s, in the 18 Motherlode, maybe even in that Theater of Pain. It's, I feel for these teams. I feel like they have got almost an impossible situation of balancing all of these competing objectives, and the more time they focus on these lower level keys, on these off-meta specs, the less they're going to have for the third day and for the global finals as well. Let's not forget, global finals is in a week here. They also need to be getting ready for that if they're planning to make it there and win.
Yeah. I think for Green Player here, I would love to see them be looking to 2-chest this prior to the Sacred Flame. They were rather close on the 2 chest on the 16, so I don't know if they have the firepower to be able to 2 chest this on this 18, that 1 key level higher. But at the same point, I really like the route that they're playing. They're playing something very similar to what we saw from Wunderbar during Group A, where they're doing that Tainter Dual Maul, like, kind of separate, doing it after Captain Dalecry. There's also the potential of even going a little bit faster with Dual Maul, where you take him into the second boss. It also allows your Lust to line up a little bit better, being able to press it on CD. And so I think there's a lot of advantages to this route by Green player. I would find it fantastic if they were going to be able to find a way where they can actually be looking to 2 chest this dungeon on 18 and potentially do this dungeon on a 20.
Yeah, I think that would be a huge outcome for them as well. The problem is I don't know if I think they're caught in that rough spot where I believe that they are skilled enough to 2 chest an 18, but I don't know if they have practiced doing it on off-meta specs at all, right? Like, again, I just don't know if that was something that they decided was a worthy use of their practice time. I'm not sure I would recommend it. If they asked me, if they came a week ago and were like, hey, should we use our practice time on this? I probably would say no, right? I'd probably be like, well, that'll help you qualify, but maybe you can qualify without it. And if you do that, are you going to be, losing this practice time that you need to be prepping the 21 Priory that you can do on your main specs with the turbo boost, with the corruption for the global finals and for, day 2 to try and qualify maybe alongside Stamp into the global finals.
I mean, it's a two-prong issue, right? Where the first part of this MDI format is a pushing, where you need to really make sure that you're min-maxing the slightly lower level keys, the 16s and the 17s, to make sure that you have enough time to be able to then go and do those capstone, those chase keys in the fewest amount of attempts possible. You have to have good consistency on those capstones or those chase keys as well to be able to make sure that you qualify. And so you kind of have to be able to have both. And I think that if you're weak in one area, that kind of leaves you vulnerable to teams like Stamp that you shouted out, or Yegu Cheering Squad. You can be vulnerable to those kind of teams.
Yeah, there's it's going to be so brutal as well, because the teams are just so good in this region. Like we saw yesterday, the 8-seeded team out of these 8 teams that qualified through to this week was so strong. Like, you can't afford to disrespect any of the competitors that you are up against in this competition. So yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know what I would do if I was trying to compete in this competition. I would be trying to find more than 24 hours in the day so that I could get everything I wanted to done.
They found the 25th hour.
That would be really strong. That would be really good. That's what they need.
They have also pulled the Pop-Tart corn dog and discovered the 8th day of the week and decided to raid on it as well.
It's a secret hack. That's what they need, though. I mean, especially with the global finals being as soon as it is. I mean, on the one hand, it's an advantage for the Chinese region because they are getting to practice their cup weekend with the turbo boost and with the corruption, which will be in the global finals, whereas all the other regions were practicing a slightly different, set of circumstances than there are in the global finals. But on the other hand, they're busy playing here in the lead up to the global finals, whereas every other team coming from the West is having time to sit back, watch, and practice over these vital lead up days into the final day of the competition. So yeah, I'm actually really curious how this is all going to shake out when we do get to the global finals this weekend. If you tune into TTV Warcraft or YouTube/Warcraft and you're just watching, there is content here for like 5 or 6 of the next 7 days, 5 of the next 6 days. It's going to be crazy. There is M+ every day here, basically.
Yeah, we only get one day off this week.
That's right, Thursday.
Yep. I love Mythic Plus. How are you feeling about Green player in the top left? What are you thinking about their possibilities of looking to chest this dungeon?
I think the chances are there.
Okay.
I'm looking at it. I'm worried that at this plus 18 level, the last half of that boss and the last boss are going to take such a long time, and they still need quite a bit of trash from before that last boss. So my money would be that they're going to be like a minute short of it, but I will admit I'm not that confident. I'm curious to see how it turns out. We have Kronos though walking up towards the end of this run. They're in 3 chest range.
Oh yeah, my god.
So they're playing their meta specs. They're playing their Holy Paladin, which they love.
They probably need 2 war machines. Oh, they have 1 war machine. Okay, maybe this additional specialist is going to be enough. So the war machines are around 5%-ish enemy forces. I guess maybe 100 mines and a specialist could make up for the separate war machine. So I think that this is the remainder of the count that they're going to need for this dungeon. I think without Bloodlust, Mogul Raz Dunk on a 16 is probably 3.5 minutes. So we have 1 minute to get this war machine killed off with all of the remaining mines and specialists. It's going to be close. I think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think so as well. It's kind of a question of when they can go into boss as well, because you can fight boss with like 1 war machine, and it's not the end of the world. But you try doing it with 2 or more, and I'm starting to be pretty worried. Yeah, we'll see how they decide to set this up. They do still need that count. So is this going to be full count for them? Are they in combat with enough mines?
Count.
They do have a specialist here, right? So that should be it.
Yeah, ideally this... It looks like we have 2 specialists. Oh, we have 4 specialists even.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to be getting a count injection here in just a couple seconds. We got to be quick on our skip here. We can't accidentally pull an additional bonus mine.
Yeah.
Oh god, I said 3.5 minutes. We're gonna have to be like 3:15. we got a boogie.
I think they have the damage though at the plus 16 level with this comp. I'm curious what the Holy Paladin damage looks like. Actually, that's a big question mark for me.
It's probably better than Priest. Oracle Disc is like fairly low damage. Now they do have Power Infusion, which you have to factor in. But Oracle Disc Priest, even whenever you factor in that Power Infusion, is still relatively low DPS compared to pretty much all of the healers. Yeah, you get Blessing of the Seasons, where you can also Autumn people for potential CDR. That could be good.
True. Yeah, I wonder how good Autumn is for any of these specs. I know Autumn is quite good for Fire Mage. I don't know how it is for Arcane or these other ones.
Is it bad for... I feel like it can't be bad for Arcane, just like CDR on Surge. Oh, I get... Well, yeah, I mean, you get CDR on Surge and Touch of the Magi.
Yeah?
It can't be...
That's probably quite good, yeah. I know for fire it's really nice because you get more fire blasts in your combustion, which is fantastic.
Fire, of course, always makes sense. I don't think it's great for the Moonkin. I don't think the Moonkin really cares too much. Their outside of cooldown damage is always like pretty good. And then Unholy DK, you know, it could be good for AoE for Unholy DK, but I don't think that for single target, that's not necessarily the person that we want to be pressing Autumn on. Autumn, for those who don't know, that's like the CDR effect from Blessing of the Seasons, where you get a little bit of CDR, kind of similar to Ineffable Truth-esque.
Yeah, it's a very cool effect. Definitely something that we'll have to watch out for when we get back to them. But for now, we're going to pop over to FSYY, who are working on that plus 20 theater. They've got this nasty pull of that elemental with all of the little elementals. This is a strong Arcane Mage pull. The Arcane Mage doesn't look like they're doing a lot of damage here, but let me tell you, they are doing a lot of damage to the big mob in there, right? The big mob is just getting absolutely melted by the Arcane Mage, dumping huge funnel damage into it.
Do you know what the name of that big mob is by chance, Stratos?
The Soulstormer, you know, the green guy.
The Portal Guardian.
The Portal Guardian, right, yeah. As I was saying, the Portal Guardian.
You did get his cast correct. That's a good point. The Soulstorm.
Yeah, Soulstorm.
The green...
How about these are Bone Magi, Bone Magus?
Yeah,
right? With the Bone Spike. Powerful
what about
cast.
The other caster? Do you know that guy?
Which other caster?
The other caster.
There's
the one
multiple. There's the big dudes. The one that there's 2 of on the other side platform?
Not the ones that cast chains on people. Not the Shackled Souls, but the other ones.
Are they necromancers?
No.
What are they?
They are soul binders.
Ah, soul binders, right. Of course.
The audience doesn't know, but we rely pretty heavily on just being able to see the name of the mobs we're casting, and then it's just like, it's in Chinese text. Oh no, what is the name of this mob again?
Look, I feel like calling it the big green elemental is pretty descriptive. I think we're uniquely identifying the enemy that way, which is the most important thing. There's no ambiguity there, as we do have this dungeon nearing an end now. 22 seconds to do 9% of the boss, which they can do, but can they actually kill the goblin that jumps out afterwards is the big question for me. I feel like we're going to go over the Depleto with the goblin. No, I think they've got the damage, actually. Hang on. Oh, this is going to be so close. They have to kill the goblin.
I mean, I think you need like
5 seconds.
Oh,
can
God,
you kill the goblin
like
in
10
5
seconds to kill him?
Hurry, please, you have to kill the goblin.
Did we win?
Oh,
Wait,
done
what?
it. I believe they've done it.
It looks like they have it. Look, it looks like their timer's on the left side of the ticker.
So I think it's sort of similar to the end of dungeon thing, where in theory 1948 is the timer they need to beat, but you actually get that extra second. So as long as it's 1948 point something, you do get the 3 chest, and then it's once it becomes 49.0, I believe you lose it. We're gonna have to watch though and see once that actually gets added to their scorecard, whether it's the 2 or the 3 chest. That was Kronos, right? That did that run. So
yes, that was Kronos.
We'll watch once that actually gets added, that middle dungeon of their scorecard. It is a 3 chest. There you go. You can see those 3 stars added in there.
They're the first team that's done that this weekend. Or I guess it's Tuesday. This finals, the China finals.
Yeah, very, very impressive by Kronos. And it feels so good whenever you get one of those finishes that's like, I mean, they had 0.6 seconds until that would have turned in to just the 2 chest.
That puts them in a great position to be looking to qualify for the finals, right? For that championship final day. That's a pretty big deal. That's a huge time save. They're able to save somewhere in the order of around 30 minutes compared to the rest of the competition. Now, it might not matter, right? Because if you go ahead and then you only 1 chest to the 19 as opposed to 2 chesting the 18, then there's kind of the situation where it doesn't really matter. But if you look at Green Player only 1 chest to the 18, so they'll have to 1 chest the 18, then 1 chest the 19, then 1 chest the 20, if they want to make it to the same score that Kronos could do in just 1 dungeon less.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very interesting thing to keep our eye on as these teams make their way towards the end of the dungeons on our left side screens. We do have Green Player getting pulled in to Prioress Merprey now. See, there's a name remembered. Put that one on the scoreboard in the W column. They've got a little bit of trash in here as well.
Dude,
I think the timer is just going to be prohibitive here.
Yeah, I mean,
for the 2
final
chests,
boss
rather.
is probably going to be like 4:15 with no loss, maybe 4:30. The higher you get, the closer it gets to that 4:30, maybe like 5-ish minute mark. It's not like the longest boss ever, but it's still, you still have that intermission with the boss is shielded and you're not hitting the boss for an extended period of time, so you kind of have to factor that in. In the bottom left, though, we kind of have that physical comp that we're kind of talking about in close observation here with that Khadgar logo, playing this melee cleave. They got an 1856 split on Gore Chop, which whenever we were talking about Gore Chop splits, you normally want like sub 1930. So they're in a good position to be able to continue to time the key, assuming that they don't make any major mistakes.
Yeah, it is a big assumption, but I think it's one that you can make with how well they've been playing so far this weekend. The team has been looking phenomenal. All of our teams have been looking great. There just aren't these major mistakes that we normally associate with the lower seeded teams in these weekends. Really, really nice job so far. We'll just have to see if it continues, because of course there is a lot of hard keys ahead of these teams. The rest of the day is just going to get uglier and uglier as they run out of these easier homework keys, as they swap over to their meta specs, which is going to happen probably at some point in the next hour or so here.
I feel like the teams have been really, really consistent during this first nearly 2 hours of gameplay. Like, I don't feel like we've had too many major mistakes. If anybody's reset, it's only been like 2 or 3 minutes into a dungeon. I think Green Player reset like the first pull of Priory 18 earlier on, maybe the second pull of Priory 18 earlier on, but it's not even like the end of the world.
Yeah, I think it is it's looking good here for all 4 of our teams, which also means it's looking bad for all 4 of them, right? Because you only do well in this competition relative to the other teams, and so if there's not a team that's wiping, that's inting in some way, even if you're doing well, you've not actually gained ground on the field, right? I think the team with the biggest W so far on the day is maybe Kronos with that 3-chested 16 Motherlode. I think that's
so.
A huge win. But on the other hand, they are a team that is griefing their spec variety rule more than Green Player or Close Observation.
Well, Close Observation, this is their main as well, so it's like equally bad, right?
Yeah, Close Observation, though, they'll get to swap over to some other great specs, whereas I think Kronos are going to have to give up more on day 3 than Close Observation. But yeah, it does depend on what they have prepped. You're right, it's going to be tough for both teams.
I mean, Close Observation qualified for China MDI basically with this composition, so I think this is just their feral druid's name is literally Cat. That guy named himself Cat.
Close Observation are gonna lose Prot Warrior, Resto Shaman, and then they're gonna have to change one of these DPS specs. So they could have, if they have Vengeance Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, and say Frost DK ready, then they could swap fairly painlessly there. Whereas I think Chronos are going to have a much harder time swapping off of all three of their main DPS specs, which is currently what they're slated to do. Of course, the teams could do different things in the rest of the day, but I don't think that's likely given the fact, especially for Chronos, given that they've already done the lower key levels in all these dungeons. So I think both Chronos and Close Observation and FSYY really just playing to survive today, which sets up Green Player really well if Green Player can make it to tomorrow. But the problem is all three of these the other teams playing super well might make Green Player have a real tough time because they are playing full off specs for the first half of today. That might cost them as they do miss that 2-chest timer in the prior 18. I don't know if anybody is going to be able to 2-chest that dungeon at that level, to be honest with you, though. That is such a hard dungeon to do that in.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see some teams in Global Finals that if Priory shows up on an 18 in Global Finals somehow. I wouldn't be shocked if some teams are able to 2-chest that dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it is possible. I need to be shown the evidence that somebody can actually do, especially in a group weekend, especially if they're playing any concessions to the spec variety rule.
You have to have it practiced hard on that level,
right?
And then I think if you had your meta composition, there's a difference in texture there.
Exactly.
Particularly the Unholy DK. The Unholy DK makes Prior to Sacred Flame minutes faster. That dungeon becomes so much easier with an Unholy DK versus not. It's very, very challenging without that spec.
All right, Green Player getting over to the Theater of Pain now up in the top left. They've been biding their time, swapping between these dungeons. This is the common strategy you're going to see whenever a team is planning the swap halfway through the day. But something that they've already swapped now is the Augmentation Evoker enters the arena for Green Player. There it is. The first Aug Evoker of the MDI this season for Green Player. There you can see Breath of Eons is up as their player breathes over the battlefield and enhances the group's damage.
Was he playing for the vibes?
I suspect they're playing it because they think it's good.
Dude,
that's the main reason one does anything.
It's fine. I think, as well, they really don't want the Warlock to get banned.
Right, because so Cinderbrew is tomorrow.
Because Cinderbrew is tomorrow, yeah. So I think that making sure that you don't get that Warlock banned is preferred. They are playing Chrono Warden, which is kind of interesting. I've actually seen Aug Evokers looking to play both Scale Commander and Chrono Warden in Mythic Plus. I don't think that that's a super common pick either way. Normally with Chrono Warden, though, you want to be really heavily indexed into strong 2-minute CDs. That's why whenever people were talking about what the BIS composition with the Aug Evoker was going to be, whenever it got buffed a couple of times, people were speculating that you would maybe bust out the composition that we saw that was super meta last season, that balanced druid and then enhancement shaman again, which playing through that very strong and powerful 2-minute ascendance, and you're buffing 2 DPS that kind of always have some form of damage and don't have these peaks and valleys that you always just have some amount of damage available for them.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very interesting thing to see, that Aug Evoker. That's one of the last few specs that we haven't seen so far. Evokers actually have another one as well, Prez Evoker, that we haven't seen yet either. That is getting buffed. It's actually, that buff has just gone live over in the North American servers, and it'll be going up for EU and China very soon as well on their weekly resets. So I wonder if we might ever see any Prez Evoker in the Global Finals as well. That's another spec that I think is sort of criminally underrated at the high end of play, because it can do so much cool stuff. Just it's a little bit more fiddly to actually make it work, but dude, the raw HPS that Prez Evoker can put out after these buffs, I think is going to be quite something.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of talk about Resto Shaman damage. I mean, you bring that up occasionally. The Farseer Arsham is not something that's super commonly seen on live, but the fact that that's getting a buff as well could potentially bring that into the fray.
Green Player are already using it as well up here, I believe. That is the Farseer Resto Shaman. Yeah, look at you can see the little buddy spawning next to the shaman there. Just over the right of the shaman right now. Yeah,
Peepaw out.
Both of them are out. That's
Look at 'em.
those things replicating their spells, and you can see the shaman actually bursting for almost 1,000,000 DPS here for green player, as those shamans or those ancestors replicating those lava bursts, doing a large amount of single target damage.
You look at close observation in the bottom left here. With that full physical comp, they are finally going to be able to get 100% enemy forces, and they have 4.5 minutes to be able to do 80% of Mordretha's HP. Dratnos, I'm feeling like we're going to be a minute under the timer here. This is looking excellent for close observation.
Yeah, this is another one of those bosses where you are having a great time playing that Prot Warrior. Those scythes do so much damage to the other tanks. Prot Warrior, pretty easy time. You don't even necessarily always have to press a defensive, but as long as you do, you can never die. In the way that we see other tanks like Vengeance Demon Hunters, actually, you have to be really careful with how you space out your cooldowns, even setting up a full power calcified spikes into each of those sides if you can. But yeah, this is a nice one for the Prot Warrior in this comp, and the rest of the team as well, getting that full melee comp. This is a boss where if you're playing ranged, it's pretty easy to get a little bit of uptime lost, right? As you're getting gripped, as you're having to dodge those frontals, as you're having to worry about all the other mechanics on this fight. But melee uptime is pretty solid on this fight. And also melee have a great time just cleaving down those adds in a way that not all the range specs we see would be doing as well against them. Look at that rep pally damage.
Dude, Rep Pally is good. And something that you were talking about earlier is the Wake of Ashes stun in this dungeon. I've played with Rep Pally in this dungeon a couple of times, and it is just... If every dungeon had mobs that were stunnable by Wake of Ashes stun would get nerf. That's just the truth of it. It is ridiculous in this key.
Yeah, there's not a lot of that left in World of Warcraft, right? Not a lot of these like, oh, I super, own undead or dragonkin or any of those things, right? Humanoids, right? But Wake of Ashes is that. It's undead and aberrations just get absolutely demolished by that stun.
Is Nemesis still a talent for Havoc?
I don't think so, no.
Dude, that was one of the last talents that I was like... It was similar to the Rep Pally thing, where you're just like able to abuse mob type pretty hard.
Yeah.
Now the only thing that you need to know is that you can't press fear on mobs in this dungeon occasionally with your priest, so they're kind of useless.
Yeah, but you've got turn evil from your paladin if you need to.
If you talent it, yeah, I guess.
Which you don't, but you could. If you were feeling really feisty.
Dude, I feel like Augevoker on this boss has to suck, right? Like, it's kind of similar to what we saw whenever Augevoker would get sent down. Or actually, the opposite was true. Whenever they would stay up on the last boss of the Necrotic Wake, and then you have two of your DPS. Look, okay, this is exactly what I was talking about for Green Player. So this season, unlike last season, Augevoker now no longer has Ebon Might on the tank and the healer, which is not very commonly discussed because Augevoker hasn't been that good this season. But now they are even worse whenever you have the Zav situation showing up. But we do see the observers here giving us a nice POV of close observation as they have 1 minute and 38 seconds to do 11% of the boss's HP on Mordretha. This is going to be easily in time for them. They are going to be somewhere in the order of a well under... It's going to be like a minute under even? We barely even make it back to Lust. This is sick.
Yeah, this is incredible damage that they are putting out here. Absolutely love to see this out of close observation. It has cost them 2 hours of their day to put a +20 theater on the board. Now, the problem is it's a 5-hour day, so you can't spend 2 hours in all 3 dungeons, because famously 2 times 3 is 6, and that is more than 5. But it's still a good thing as long as you can get all the other dungeons done in the remaining 3 hours, right? So if you do 1 hour and a half in each of the other dungeons, if you've already maybe taken some of your break time, which I don't know if they have, then this could work out really nicely for them.
Well, also as well, it kind of depends on like what you feel like your theoretical dungeon cap is and how you can actually perform in some of these other dungeons. So say you're part of the Sacred Flame, we're like, you know what? We're good enough with the 19. We're good enough with the 18, potentially, even if this dungeon our comp sucks here. I don't think that they would be happy about an 18, but we'll just use it for point of reference. Then you actually you're able to buy back some of your potential time there.
Yeah, exactly. It's I think the problem with that is if you had to pick one dungeon to spend extra time in today, I'm pretty sure you'd want it to be the Motherlode, because that goes up to a higher keystone level, right? So like if you spend 2 hours in one of these dungeons, and you get a 20 theater, and another team is spending 2 hours in one of these dungeons, and they get a 21 Motherlode, not only have they got a point on you, they've also got the tiebreaker on you, even if you then make up a point in one of the other dungeons, right? And you end up with, say, a 20 Priory when they have the 19. So it's sort of 2 points better if you can do it in that dungeon that goes up an extra key level.
Yeah. As we see green player here with that Aug Evoker, unfortunately not getting sent down to this duel multiple times. Very sad days for them. They are going to be able to down Zav here at 8 minutes and 7 seconds. What do you think we're looking for? Are we looking for a 3 chest here, or do you think a 2 chest is fine?
I think a 2 chest should be fine for green player. 3 chesting a theater is just not one of those things that I have ever done. I don't know. That dungeon timer does not facilitate a 3 chest very often, in my experience at least.
I don't know if their comp is like super spectacular for this key as well. Whatever you think about specs that are really good in this dungeon, you're actually thinking about the Ret Paladin, you're thinking about the Arcane Mage, Marksmanship Hunter. Those are kind of the specs that are really good in this place. We were kind of playing this composition to try to get stuff banned out that we don't potentially want to use on our championship final day. Not stuff that's optimal to 3 chest a Theater of Pain on this level. Although I do think the Resto Shaman is really good in here.
Yeah, and hey, the Aug Evoker, if they're... Some of our teams actually said in their interviews, right, in what we heard from them, they were talking up Aug Evoker. Multiple of our teams have Aug Evoker mains in them, so I don't know.
Yeah. Heard from some teams that qualified to global finals as well after the Aug Evoker buffs that they were going to need to practice around with it to see what they ended up thinking about it, and to just try to do some A/B testing and look at some of their timers to figure out whether or not it is one of these top tier specializations, because it's really difficult to tell how good the Aug Evoker is without a bunch of testing. I don't really know where they landed on, and we're gonna not really know until we see them in the global finals on Friday.
Yeah, we can maybe start getting an idea from how it looks for green player, though. Although, of course, there are all those other variables.
It's in the 16 right now.
Yeah, it's in the 16, but it is buffing a Fire Mage and a Frost DK. I guess the problem is we probably want it to be buffing a Moonkin and Arcane Mage or something, right? Or an Unholy DK and an Enhancement Shaman, right?
I think the Arcane Mage the Arcane Mage damage profile is a little bit too polarized, where it's too good at doing funnel damage, which is a weird thing because we just praise them for their funnel damage all the time. But whenever you're getting buffed by the Aug Evoker, then it's just do you have too little of AoE for this dungeon? And the answer could be yes. You need maybe a little bit more well-balanced damage profile.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely something that sometimes you have too much of a good thing, right? And the fact that you have that much funnel, right? As you get even more funnel, all of a sudden that puts more pressure on the rest of your kit, right? To be able to actually do that AoE damage instead, because that is what you're missing.
Yeah, and I mean, the same is true for single target damage, right? You can't play with specs that are just really bad single target damage whenever you're playing with an augmentation evoker, because then every single time you stroll up to a boss, you're just so much slower on the boss, even though your AoE damage is great, but you're doubling down on that specialization strength, and so you need something that's a little bit more balanced. And I think that from talking to some of the teams, they were kind of speculating that you'd want to play, enhanced balance again or something like that. But it's a wait and see, I think, for the global finals as to whether or not that Aug Evoker really shows up in spades, or maybe green players going to be playing it a lot more today than we kind of anticipated initially.
Yeah, I'm curious. Maybe they'll play it when they swap to mains as well, because I don't know. I mean, it's definitely an option. It's just one of those things where you wouldn't imagine they would swap to it if they didn't actually think it was super sick, right? Why wouldn't you just keep playing your other good off-meta specs that you've already been using, right?
For the vibes, maybe.
Yeah, I guess maybe, but can you really play for the vibes when there is this good competition that you're up against?
I would say no. I'd be really worried about getting eliminated if I was a
That's the thing, right? If you're a green player, you need to finish top 2, and all 3 of the other 4 teams, right? They are all so good. I don't think you can afford to be yeah, here's one for the fans. Let's play a crowd favorite here and show the Aug Evoker off. I just don't think that makes sense.
Well, dude, teams did that all day yesterday whenever they kept pulling bubbles for the fans.
Yeah, that's true. The Bubbles fan club. Kind of sad we're not going to see Floodgate again, right? No more Floodgate until global finals for the... dude, imagine if we get the CN teams pulling Bubbles in the global finals. That'd be so sick.
please, no.
I hope so. I'm a Bubbles fan as well.
Oh my gosh, like you and Bubbles and Fish Face are all hanging out together.
Oh, Fish Face. I remember Fish Face. There have been so many great mobs like that that are just like off to the side and pullable in these dungeons.
Rack and Hide Hollow.
Yeah.
Taking a
times.
survey at some of these Theater of Pains, look at this. In the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, we have FSYY putting up a kind of similar time to where Green Player are, except Green Player are in the 16 and FSYY are in that 18.
Yeah, I mean, that's a promising start for Green Player, or for FSYY in the 18, right? But, I mean, they are playing that full meta comp, so you would expect them to have a little bit of an edge, but also, Green Player were a lot faster in the time trials, right? Green Player did something like 3 total key levels better than them across those 2 dungeons.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a little surprising to me.
So Green Player, for viewers, is the team that has the best live key experience on this season, but they ended up coming in 2nd place in time trials to Stamp, which last season came in 5th place in the TGP. So they had a little bit more tournament experience. I think Green Player has a lot to prove. And Loda is a player, the healer for Green Player, that I actually end up watching a ton of. He ends up streaming on Twitch, and I end up watching a lot of his runs, especially like pretty early on in the mornings, whenever the Chinese region are more active, whenever they were pushing a bunch of their keys. And like this team in general was very, very good, and I think they were like 3rd or 4th for an extended period of time on the live key scene.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this region is just full of high key, rank 4 Raider IO team, rank 7, rank 1, rank 10. Like, those are basically what is filling out our days today, and that's part of the reason why it's so hard here. Compared to the Western region, some of our Western region day ones had some, I would say, softer competition in the lower seeded teams. Not all of them. There were some incredibly good lower seeded teams, but there were some days where you could maybe sneak by. If you were a pretty good team, you could be like, okay, we're going to be one of the top 2 out of this group without having to worry too much about it. I just don't think that's true for any of the teams in this region. I think that both of our day ones have just been so brutal, with all of the teams being so good. Mm-hmm. I'm incredibly impressed with what we've seen so far, and it's kind of tough because it maybe hurts the ability of the best teams to actually focus fully on the global finals because they have such a hard time even getting there. They have to try so hard to beat the competition on day 1, day 2 of their own region.
It's the difference between 24 seeded teams versus 8, right?
Yeah, that could be part of it for sure.
Where, especially in the day 1 and day 2, there's going to be like less top to bottom delta between like seeding between the teams. Could definitely be part of it as well, but you just have to be super careful. And I mean, it's not going to matter what specs you have saved. I mean, I've said it a couple times. It's not going to matter what specs you have saved if you don't make it Sunday or you make it to the final day, right? It doesn't really matter. You have to make sure that you save your best composition and be able to qualify to that final day.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for some of our teams, as we've already covered, I think, in fairly extensive detail, right? Where it's just you have such a big incentive to play the meta specs today, but then it's going to cause you so many problems tomorrow if you do that. So it's going to be something to look out for as we make it through the rest of the day here. All of our teams, except for Green Player, are going to be losing substantial specs that they like on the day 3, whichever of those teams make it there. And then Green Player, they're going to have the best position to compete with Stamp and with Yegu cheering squad if they do make it to tomorrow. But they're going to have a hard time even necessarily qualifying. We saw Stamp almost get eliminated. They've only made it through on time tiebreakers yesterday as the 2nd seed out of that group. So this could be really close as we move into the end of the day, second half.
Surely Kronos isn't looking at 2 chests this 19 ML, right?
I think they're going to be a little slow for that. They're looking really fast in this dungeon. I mean, maybe they could. Okay. You have to deal with... I mean, they need a lot of count, right? They're going to have to kill this war machine. They're going to get a bunch of count from these specialists in these mines. I don't know. How long does this boss take on a plus 19?
I think this last pull is just like 15 or 20 mines. I don't think that they have any more trash to actually deal with after this war machine.
Okay, so they're just going to run right up to the top of the hill and do that skip, get into the boss?
This boss with the loss is probably, what, 430, 445 or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
This could be possible.
It's gonna
They
be
had
very
a lot
close.
more damage than I thought last time.
Yeah. All right, so Dratus, we have a question from chat from Boston Zig. He says, "What do the casters think about how high these keys can go in the finals with the turbo boost, corruption, enchants, etc.? Is there a point where none of that matters and survivability is key, or do you think that the big damage increase is going to allow them to push very high?"
It is a good question, right? Because the corruption gives you more offensive power than defensive power. Although you do still gain defensive value from, the Void Ritual. If you're taking Void Ritual, you are getting a little bit of versatility on everybody, but it's not full uptime. And you are getting secondary stats on your tank, but those are also not full uptime. So I think you're definitely getting a lot more offense than defense with this. And this season, I feel like the defense would probably be something that you would want to actually go higher than we're already seeing for these keys. I feel like with the Turbo Boost, though, Turbo Boost eye level, I think it's like half a key level per dungeon, maybe. Something like that gets more possible. And then you factor in the fact that the keys probably weren't at their full possible ceiling yet either, just because we didn't have the full time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 22 Cleft, 22 Motherlode, 21 in some of the other dungeons, that kind of thing.
I think there's a chance that we see like 23 Motherlode even.
Yeah, Cleft as well, maybe. Like those dungeons do go very high, and the damage is definitely nice. Damage, I mean, the main thing is that there is sort of a defensive limit that you're going to reach, right? Where it's just like, it's so hard to live some of those encounters, right? Like, you think about doing the Candle King on plus 21. That sounds pretty sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, then it comes down to like, can you do the Candle King on a 23? Because it's so interesting because there was a team that two-chested a 20 Dark Flame Cleft already on live. So 22 has also been done on live. And then teams tend to have +1 key levels on the TR compared to what they have on live. Just because of the practice time that's put into place in a lot of these dungeons. It's going to be very, very interesting finals in a couple of days.
It's going to depend on what key level we start them on as well, which I don't know what it would be. I don't know if we're going to start on a higher key level than we did these group weekends, because that's happened in some previous seasons. If we do, then that might make it a little bit, you'll have more time to actually attempt them. If not, then maybe if a dungeon is possible, it still won't actually happen, because they just won't have the time to put the attempts in,
Yeah. But, I mean, it really does come down to practice and survivability. Survivability is like a key piece of this. We see it time and time again in like MDIs or TGPs, where the key cap of survivability does come into play, and we have less of that this season just because of Blizzard adjusting kind of the damage profile on a lot of bosses and a lot of trash. But at the same point, Zav's just going to one-shot you, right? And Oracle Disc also kind of helps allow you to do keys that are a little bit higher than you otherwise would have been able to do in past. But there's still a point where Zav's just going to stomp on you.
Yeah, exactly. It's
an infinitely scaling system, right?
Parry this, casual, bang! Right? What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I mean, the Oracle Disc, you can make the comp as well fairly defensive. You are playing a Druid for Mark of the Wild, usually. You are playing a Priest for Fortitude buff. You have those shields, you have mass barriers, you have, various other AoE damage reduction effects. I definitely wouldn't call it impossible, but I also wouldn't bet on it being done on, if you only have an hour of attempts at the end of a day, for instance, is it more likely than not that you'll succeed? Maybe not. I'm not sure.
I mean, I feel like that's one of the reasons that whenever we watch the TGP format's the best conduit to what we're seeing in MDI this season because of the format changes and stuff. Whenever we look at TGPs in the past, I don't think there's been a TGP that's gone to time tiebreaker yet. The team that's winning normally has a +1 in one or maybe potentially even multiple dungeons. And that allows them to kind of accelerate past the competition a little bit and be able to end up winning the entire TGP. And so that being able to have those +1s on those dungeons that it's just like on the fringe of possible, that's kind of the cool part. That's the cool part of the MDI, and that's the really cool part of the format.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the big thing to look out for when we do get to the Global Finals this very weekend. So mark your calendars. It starts on Friday, same time that this broadcast started, so 2 hours ago. And that's when you're going to want to be here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No spec variety rule. Just the 8 best teams in the world playing on the very highest level of keys with their absolute best comps, with all of the turbo boost, all the corruption, and they will be joined, the 6 best teams from the West that we've seen from those previous group weekends, by 2 teams from the Chinese region. Look at that bop coming out there to just let the Moonkin stand in this Gatling gun. We are going to be on the wrong side of that 2 chest timer for Kronos.
Yeah.
It's going to be by about 30 seconds, which is close, but unfortunately the wrong side of it. But they have a lot of time left in the day. I mean, they could still get to the 21 the old-fashioned way by doing the 20 and then doing the 21.
Yeah, they are going to unfortunately be on the wrong side of it, and I regret to inform the audience that you were going to be on the wrong side of my casting block, as you were going to unfortunately be joined Dratnos by Makes. Welcome, Makes.
Some would say the right side of the casting block. We'll see.
Whatever that means, Vitals, and yeah, we're back. I'm quite excited. There's so much that happened that I was kind of looking forward to. First of all, we got that 16 plus 3 done, and second of all, Augmentation Evoker is on my screen. Everyone doubted me. Everyone was saying I am wrong, and it's copium, and it's never going to happen. Chad, I just say this, look at the screen, and repeat what you said before. I dare ya. But yeah, really, really cool to see that. Really cool to see the 20 TOP put on the board there by close observation as well. How are you feeling about like the rest of the time that they have in the day to deal with arguably the Motherlode that is going to take a long time, and them starting off in the 16 Priory right now?
Yeah, the 16 Priory, I mean, it makes sense, right? You have to do both of those other 2 dungeons. You have 3 hours to do it, so I don't know, whichever one you're in, you're going to feel bad about not being in the other one. That's sort of the price you pay when you start with all 2 hours pushing up Theater of Pain 4 times, right? Running that dungeon 4 times when you maybe don't get 4 runs per dungeon. You only get 3 per dungeon potentially. So they're going to be under a lot of time pressure. If they wipe or deplete a key, it's going to cost them a lot of points now because they spent so much time in that theater. But we are going to watch Green Player also in that theater. They're going to put up the 2 chest in this plus 16 with their off specs. They've now done 5 dungeon runs with these various off specs. I wonder if they'll do a 6th or if they will start swapping over to those main specs in the tank and healer role. They already do have a DH and a mage as well. I wonder if they'll swap specs on those characters over to mains. We'll see in a bit. They may also decide to take their break. We do still have the exact same break rule in play as we do in the Western region. Teams are required to take 20 total minutes of break time at some point in the middle of the day. You can't take it in the first hour. You can't take it in the last hour. And you can split them up if you want. So that might be what we're seeing teams doing as well. Anytime you see that MDI logo, that might be where they're off to. But Kronos, we're just switching dungeons, switching characters. Actually, not switching characters. Moving straight into the Theater 18 on that main spec plan for them, which does include that Holy Paladin. I've been pretty excited to see that out of them. That was promised. It was another one of those specs, though, that we hadn't really seen yet. So Holy Paladin, Augmentation Evoker, we're crossing off the now very short list of specs that we haven't seen in these MDI keys.
What is missing? Holy Priest, Preservation Evoker, Brew?
Yeah, Holy Priest,
No, we did have a
Evoker.
Brewmaster, right? It did happen. Group 1, I want to say.
I'm not sure we've seen a Brewmaster. I know we saw a Windwalker in a Rookery that didn't actually complete the run. I think we maybe saw another
it might
one
have
later.
been an incompleted run. Yeah, okay. Well,
not sure we've seen
so
the Brew,
maybe
yeah.
Brewmaster still also on the what we need to find. Is there anything else? The Survival Hunter?
Serve Hunter, yeah, because I think we did see BM and MM.
Yeah.
We've seen both flavors of DPS Druid and Healer and Tank Druid, so the Druids are taken care of. Shamans are definitely taken care of. The DHs are taken care of. DKs, we've seen all of them. We saw Blood DK yesterday, so that was maybe the first Blood DK on that one. We've definitely seen all the mages. Of course, you always see all the mages. There are some Warlock flavors that we've maybe not
Druids.
seen.
Yeah,
we've seen Demo and Destro. I don't think we've seen Affliction, so that could be one to add. Here are those lists. So Serve Hunter, Windwalker, which we did see for a little bit of a run. Sub Rogue, which got buffed. That's on the table. Shadow Priest, which got buffed. Could be there. The Pres Evoker. That's pretty
definitely
exciting.
a couple that we're crossing off after today, which is quite exciting. Well, after today and yesterday, as Blood Decay was also making a showing. So pretty awesome to see all of that. How are you feeling about where Green Player, as our second seed of the overall CN region, are standing right now in terms of score if you're comparing them with something like Kronos?
I feel like, I mean, you can just look at the scorecard and you can see they're doing worse than Kronos, right? Kronos got that 3 chest in the Motherlode, whereas Green Player didn't, and otherwise the teams have accomplished the same things in the same amount of time. So Green Player are just a point behind Kronos, but they are preserving their main specs for the spec variety rule, whereas Kronos are not. So that is the big differentiating factor in Green Player's favor. That means Green Player will have a huge advantage if they make it to tomorrow, but I think right now they're fighting. They're most likely going to end up in second behind Kronos if the day continues like this, which means that then all of a sudden the other teams fighting them for second will eliminate them if they do well. As we do tune in now to FSYY working on this 18 theater. They're not going to be able to 2-chest. They're actually fairly close to that 2-chest timer, but they are already slightly going to miss that as they do get these last points of damage in on Mordretha. They have all the count they need. This is going to be pretty good for them. They'll now be sitting on a 20 Motherlode, an 18 theater, and maybe they'll head over to that Priory. Maybe they'll look to get the 19 theater on the board before they do that.
Yeah, I do think there's something to be said about our leaderboard right now, maybe not showing the full picture, as some of the teams like FSYY or Close Observation already have 20s on their board, but haven't entered some of the other dungeons, which is of course a lot of points. Each dungeon run basically gives you points, so as soon as they have a 16, they're getting 16 points added to their score, and while a 20 TOP or a 20 Motherlode is for sure harder than those 16s, they are still going to need to run all of them to accumulate those points. So there's maybe something to be said for it to be skewed right now, as the top 2 teams on our screen have run all dungeons at least, which puts them in a significant lead over the bottom 2 teams. That lead is actually not as big, I would say, at least.
Yeah, exactly. The lead is small. You can sort of think about it in terms of number of dungeons run, and then you can give plus or minus points if you get an unexpected 3-chest or an unexpected, fail to 3-chest, right? So from that metric, we have Green Player who've done 5 dungeon runs, and they've met the expectations of which ones they're 2-chesting, right? They've 2-chested all the 16s. We have Kronos, who've also run 5 dungeons, but they've exceeded expectations in that they 3-chested the 16 Motherlode, whereas nobody else has done that. Then we have down in the bottom left, Close Observation, who have only run 4 dungeons, but one of them was the plus 20. So that's going to take longer, but it is, slower, right? They've done a little bit less with their day, as we are watching them now working on, I believe Brom Pike is the name of this boss. Looking pretty good. And then FSYY, I believe in a similar position as well, having done maybe actually the 5 runs, and being basically on the same pace as our top 2 teams. I need to see their scorecard again to confirm.
I'm pretty sure they had
sure.
a 16, 18, 20 Motherlode, and then I want to say the other dungeon we've seen FSYY in as the theater, but I also would need to see
with
the
16,
4
18,
again.
right? So
yeah,
that's 5 total runs, right? So 5 runs for all of our teams except for Close Observation, who have the 20 theater, which is an especially long and difficult dungeon. Yeah, I mean, they're basically all the same spot. There's good news and bad news for all of our teams, right? The good news for Green Player, they're preserving their specs for that spec variety rule. The good news for Kronos, that 3-chested 16 Motherlode. The good news for Close Observation is the 20 theater. And the good news for FSYY is they're the lowest seeded team, and they're still on the same points as everybody else, or the same number of dungeons run. Every single team is doing really well so far.
Do you think Khadgar in the logo of Close Observation is doing some close observating right now as they're working on that 16?
I think so. I think that's exactly what he's doing there. I struggle to look too much at Khadgar. It's hard to focus on any of these other things going on. As we swap over to Kronos, they're fighting Zav. This run is looking pretty good for them so far, although it is still very early days, but it's always good to be in combat with Zav before that 6-minute mark. That's a really fast pace that they are doing in this theater. Of course, the strategy involves basically skipping everything you can to get to Zav as quickly as possible. We do have the DK and the Moonkin sent down, which is pretty good. Our Arcade Mage had Surge off cooldown, but it's always awkward to get sent down when Surge is coming off cooldown because you don't want to Surge your opponent. But if you don't Surge your opponent, you're not going to kill them very quickly. And then if they kill you instead, you have a damage down during your Surge, which sucks. So it's actually, when I've been playing Arcane Mage, I'm usually just hoping I don't get sent down. That's probably really good for Kronos that happened.
I agree. It's always a little bit interesting to see how different the teams are working through SAF. Something we saw in the other cups of the Western teams is that every now and then a team has just decided to keep the banners up, just cleave them down passively, and just deal with actually moving through the patterns. Whereas, at least from what I've seen throughout today, the CN teams are opting to actually delete all of the banners first to make their life a little bit easier as they are working through ZAF. So that's pretty interesting. Looking back at our total scorecard, yeah, we were right. So FSYY on that 18 as well. They're working now on the 19. How are we feeling about the +2 on close observation? They have arrived in the hall. I always struggle a little bit to gauge how long the hall is going to take because it always takes longer than I expect it to. Now, I'm confident to say that the +3 is off the table, but I think the +2 should be good.
Yeah, I think that it is. I think they'll have enough time here to get through the rest of the dungeon in that 2-chest timer. They have a lot left on the clock. They don't need that much count, so I don't think they're even going to need every mob in this area, but even if they do, they probably have time for it. So they are fighting these 2 light spawn. Done a good job here of killing almost everything else off before these light spawn as well, so they don't have to worry too much about that burst of light healing, although I think they might, unfortunately, get a little... Nope, they've done a good job.
Yeah,
no healing from those bursts of light.
Just clipped out of it.
Yeah, beautiful work. The next pull is getting started here. We've got some paladins and another light spawn for close observation. But yeah, their timer's looking great. I think this is for sure a 2-chest in the 16 Priory. Honestly, at this point, I'd be surprised if any of our teams miss any 2-chests. They're doing such a great job here.
I would also be surprised. Now, that doesn't mean it can't happen. So I'm still going to wait until all of the 16s are done, which we are getting closer and closer to, with close observation being the last one that still needs to do that. I am seeing a question in chat that I want to put forward to you, Dratnos, because we were talking about SAF and that little minigame where 2 players get sent down and you have to basically, quote unquote, kill the other player, DPS them down to then get sent back up. Now, somebody asked, why are they even fighting? Why not always let one kill the other? As in, one player just does nothing, the other player sends their damage. Do you want to explain why that's maybe not great?
So typically you do have a plan for who's going to win, and you have that person able to win, but you don't want the other person to... So you don't want to do what I do in my weekly keys where you like try and grief the other person and polymorph them or whatever and use your defensive to stay alive.
Yes, that's highly illegal.
That's very bad. Yeah, only I can do that and only in my weekly keys.
No,
you guys should definitely not do that.
You are also not allowed to do that.
No, I have a permit. I have a permit, but everybody else is not allowed to do that, and definitely in the MDI setting, you would not ever want to do that. But what you don't want to do either is just stop casting your builders, right? Like, you go down there with 0 combo points and you're a rogue. Why not build up to full combo points before you come back up, even if you're not going to win, right? So that's usually what we see happen when a team goes down. The other thing that might happen is you might have 2 people, neither of whom have their cooldowns, and you're kind of not sure, especially if it's off specs. You just want the thing to be over as fast as possible, so you just have both people hit each other without using their cooldowns, and whoever wins first wins, and you're just happy to be out of there.
That's right. So if you are in your pug key and you're like, I'm not sure who wins here, definitely don't use defensives and don't use stuff like interrupting the other player or polymorphing them. All of that is highly illegal. Stuns also highly illegal.
Yeah,
but
if you're a tank as well.
You can press your buttons,
If you're a tank, you don't get sent down, but if you're playing something like a prop paladin, you can throw a blessing of protection or a blessing of sacrifice on somebody as they're getting sent down and really try and put your finger on the scale for how it turns out.
Do not do that.
You have my permission. You're playing prop paladin in there, you gotta have some fun.
That is messed up, Dratnos. Thank God you play on NA. We would never be able to run keys. That's my only saving grace. But we're going to be checking in with a green player. This is the last 18 that they need, and we are kind of switching a little bit. So we have switched over to the Vengeance Demon Hunter, but we're still running that Resto Shaman, and we're still running that Frosty K, while Arcane and Moonkin are now in. So it's a little bit of a half and half situation that they got going on this 18 TOP.
Yeah, this is cool. Usually we see teams just do sort of a full swap, but green player are instead doing this sort of staggered swap. This is a lot more thinking, and I can't actually do the thinking, to see what the numbers are on all the specs they played and stuff. But I imagine they've worked it out and they have a really good idea of like, okay, this means that these specs are going to get banned, and but we still get to use the Resto Shaman for an extra key level in Theater where we like it, right? The Resto Shaman is just great in Theater, and they get to swap over to this Vengeance Demon Hunter now, but they're still going to presumably get to save the Vengeance Demon Hunter for their third day as well. Does mean the Aug Evoker is now off of our screen, unfortunately. So we only got that one key level with the Aug Evoker, but still, that Aug Evoker is on the board now. That's good. I know there were a lot of people that were pretty tired of Aug Evoker after the last few seasons, but I think it's nice to give it at least a dungeon run.
That's right. It might make a return. Eventually, we're going to be seeing what exactly Green Player is up to, but I also appreciate if we just got one run there. We saw it earlier from Kronos and their DK running that Havoc Demon Hunter there for one run as well. It's just like the honorable, oh, this is actually my main and I want to play it somewhere, and so I do. Which
exactly.
I think is pretty cool. So maybe more of the Western teams should also be doing that. But let's check in here as close observation is 4 minutes and 24 seconds away from this +2 timer, 20 seconds on that Lust as well, and only 20% on the boss. So really, really nice fast run here. It's not going to be a +3, but the +2 is, I would say, safe and secured.
Yeah, exactly. The 3 chest in Priory is very difficult to do. I mean, in any of our dungeons, 3 chesting a 16 is really hard. The Motherlode is by far the easiest one to do it in, and we saw Kronos with their main specs able to do it by 0.6 seconds, so that should give you an idea. I think hoping for a 3 chest in any of these other dungeons is pretty unrealistic for these teams. It's that is a very, very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely is. That doesn't mean that it's impossible, though, as we have seen some +3s before, and one today as well. And I'm curious on where we're going to be going for close observation next, if they are just deciding to keep on pushing that Priory like they did with the Theater, or if they're now deciding to go, oh, okay, we still also need to put the Motherlode on the board, so let's go there next. It doesn't matter. In the end, they need to do all of those dungeon runs if they want to qualify to the Sunday. So it's more of a preference question, really, as we are seeing a start for Green Player again in that TOP.
The halfway point of the day we have just crossed over as well, so it's worth noting the teams only have 2.5 hours left. They have done half of the dungeon runs that they will be allowed to do today, so that's all going to come down to the end of the day. The first part of the day, I would say, has been pretty close to perfect. I mean, certainly not perfect, right? There were missed 2 chests. There have been missed opportunities for sure, but there haven't been big wipes or resets from any of our teams. They've been playing it so great up to this point. But the end of the day is always way harder, right? The key level is going up. It is going to be super scary for the last few minutes here, the last few hours of our day.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like the reset that we just saw from Green Player might just be a determining factor. Even if it is only 4 minutes that you're losing here and then 4 minutes that you're losing there, as they did in an earlier run as well, that could be what decides whether or not you get to start another run at the end of the day before our timer locks. So we really need to kind of make sure that these don't happen anymore. And like you're saying, that's going to get harder now that we have arrived at those higher key levels, where it just by default does get harder, but also the day gets longer, right? So even though we have the break rule, you can sometimes tell that teams have just been at it for a longer time, and so sometimes concentration is not always too pristine as they are working through those keys. So we're going to need to keep an extra eye on them as they are working through those keys right now. 18, 18, 18, and 119 on the board. We're getting another look here at Zav from FSYY, and they're also really fast.
Yeah, they are zooming through this dungeon. They've got Zav taken care of before that 10 minutes, before that Lust is even back off cooldown, as they get ready to head into the next wing of the dungeon. Usually we see Gorechop here. Let's see if it is indeed Gorechop wing, or if they're going to head over to the Kultharok wing, which we do sometimes see. Nope, it is Gorechop. Makes sense. Getting all this trash pulled together. This could be a big Bloodlust opportunity for them as well here.
Oh, check out what post observation are doing. They're doing the same poll we saw earlier as well, I believe, from Green Player, and what we saw from Wunderbar as well, right? Or did we just skip the entire first part? Hold on. I thought they were running up, but nothing's coming.
Huh, okay. So yeah, this could be
Interesting.
skipping the first bit. You can also pull it later. We've seen sometimes the Suleiman comes in later, because it's pretty difficult to do this dungeon without doing 2 of the 3 mini bosses, right? You kind of have to fight 2 of them, and I mean, you could go left and right and just leave the front mini boss alone, but I don't think we've seen any teams do that yet. There's a first time for everything, though. Is there someone in here? I can't see it. I don't think it is. But it's hard to be sure.
That is a good question. Let me just brush up on my Mandarin before you ask this question next time. But maybe for the next CNMDI, but
okay,
as
so
of right now, I cannot tell you.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it, right? At least not in this pack.
At least not yet, I don't think, yeah. So now we're going to go over to this side. This is definitely going to be something to keep our eye on for sure. That bottom left team, close observation, working their way through there. Most of our teams now near the start of a dungeon. The team that is furthest progressed in a dungeon would be Kronos there, up in the top right. They're actually going on a different route than usually seen as well here in Theater of Pain, pulling the double caster side rather than going to the bone side of this dungeon. Very interesting indeed.
It is. We've seen it, I think, on the occasion. Every now and then there are some differences in what I like to call the ghost wing in TOP.
Yeah.
If you have really good coordination with your reps, I think this can work out. I will say it's a little bit easier for them as they're not playing a disc priest who obviously doesn't have that personal interrupt. So they are getting a little bit of extra help there. But yeah, pretty nice to see as they are also changing it up in these different dungeon runs. My eyes are still on close observation, and whether or not we're doing the mini boss, I don't think they pulled it at all yet. So it should be the next pull if they're wanting to.
Yeah, let's see. They have... Okay. Moving back over to the side. We've got a sharpshooter getting pulled in, and nice, the spectators wanted to take a look at that as well. So that sharpshooter gets added in. We've got Spirit Link Totem down, and we're fighting over here. And now we're on the move. I'm so curious about what is going on for close observation, yeah.
This is such a strange route. I don't think we've seen this at all yet, but we'll see what they do. Kronos has arrived at the next boss, so... very, very close to the end of the dungeon. It is only this boss and then the last boss. Can they still get a +2? I think Wardretha takes too long. I think we're going to be on the wrong end of this +2 for Kronos in the top right.
Yeah, 18 Theater is one of those dungeons that is pretty difficult to two-chest.
For sure.
I mean, they're going to be kind of close, but yeah, they have 2 whole bosses to deal with, and only 20% of the dungeon's timer to do that in, while still being on the good side of that 2-chest. I agree with you. I think it's going to be just slightly short. Very tragic for Kronos, but I don't think they necessarily needed that. I think the 3-chested Motherlode was already really good. I don't think any of the other teams are likely to 2-chest the 18 Theater.
Yeah, for sure. But if you can take another +2, you obviously do. So it would have been really nice just to kind of build out that lead that they have on the rest of the group, as you were mentioning with that 16 +3 earlier as well. But 6 minutes 30 for 60% here, and Mordretha, and the extra count that's waiting upstairs that they're probably going to be pulling into boss.
Yeah, so this boss probably takes another 2 minutes. So you'll have 4 minutes 30. You pull you get up and you pull the trash with 4 minutes left. You get in combat with Mordretha with 3:30 left. I think it doesn't quite math out. I think they're going to be about a minute short. But I will admit, I have been proven wrong by these teams before. Sometimes they do way more damage than I had anticipated when I was running the numbers badly, thinking about it.
Listen, it's not that you ran the numbers badly, it's that they just played so well that it was absolutely out of the expected. That's how you need to phrase that.
That's what I'm telling myself, yeah. Absolutely.
That's right. But yeah, we'll see how that fares. But now it definitely looks like close observation is in fight with the mini boss. We have the fire spawning there as well. So third pole is where it's at for them. And checking in with green player in their 18, they're also incredibly fast here on the Zaf split. Boss is nearly dead, and we haven't even reached that 8-minute marker in the 18. So very, very speedy in that dungeon run, as well as FSYY are dealing with Gorchop.
Yeah, looking good here. Gorchop going to be going down around that 1640 mark. Maybe even a little bit faster here. Got a lot of ads
DK
still
took a
out.
ride.
Yeah, it's not great. That dot, though, you can see the DK is just not even too concerned by that dot. A little bit of Death Strike handles that perfectly fine. No worries. And they're heading back upstairs. Yep, beautiful timer.
Lots of runic power. You wouldn't Death Strike. You yell at your healer. That's how that works.
True. Yeah, maybe you hit Icebound Fortitude if you like your healer.
If you're, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise
Definitely
you don't.
no Death Striking. That's not allowed.
Absolutely.
Well, they're on their way to the next wing, and yeah, it looks like your math is mathing out. We're porting up. It's 4:30 right now for Kronos. They're in fight with the pack, still waiting for the RP on Mordretha, so 4 minutes sounds about right for Mordretha. They do have a Bloodlust, so maybe they can actually conjure some extra damage up, but I think it's going to be too tight. Just a little bit over that +2 as we're taking a look at green player and their Abomination wing here, basically, that they're working away on as they're on their path to Gorchop.
Yeah, they're going pretty quickly through this dungeon. Lust not even available here. They just fight this pack off. I've got that Frost DK. Pretty good AoE damage actually out of the Frost DK here. Usually you think of this as a great Unholy pull, but Frost really looking quite strong here as well. Kind of proving the doubters wrong about that spec. I know there are some people that just didn't think it could be as good, but it really is not far behind the Unholy.
So a big part of what this team is actually doing here is standing really close, that every single time these guys that cast a Wither Discharge are not jumping too far since they jump on player positions, so that the DK will get really good cleave here onto them as long as they all stand in that Death and DK. So that's kind of, the team was playing in favor of how that class works. If you're pugging with a group as a Frost DK, then usually it doesn't look as great as this because no one is actually taking care of you. It's a little bit how for a Preservation Evoker, you want everybody to stand close and in a nice little cone. As a DK, you want everybody to stand in melee so your mobs don't jump too far.
Yeah, your ranged players, they want to stand farther back so that they have a better view of the battlefield, you know. That concern is equally as important as your DK, so...
That doesn't do any damage. That doesn't count. But hold on. Let's check in with Kronos. So they pulled this boss on 4 minutes. We used Lust. We're sub 50%. And it's 2:35 on the clock. Is there a chance?
I think there is a chance.
Zoomed. Yeah.
I think they've really accelerated. As I said, right? They just found more damage than I knew was possible, and yeah, I think they're very much on track for the 2 chest here. Kronos just a lot of damage. The Lust is now expired, so they are now out of their CDs. The boss's health is going to start going down a lot more slowly than before, but it's still going to be going down pretty quick. They are going to get another use of Arcane Surge before that 2 chest is gone. They're going to get another Unholy Assault before the 2 chest is gone. I think they've got it. 28%, the boss just doesn't have that much health left.
I mean, that's exactly what we were talking about, how fast some of the teams can be, of course. It would still be of utmost importance not to have any deaths here, as then that decimates your timer rapidly. But 1 minute 45 still to go, 20% on the boss. They are zoomingly fast as they are moving through what is a really, really hard dungeon to +2. On the 18 Theater of Pain here, 1 minute 30 still to go, and we are reaching the single digits there. Oh, one more time, got to dodge that frontal, but yeah, I think that's it. No way they wipe from here is what I'm gonna say.
No way they could wipe from here, and there we go. Ooh, actually, there was a way they could have wiped from there. That was some pretty small space that they had to play in. Now the ads being spawned as well, but yep, they are going to be good 1 minute and 9 seconds before they would have lost that 2 chest. They are so fast here. I think they're going to be our only team to put up the 2 chest in the 18 Theater, and maybe Green Player will be able to replicate that, although Green Player's still on a lot of off specs here. So we'll have to see. That's going to be really important because Kronos already got that 3 chests in the Motherlode that nobody else was able to do. This could be really huge for Kronos. I mean, if they're the only team to do both of those things, they're going to be 2 points ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, how impressive out of a team that came in here as like third seed, as you know, Green Player and Stam kind of dominated them on the time trials. They're proving everybody wrong. They're saying we're here to show up, we're here to show off as well. They were saying as long as they get the timeline right, they'll be unstoppable. It looks like it is, if I were to be the judge of that. So really, really awesome to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Great showing so far from them. Of course, though, the day is not over yet. We have a lot of hard dungeons in the future. Being the team that's able to 2-chest and 3-chest the lower keys is definitely good, but it doesn't count for much if you don't end up then being able to actually do the 20s and the 21s that you've unlocked as a result. So that is going to be something to look out for. I think they're favored, though. I mean, they've looked really good. This Holy Paladin comp they've been playing has looked really good. But let's check in with FSYY as they're making their way towards the end of this plus 19 theater. Fairly high theater, and they've got quite a bit of time left on the clock. Only one death on the board. This is our lowest seeded team today, and they have been looking anything but that. They've been looking so good across these runs as well. Really impressive performance.
100%. I feel like it's a recall of what we saw yesterday as well with Moonkin Cooker, who also were like really low seeded coming into CN regionals, but just playing so well as they have been moving throughout the day. Of course, there is that little caveat of playing on the main comp all throughout today that definitely has helped them accelerate as they were running the lower dungeons. And then we just have the outlier with Observation in the bottom left that, to me, are a little bit of a recall to Physical God comp, right? Very similar look, very similar pull style, where they're really optimizing in order for what classes they're bringing, which is just so cool to see. But Green Player, let's take a look at their timer here as they're entering the Ghost wing. They still need to do the entire wing and 2 bosses. How are you feeling about their +2 potential?
I don't want to say I'm feeling
Bad?
great.
Okay.
But I also don't want to say I'm feeling good. I think they're on pace. I mean, 0 death run. They've got a lot of damage here. They are going to need to pick up a decent amount of count, but they have efficient ways of doing that in this section. Yeah, I think as long as they can get to Cult of Rock at some point in the next 5 minutes, which I think at this pace they probably can, I like their chances. I think Green Player are probably going to be able to at least match Chronos on this and still only be behind in the Motherlode.
It would be really important for them, if only for the fact that they get bragging rights, if these two teams are the ones that make it to the final stage of CN Cup, which happens tomorrow, just in case you want to mark your calendars already. Of course, we don't know that yet. Yesterday, we had a 3-way time tiebreaker, so I would say it's still all quite open looking at the bottom 2 teams right now, as well as they're accelerating in points now that they're starting to get some of the other dungeons up in score as well. It's going to be really, really interesting as this day moves closer. It's a little bit more than 2 hours that are left in today for those teams to lock in their highest dungeon runs. If you're comparing this group of 4 teams and the group from yesterday, how are you feeling between the 2 of them?
I think today looks better than yesterday, which is crazy because yesterday had the number 1 seed, Stamp, but Stamp looked pretty weak yesterday. On the other hand, Chronos looks super strong, but they look strong because they are going to be griefing their spec variety rule a little bit going into day 3, whereas Stamp doesn't have that downside. Green Player also looking quite good, but are also not looking undefeatable, right? Not looking invulnerable in the same way that some of our Western Cup teams did, right? Like teams like Wunderbar, teams like Mandatory had just incredible days and played around the spec variety rule, but it didn't look like it, right? They just looked great even on their off meta specs. So I don't know. I would say both days have looked so good. It's really hard to draw a favorite between them. The thing that I've been most impressed with between our 2 days for this region as well has been the lower seeded teams. They have just been so close to our top 2 seeded teams in each of these groups. So
there's a point to be made for the seeds being further from each other when we look at the Western Cup.
True.
So I think that factors into it as well. If we were comparing the Western teams between like the 8th seeded team and the 1st seeded teams, I think would also be much closer in some of these regards, but still phenomenal to see this powerhouse of a region really show up and show us all of these great teams. I've been really enjoying it. I believe Kronos might be on a break as that little logo has come up here, and we are going to play one more platform for green player here, I believe, and then we should be at the boss as well.
Yeah, they're on pace here to be pulling Call to Rock at about that time I was saying. They're going to have, 8 minutes left to get this 2 chest. And on this 18 key level, I think they're going to have the damage to make that happen. They're basically playing some very high single target DPS specs as well. That Frost DK, probably even better than Unholy on pure single target.
Well, it did get buffed, the Unholy DK on single target, so I think they're now a little bit closer, but yeah, you're probably right.
You have to play the raid build to get that buff, right?
That's right, yeah, they usually don't play that.
Yeah.
More buffs, please.
Yeah, that's true. But please buff poor Unholy DK. Only
right.
2 Unholy DKs are on our screen right now. This is so sad.
I'm glad you agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're on their way. They're going to be in a fight with the boss momentarily. In the bottom left, we're looking at the 18 Priory as well. I believe that's the first or second pack that they're currently pulling down the stairs there. So still a little bit of extra that they have to do. I think this +2 timer might also be just a little bit tight, but Priory is also an incredibly hard dungeon, and I would be so surprised if we see anything higher than a 19 today. So I think it's fine on this dungeon to just look for the +1 and then go into the 19, because in the end it's not going to matter whether or not you have the 18 +2 or the 18 +1, especially because Close Observation was already able to put the 20 in TOP on the board, and eventually they will also need to do their Motherlode runs, so...
Yeah, exactly. It is something that you do have to do. I think that it's one of the spots where 20 Priory is possible for these teams. I just don't think you have the time today. I think that today you're going to be too busy with the other dungeons. With, like a Motherlode 21 is probably easier than that 20 Priory, and it's much more valuable for your for your tiebreakers, so that you don't even have to go to the tiebreakers at the end of the day. So that's going to be an important thing to keep a lookout for, as we do have Close Observation nearing the end of this +18. They're actually pretty close to the 2 chest range in this dungeon. They still have 6 minutes before that 2 chest is expired, and they're nearly ready to pull the last boss. I think they're going to be slightly wrong for it, but it's going to be close.
I think it's going to be close as well, but also every single time I look at the mini-boss in this last hall of the Priory, I'm like, oh, it's just, one more pack, but that's the Brown Pike pack, and it takes a long time. So we're going to be saying, once they actually pull the boss, I think if it's like over 4 minutes that they have, they're probably good. If it's under 4 minutes, I'd probably be on the doubting side, but let's tune in with FSYY as they're working way on their 19 TOP right now. +2 is not in question anymore, but 4 minutes 30 is looking pretty good. I'm wondering if they go into the Priory after this, or if they're also probably knowing that Close Observation has a 20 TOP, you're going to be trying to push that?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Going to be an interesting decision. I mean, you probably just have to do both today, so it kind of doesn't matter where you start, but maybe it does. Maybe you're going to run out of time. We do have about 2 hours left in the day, 2 hours and 5 minutes. And then again, for anybody who's unfamiliar with our format, you do get an extra key if you start one off right before the end of the day. When you do your last key, the rule is you can't start a new key after we stop the clock for the day, but you can finish any that you're in. So you might be able to do a really efficient starting a key just at the end of the day for big points, right? For a big extra key level. But the problem with our format is by the end of the day, you only have really hard keys left. So will you be able to one-shot, a +21 Motherlode, a +20 Theater? Those are the big questions, depending on how you try and play the end of the day.
check out green players. So they actually engaged this poll at 5 minutes. In comparison, Chrono engaged at like 4:30. So they're even 30 seconds faster. They also have access to that bloodlust here as they're waiting for Modretha to spawn. Nice little full screen. And that is, I think, unless something goes awfully wrong for them here, this should be a secure +2 on the 18 as well.
Yeah, green player, I mean, 4.5 minutes should be more than enough for this boss, with that lust already pumping into the boss. No power infusion, but you do have that Farseer Resto Shaman just blasting big damage into the boss as well. That should be more overall, I think, than the power infusion would represent. Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. This is, they're going to stay on pace with Kronos with this result, which is really big. I mean, they are, I guess, still slightly behind because of the Motherlode, but after this dungeon, green players should be free to swap to full mains, which could be really, really big for them.
So what are we expecting them to do? Because they're obviously already on that Vengeance Demon Hunter. We're expecting Lota to go to Disc Priest, right?
Yeah, although maybe you stay on the Resto Shaman for Theater. Maybe you just come back to the Theater and you swap the Mage to Arcane. You swap... Maybe you don't even play the Unholy DK in here. Not everybody always does that, but maybe you swap the Unholy DK. And otherwise, this comp is already pretty great for Theater. Or maybe you head to one of the other dungeons and then you also swap your healer, swap your DPS as well.
But it's only the DK that we're looking for them to swap, right? They're already on that Moonkin, they're already on that Arcane Mage, at least in this run. So do you think they're going to be bringing Og back? Is that for the Moonkin,
I think
perhaps?
the Og Evoker is all that likely to make another appearance today. But it depends. Like, that's based on my estimation of how good Og Evoker is, which is clearly lower than they think, right? Like, there are some Og Evoker fans in the team there, so yeah, maybe.
Checking in with close observation here, we were kind of talking about maybe this timer is good. They haven't even procced that intermission yet, and we're nearing the 1:30 timer on that +2, so I would be quite confident to say that we're going to be on the wrong end of this +2, but once again, I don't think it matters for today's competition. I think the Priory is going to be maxed out at the 19 for as far as keys go today.
I think you are probably correct in that. Although it would be, I mean, putting up the 2 chests and then if you could one-shot the Priory,
if you could,
that would be huge. Is it possible? Maybe not.
Maybe.
But if you could, it would be massive.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I just think there's higher priority dungeons that they have to do today with the Motherlode, of course, being on the menu. I think if you're really going to go for something that you want to push higher or maybe even do 1 run plus, then that should be the dungeon you're looking towards to. But yeah, +2 here for green player as well as they are working on that 18 TOP. And now the big question is, what are they switching to? We can already see Lota leaving the group, so that tells me maybe we're getting a healer swap.
Yeah, Disc Priest is definitely a great choice. Even if they do decide to come back to this dungeon, I think Disc Priest is one that I'd be very happy to play. Yeah, we'll see where they decide to go. There is also maybe still some break timer that our teams do need to take at some point, so that could be what they're up to as well.
Yeah. Right about 1 hour until those final breaks will need to be taken. 12 seconds on the +2 for close observation.
Yeah, it's going to be just slightly short. Wow, they were so close, though, on that.
They were faster than I thought, I will admit, but still, it's not going to be working out here as that +2 strikes the void. They're still within a really good run, so being like 5 minutes, 6 minutes over the dungeon timer tells me that we should be looking forward to seeing that 19 there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to that 19 as this dungeon is just about over. And so is my time here on the desk for now. We will be having Kettles resummoned into the broadcast for the next little while. Best of luck, Makes.
1.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello,
Please
Kettles.
summon 1.
Yeah, you guys write run. That's always confusing to me. We write 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
So
Blizzard is located in the United States, so we're correct.
Okay, well, we are watching CN though, so whatever they do will be correct for the time being of our tournament.
They go right in Operation Floodgate on Swamp Face.
Do they? Oh, that's
Yes.
interesting.
Their entire region does. It's
Didn't
crazy.
even note that. I just listen. I'm so locked in on Swampface being a clockwise kind of boss. I didn't even note that they were going counterclockwise. But
Yeah.
we are actually getting green player running back into that TOP. So they also know that it is going to be the 20 that they want to put on the board at the end of the day in the TOP. At least I'd be surprised if we go any higher. But never say never.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of an interesting predicament for them. Now they've spent 3 hours a day pushing up all of their homework level keys, and now they are finally ready to hop on their main comp and be able to absolutely blast the dungeons. What are you kind of expecting out of this 20? Do you expect them to be a little bit more consistent than maybe they were with their alt comp? Or are you expecting them to be super, super quick in this dungeon? What is kind of the expectation for them there?
Well, they were able to put the 18 plus 2, which the only other team to do that was Kronos. And the only change that I saw is the Disc Priest switching. Now, I'm not sure if we're running Unholy or Frost right now on their DK. We need to go back to the 4 box, but we're going to be seeing that very, very shortly. Okay, yeah, it is the Unholy. I think actually both of these picks aren't as relevant. The disc definitely helps in just mitigating some of the incoming damage, but still Resto Shaman a really good class to have that single target damage. And so it is a trade-off that you're dealing with here, that if they say that this is the better specs that they want to play for the 20, I'm inclined to believe them, but I don't think it's a major difference.
Yeah. I think that for first boss kill times, whenever we're looking at FSYY in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, their first boss kill time is excellent at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Whenever we saw Close Observation actually put up that 20 and was able to time that 20 Theater of Pain, they had somewhere in the order of like 3 minutes and 30 seconds because they did end up having a death to that first boss. So obviously that 310 is looking great. We're going to have to see in the top left what green player is going to be able to do on this first boss split as well, though.
Absolutely right. I'm very curious to see where they're going to be ending. We know that their 18 was really fast. Same is true for Kronos. Kronos opting to go into the 19 priority instead of doing the 20 TOP. So they're really holding those kind of last runs of the day dungeons for themselves at the end. There is something to be said where if you know your TOP is really good, then maybe you want to try and save that for the last dungeon run of the day, as Dratnos was kind of alluding to before he switched off into his break. Because then you can run that as overtime dungeon, whereas maybe you don't feel as confident in a 19 Priory or a 21 Motherlode or something like that. So maybe that's what's happening here. I'm not sure why we're going into the 19 Priory first, but similar story for Close Observation. They're a team that's just deciding to run one dungeon all the way to where they think it's going to cap, and that's why we're seeing them in that 19 Priory for now.
I mean, for them, I think this 19 Priory is totally fine, assuming that this is like the end point of the dungeon. Whenever we're trying to budget time allocation on a per dungeon basis, we tend to want to budget an hour and a half on a per dungeon basis. If they end up coming out here at the half hour and they end up timing this Priory in time, they should have enough time to be able to spend an hour and a half in that Motherlode, which we do kind of tend to believe is going to be the highest dungeon that's going to be pushed today. Now, it might end up being a situation where teams are qualifying with both 20 TOP and 20 Motherlode, but that's kind of assuming that teams are going to be having a perfect day. But we are entering with 2 hours remaining in our day. The teams are very, very close to one another. I think that closer than any other group stage that we actually saw from the West so far.
Yeah, I agree. I think some of it comes down to just the seeds being closer than the groups in the West as well.
Sure, that's reasonable.
I do want to point something out to you because I know you've been watching a lot of different Priory routes. How are you feeling about the one from Close Observation? So they actually skip they skip the very first part of that dungeon. Then they pull the pack that's on top of the stairs by themselves, and then they route around here. Now on their way back, they're actually going to be adding in some of the archers that are on the side here as they're kind of making their way. So, and then the mini boss comes in after that. How are you feeling about this route?
I think this is kind of what you have to do whenever you don't have that balanced druid, whenever you don't have that Vengeance Demon Hunter, whenever you no longer have access to tools like Silent Sigil or Sigil Chains, and Solar Beam, it kind of becomes a little bit difficult because, like, look at Kronos on the screen right here. Right now, we just immediately went Sigil of Chains into Solar Beam after a round of kicks, and then we're going to be utilizing a couple of CC effects from this Vengeance Demon Hunter to be able to allow his Sigil of Silence to come back up, and then we're just going to jam down that Sigil of Silence the millisecond it comes back up. So we went Supernova into Blast Wave, and now we're going to be pressing that Silent Sigil to kind of lock these mobs out. And you don't have access to that whenever you're playing with that Feral Druid, whenever you're playing with that Protection Warrior. Now, the Protection Warrior and the Feral Druid are very good at different things. It's just like a different skill set, as opposed to mass AoE and in longer lockdowns on caster mobs. What their strengths are slightly lower target count pulls and single target damage. And so you want to be, I think that pulling around the 5 target count, maybe to like 8 target count mark, that's kind of be some of the strengths of this composition. So you kind of have to make a more unique route. Now, on one hand, I think that the route could be good whenever you're looking at close observation. On the other hand, it's going to be atypical from what other teams in the world are going to be doing, and that requires a kind of a different knowledge barrier where you know what your comp's strengths are, and it's kind of like what we saw from Physical God comp, where you need to really just make your own route and carve your own path.
Yeah, I think that's precisely what we're seeing from closer observation as well. You can kind of see how the end of that pull really gets elongated as they tag in these extra shooters, and now they're going to go down and go for the double light spawns, as well as the rest of them will hopefully get gripped in by our DK that is now downstairs, and we're just maybe waiting for those grips to come off cooldown. But yeah, I've been really enjoying all the different variations that we've been seeing from our teams as they have been dealing with these dungeons.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Look where they have Dual Maul spawned. What are they going to do with him? Are they pulling him? Look, he's standing in the back for close observation.
Yeah. So, at least on the 18, what they did is pull him after this.
Oh,
maybe he was pulled accidentally. I will say that is a possibility because I didn't watch the 16 too closely. But, so after this is where, see, that's where they go into dual maul. And then they carry him around into the pack, and then that's where so it's like a really cooked route. That's why I was asking you about it, that I don't think I've ever seen before.
So what the thought process is they don't want dual maul into that light spawn pull. Whenever you're playing with the Vintage Demon Hunter or Moonkin, you don't care, right? Like, you have enough lockdown to where the double light spawns, especially whenever you have those priests and those mages, you just have enough CC to be able to deal with the entire pull. Whenever you don't have those tools, that Solar Beam, that Silent Sigil, dual maul then can become a big nuisance. On top of that as well, like, we have less priority damage than compositions that end up playing with like a mage, and so that guy's going to end up sitting around at like 60% HP as we kill off these light spawns. It's gonna be harder for us to get the mobs out, get dual maul out of those light spawns healing. I think that's kind of the conventional thought process behind it. Whereas for closer observation, they're just gonna wheel this guy around into like 3 different pulls and be like, yeah, he's eventually gonna die. We have enough kicks. Wind shear him. Shaman.
That's
kick.
Right. Well, you technically only need one person to pay attention to the big bean on this mini boss. So I really like what they're doing as well. I think it's super cool that they're playing into their strengths.
Spell Reflect's actually really interesting. So you can Spell Reflect the Cinder Blast, which is the Disorient kind of cast, and back to dual maul. Now, it doesn't really do that much damage to him, but then you don't have that kind of weird moment where your healer has to dispel your tank, and so that's typically how the Spell Reflect will be used whenever you're playing with the Protection Warrior in this dungeon. Now, we do have the hardest part of this dungeon ahead for Protection Warrior here in just a couple seconds. The first boss, Captain Dalecry, the Bleed, whenever you're watching it on Vengeance Demon Hunter, it's pretty infrequent to actually kill the Venge off. But for Warrior, they are just in grave danger at any given point, which is why you see that the tank for closer observation is playing that Dark Iron Dwarf.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to see this. I think from here on out, their route is more standard, more to what we regularly see from other teams in the MDI, but just that very first part of the dungeon, opting to skip a lot of the early trash and then make up for it here has been super, super cool. Checking in with FSYY, though, as they have been working away on their 20. We're actually getting a look at their staff split. 11-11. How are you feeling about that one, Tuttles? I think it's still pretty good for a 20, no?
Anything sub 11:30, we're totally chilling. I think we could eat. If you hit me with if you hit me with like a 12-minuter, I'd be like, it's not great, but it's fine. the thing that we're really looking for is like a sub 19:30 for Gore Chop. Like 19:30 for Gore Chop is acceptable. 20 minutes, and we're like, man, I mean, maybe it's timeable. Like, you got really motor. Anything higher than 20 minutes, I'm just like, okay, this timer's toast. We gotta be zoning out right now.
All right. Well, so this timer is not toast. It's still alive for FSYY in the bottom right as they've been working away on their respective 20. And on the top left, we're going to get another timer. And it looks like this one might be even closer as we get a glimpse of green player in the top left earlier. They seem to be around a 10 something. As soon as Saf is going to go down, we'll update you on that, of course. In the meantime, taking a look here at Kronos. Yeah, check this out. So 10 minutes, 13 on the clock. Saf is down to 5%. They're zooming in this 20 TOP.
Oh yeah, no, I mean this is what they've practiced, right? Whenever we were talking about green player getting on their main compositions, this is kind of what we were hoping to see out of them, where they were a little bit slower than we would have liked, particularly in that Motherlode. But at the same point, if they're key cap and they are really, really, really quick at those capstone level dungeons, it doesn't matter that they were a little bit slower in that Motherlode 18 and potentially that Theater of Pain 18, because this is what we've been playing for, and this is what we've been practicing. A 10:35 Zav, wow.
And a lot of it also coming down to them not opting to go for the banners. We were talking about that earlier, that is something we saw from a lot of the Western teams where they just ignore the banners. They use their movement CC to dodge out of the patterns because they know that they're going to be happening, so they just save them for them, which means you can just free cast onto the boss the entire time. You don't need to target switch, which for some of these classes is not too great. And so that would kind of explain how they're accelerating so fast on SAF itself as well. Really, really cool to see. None of the other teams in today have done it from everything I've been seeing so far, and they're on their way to Gorchop. I mean, just impressive. Very, very fast run from green player.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this Bloodlust, too. It's like the optimal Bloodlust whenever you're really thinking about it from green player. They're pressing the sucker on CD. You normally end up having to hold it for a minute or potentially even more, to the point where you're kind of questioning, yeah, don't worry about that guy. He's still alive. It's
Quick
fine.
little taxi to the side there for the tank on the FSYY, but all is well.
Still got cheat death. No big deal.
That's right. It's more the bleed that can be annoying, but they live through it. It's a lot of extra leftovers that they have here on Gorchop, actually.
Yeah, this is the level of which the leftovers actually start to become very, very dangerous. The leap, especially if it's like synced up or it leaps on a player twice in a row, you can actually just die from the 2 ticks of damage. And so that's why you're seeing the mage, the priest, the balanced druid standing at range here. Just if you get hit by one, it's not the end of the world, but if you get hit by a second one, once you get hit by the first one, you immediately start moving, or your priest does something that's pretty smooth and he starts reshielding you. But the priest isn't even letting himself get hit by one. I mean, he's just running around.
Zooming,
he knows his job is to not smite this boss, but instead to AFK and make sure that people are shielded and to not get hit by the leftover leaps.
Yeah, I call this happy feet because you're just constantly running and dancing across all of these things and trying to make sure that nothing hits you. So very well done by FSYY as they're working away on Gorchop. It's kind of cool because top left and bottom right are both in that TOP 20, and then top right and bottom left are both in that Priory 19. So we're getting somewhat of a side-by-side between our teams here, even though they're not at the exact same timer. Checking in with Kronos, who have been maining this Holy Paladin all day. We know from Alismir that the Holy Paladin is capable of great things on the life ladder as well. And Kronos just trying to say, yeah, we agree, and we're going to prove it once more.
God, I love Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin's actually very, very good. Look at how much damage Kronos is doing. You're talking about the Holy Paladin, but I mean, just the remainder of the team, all 3 of their DPS players, over 20 million DPS during this Bloodlust Paladin pull. Very impressive. They really just need to make sure that those paladins with that toll don't end up getting them killed off. But it looks like Kronos here are going to be able to kind of squeak it out. And the paladin doing 2 million HPS and 2 million DPS here. That's great. And they're making great pace in this dungeon to be looking time in on 19. First attempt.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this point, but all of our teams, not only the 4 teams from today, but also the 4 teams from yesterday, they're all looking so incredibly close, so incredibly clean. This is your 7th seed, giving the other 3 teams that are seated ahead of them a run for their money to some extent, and that is so phenomenal. Very rare to see in the MDI just general. It's almost like a mini global finals from the feeling and how close these teams are, which has been really, really fun. But we are getting our Priory splits in momentarily. You can see that both of our teams on the first boss were between each other like 1 minute. Closer observation in the bottom left, a minute slower. Let's see if they accelerated between these two.
There's kind of differences in routing between like all the teams of what we see. I mean, we saw Green Player in their Priority Sacred Flame doing dual maul after, or doing dual maul after the first boss after Dale Cry. We've seen teams do it like with the second boss. There's a lot of different times for a lot of different pulls for these dungeons. I think Priority Sacred Flame and Operation Floodgate are probably the two dungeons that had the most open concept routing. Generally speaking, and so it's kind of difficult. Ooh, Green Player having a death on their mage here. A very unfortunate death. I think it was like to the puddle. Maybe potentially got picked up by a chain as well. I didn't exactly see what the death was incurred by, but that green puddle did end up taking him out nonetheless. That was the final tick, at least.
Yeah, not ideal, but also not the end of the world. You can see that cooldowns should be available right now, so presumably they weren't sent right before that death, which is usually what you're kind of hoping to avoid, so in that sense, it should be fine as well.
Yeah, and our timer's so nice in here. We're going to be a minute and a half under where we need to be whenever we're coming off of this boss for Green Player, so I'm not worried in the slightest. And then in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen as well, in that 20, they also had a great Gore Chop split on the side of FSYY. 1836, again, I cited earlier, like 1930, kind of what we're looking for. 1836, we got a minute of leeway. We could even have like a medium level mistake and still be fine.
Let's not have any level mistake. Ideally, that's usually what we're hoping for from these teams. But
yeah,
I kind of want to talk about something earlier, because now that we have two teams in the top there with Green Player and Kronos that were able to get the TOP 18 plus 2'd, we were kind of cheering for closer observation earlier, saying, oh, they were really fast with putting this 20 TOP on the board. This is for sure going to be one of the dungeons that they need for today, so well done. But now it seems like Green Player and Kronos are doing the same thing, but faster. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that we kind of discussed a lot whenever we were talking about how to optimize and min-max the format of the MDI, where whenever you get those +2s or +3s in dungeons, particularly over the rest of your competition, it affords you around 30 minutes per dungeon that you just don't have to deal with. And that's why whenever you're looking at the scores right now, look at Kronos, they're 55 points. Green Player, they're the higher seeded team coming into this. All of that's off the back of that +3 in that Motherlode compared to the +2 of Green Player. That is 100% of where that time difference and that score difference comes into effect. Now, it doesn't matter if you end up hitting the key cap and you have enough time to kind of equalize the score, but if you don't have all that much time to push the absolute capstone level of these dungeons, which you normally don't whenever you're starting at 16, just frankly, then that allows for teams that are more optimal in the lower level dungeons to be able to kind of maybe play spoiler. Would you agree with that, Mix? Do you think that's a fair way of describing it?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say because sometimes Team A will +3 in Dungeon A and Team B will +3 in Dungeon B. So it can equalize across the dungeon runs, but at the end you kind of need to have the same amount of quote-unquote saved dungeon runs, right? Where you do get those +2s and you do get those +3s. Yeah. And I think it's almost, I would call it a massive oversight by some of the CN teams that we've been seeing yesterday and today when I look towards the global finals, which are happening this weekend. If they're not looking into getting faster runs on the lower key levels, this could really hurt their chances. And we know they're great teams. We know they're great players. We know they have phenomenal high-level dungeon runs, but it's such a core part of the format that if you neglect it just a little bit too much, which some of these feel like maybe they did, it could end up badly and just come back to bite you.
It's so interesting because if you look at their time trial levels, you're like, oh, okay, these teams are legit, and they very much are. But
yes,
being able to push the highest level of dungeon over 5 days is very different than being able to push the highest level of dungeon over 5 hours. It's kind of a similar skill set, right? Like the key cap matters a lot, but there's also other factors in consistency that also matter equally as much as being able to push the highest level dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you're saying, these teams are legit, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch them, all of them, really, throughout day one and day two today. So we're getting even more exciting competition tomorrow. Stamp and Jeju's cheering squad have moved on from yesterday for anybody that wasn't able to watch. And two more teams out of the four that you're seeing right now are going to be joining them. It's only a little bit over 1 hour and 30 minutes for them to start their last dungeon run of the day.
Close observation is very, very fast in this Priory of the Sacred Flame in the bottom left. 1806 on second boss split. I mean, look at Kronos in the top right. We were like, oh yeah, Kronos is looking fantastic here. They're going to end up being a full minute slower than closer observation in the bottom left. Now there might be some count differences between these two teams. Yeah, okay, so look at this. I think that Kronos is able to skip a full trash pull in this final area, but I think that closer observation is going to end up still probably being like 30 seconds, maybe even a full minute ahead of where Kronos are in this Priory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just phenomenal how fast they are. Man, me too. It's been such a joy to watch them, and I mean, if they were to qualify for tomorrow, that would mean they'd have full access to what other teams consider the metacom. Now, there's a question of whether or not they're able to play that. I'm not sure, but maybe that's a secret surprise.
I think the answer is that it's pretty unlikely, considering this is what they qualify for the China finals, like this comp that they're playing, you see, with the Ret Paladin, the Feral Druid, the Warrior. That's what they qualify for the China finals on. And so I think it's kind of unlikely that they're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to sneakily prep the full meta composition. That's our strat. Like, is it possible? Yeah, absolutely. But it just requires so much work to be super meta dominant on two full, very distinct comps, because they also play very, very differently.
Yeah, that's right. It's been crazy how different they play and how different their routings looks at well. Because if you play such a different comp to what the meta comp is, then that means you need to not only practice one route, but two routes, right? So that's kind of what's giving me a lot of doubt in whether or not they would be able to pull it off. But personally, I just want to see it, which would be so fun. We're getting a close-up of how they're riding through this very last part of the hall in Priory here as well. Now, it is a 19 Priory. I think the question of a +2 is off the table, but just look at how fast, how swift they're dealing with a lot of these pulls and how they're truly optimizing with their comp into how they can just finish these off, making sure this light spawn is going to be dying before the other and then taking the footman out. So cool.
We're in the play safe big IO kind of territory. Like, we don't even need to rush things here. As long as we kind of close out and we don't have any like major wipes or anything like that, I think we're timing this key. So they just have to be super, super careful. Make sure they don't like accidentally have the patrol pull into Sir Braun Pike or like a tank death. Those are kind of the situations, the catastrophic fail cases there. And for Kronos, they're kind of in a similar situation. I think that their timer is a little bit closer, but I don't think it's like that much closer. I think that both of these teams are going to be well under the timer, to the point where I think that 20 would be on the table if the teams had a 6th hour in the day or something of the sort.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that's exactly it. They would need a little bit of extra time. They only have so much left. And even for Kronos, you see that they still need to do the 20 TOP, they still need to do the 20 Motherlode, and we're also kind of expecting them to maybe do a 21 Motherlode, which would fill up the rest of the day, at least if they were to cleanly get through all of them. So yeah, I just don't think there's time enough, but judging by how fast they are, they could for sure do it. Now, looking at FSYY in the bottom right, as they have arrived at the very end of TOP 20, nearly 6 minutes on that clock there. That Bloodlust is going to be coming up and ready towards the end of Mordretha. So during that execute window is most likely where we're going to be seeing it, as they're just waiting for the spawn. And then we're going to be going into boss here as well. Yet another really, really speedy dungeon timer.
it looks like both of the teams that are in that Priory of the Sacred Flame in Kronos and Close Observation have pulled Sir Braunpike. Kronos electing to pull Sir Braunpike into the corner with some of these footmen and the priests. Close Observation, though, in that bottom left, are actually taking this way slower. Like I was saying, they can afford to take it a lot slower. It's not that big of a deal. You really need to make sure that you get good CCs on these footmen as they die, or make sure that players aren't low whenever Sir Braunpike does end up going down. Both of the teams are also utilizing that Bloodlust effect to be able to gain a massive amount of haste, to be able to kind of kill off this mini-boss. This mini-boss does an insane amount of damage just to the group, so you need to really make sure that you have a lot of HPS available. Even effects like Darkness, Nature's Vigil, Anti-Magic Zone, Mass Barrier, those effects need to be pressed like pretty much as often as possible on a pull like this to make sure that you're not going to be good. Oh, our Balance Druid's even in bear form as some of these footmen start to go down. Ooh, I think, okay, he actually wasn't pressing in Capoeira. He was just making sure that he doesn't end up dying to the Pulsing AoE. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how you need to play this. You really just need to play defensive first on this kind of pull. Just do not wipe here. Our timer is totally okay. We can play it a little bit slower.
I just did a little bit of math, and I know casters are not allowed to do math, so I also used my fingers to make sure I was counting right. After the runs that we are seeing all of our teams in, because they're at the end of their dungeon runs for the most part, all of our teams are going to be needing 4 more dungeon runs, except for Kronos. They need 3 more if they want to reach the cap of what we think is possible in today. Now, granted, that's if all of those runs are clean and perfect and they have the timer, but it would be possible. You could start 3, if you start in the next 5 minutes or so, you could start 3 runs and then even have 1 more in the overtime. So what I'm trying to say is it's all open still. There's still chances for all of these teams.
So I'm just wondering, how did your fingers come into play with this when we were counting?
Well, I was like counting out. So if you look at green player, you can see that they have the 20 in the TOP right now, but then they need to do the 19 in the Motherlode, the 20 in the Motherlode, and the 21 in the Motherlode. If they really go up to the 21 is what we're kind of thinking as like the max cap. And then they also need to do 10. And they also need to do the 19 Priory still, right? So that's 4 runs for green player that they still need to do. I'm holding up my hand to Tettles in the camera so he can understand my...
Yes, very good. Great work.
Of course, I understood that. That's what I was checking for the audience.
That's right, yeah. All you need to know is that it's open and everybody can still make it. That's the big information takeaway.
Yeah. Top left-hand corner of the screen, we saw green player. They ended up killing off Kultharok. They had 6.5 minutes to be able to make it to Mordretha and down that boss. It's going to be pretty close for them. I think that they're still going to end up being around 2 minutes under. And on the big screen here, we do see FSYY going to be finishing up this Theater of Pain here. They have 2 minutes remaining to be able to down this boss with 20% remaining on the boss. They have Bloodlust coming up in 25 seconds. This should be absolutely smoked once they end up pressing this Bloodlust, and they are going to be probably a minute under if I had to wager a guess.
Yeah, maybe even 130. I mean, it's only 14% that are left on the boss. They're getting Bloodlust in like 9 seconds, so is going to accelerate them just a little bit as well. And every single time these smallies spawn, your Arcane Mage is pumping the air, just saying like, yeah, extra funnel damage. So really, really fast here. You can see that Bloodlust now being pressed here as well by FSYY as they are, well, disintegrating Mordretha almost. And yeah, 3% to go, 2% to go. And I think that on the money, 130 left on the timer there for them in this 20. What a speedy run.
Nice. Great work there. And I mean, dude, this is going to end up being the closest group stage day so far, I think. We are going to have 4 teams live, I think, for both slots going into the final hour. This is going to be very, very close, where any team that makes any major mistake, if even a minor mistake at this point, like resetting a dungeon run 15 minutes into the dungeon, that could cost your ability to be able to make it into the China final. So all of these teams are going to have to be super, super consistent. For green player, they need to be able to look to close out this 20 Theater of Pain that we see in the top left. They have 4 minutes remaining for 60% of Mordretha's HP, barring a tank catastrophe. I think they're going to be in an okay spot here. Kind of the same thing with close observation in the bottom left. 4.5 minutes to be able to deal with the final 40% on Prioress Merprey. That should be more than fine. We're going to be 2.5 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes under on our timer. For Kronos in the top right, 4 minutes to deal with 30% of Merprey's HP. we're looking great on all of these teams. Everybody's going to be able to put up a +1, and like you said, we have either 3 or 4 dungeons that we're going to need to see out of these teams.
4 for everybody besides Kronos. They only need 3 because they were faster in the Motherlode than everybody else. Yeah, that's kind of there's still a chance for closer observation to even accelerate if they get a +3. They could even make their 4 runs 3 runs if they're really good. There's a chance.
I think there's probably some break implications that's going on here.
Maybe also.
We did catch that FSYY was on a little bit of a break there, so taking a little bit of time to make sure that they didn't get penalized 5 points, because that would be a disaster.
That would be pretty bad.
It's yet to be seen.
Let me run the numbers on that. Bad.
A mathematician, a scholar, I see.
I learned from Dratnos, yeah.
Great work.
Well, Kronos putting up that Ferrari there as well. We're waiting to see how the other teams are doing. We know that close observation also finished, and it looks like 3 teams are in break. Are we getting the rare mythic 4-team breaks?
Makes. Is this going to be the rare 4 breaker? This is the real, oh my gosh, there's no way we're going to get 4 breaks, right?
It has never happened, I want to say, whenever I remember TGP and MDI, that all 4 teams took a break at the same time, and Kronos actually saving us, saying, nope, we're back in it.
Oh god, I thought for sure we were at the 4 break. The very, very rare. Oh gosh.
I'm trying to look at the timers right now between our teams. I missed out on the 20 TOPs earlier, but so FSYY had 32:30 and 7 seconds, and Green Player here on the 31:38 2 seconds. So a significant amount faster between those 2 teams, even still here.
Oh
yeah.
Hold on, wait. Surely Kronos is in that Motherlode. Oh, maybe they are on break. Oh, maybe they're on break in the Motherlode, waiting for their break timer to finish up. This is so funny. Okay, chat. Okay, very quickly, I need you guys to start asking questions. This is really awkward. I actually don't know what to do about this now. Hold on, let me type to them.
I did. I did. I'm faster than you. Yeah. No, we got it. Listen, see, there we go.
Yes, Mix, you're looking great today.
Thank you. You as well, yeah.
Yeah, I got all this Arthas statues in my background. This is very, very cool. I inherited these.
Honestly, I really like the furniture in the background there. It's really pretty. But yeah, production's just setting us up a little bit. That's fine. You know, we can talk about a lot of things. Who out of our 4 teams is your favorite, Tettles, that we have today?
Green Player. I like Green Player. I've been following them a lot on live for like the past couple of seasons. Just like Loda, he's one of the streamers from the Chinese region that I end up watching the most. He streams out on Twitch, and they're consistently very, very high ranking. Thank you, Kronos. They're consistently very, very high ranking, and I think that allows me to try to get some of the information as to what the region is doing tactically and strategy-wise. That's not always super consistent with what the West is doing strategy-wise, because the Chinese region, particularly early on in the season, they tend to innovate the most unique strategies for the dungeons that pretty frequently just get copied by some of these Western teams very early on because of how much time and effort they're spending on the PTRs, during beta cycles, and just how much they're actually playing at the very early on in the season. So I think that for me, it's Green Player. That is definitely the group that I end up watching the most.
That's really awesome. I personally have just been a big fan of closer observation because they've been so fun to watch for similar reasons that I really enjoyed seeing Physical God Comp. It's always like pushing what people consider to be the most optimal thing, and then not only just playing other classes and other specs, but also really optimizing for that and showing how, with just a little bit of creativity and innovation, you can do a lot of great things with these other classes as well. Has always been phenomenal. But yeah, Kronos saving us from the rare mythical quadra break as we're looking at this 20 Motherlode.
Now, I'm just scanning the chat, and somebody just said fast forward. I have a question. Why didn't we just fast?
Yeah, that's why I said production is trolling us a little bit, but that's fine. Listen, I like my job. I'm not going to flame them. I'm not Dratnos.
It's all good. No worries. I didn't really considered that, though. We have the technology for that.
We did, yeah.
That's all good. Talk to the Quadra break is actually so funny. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Well, it can happen if all of the teams just kind of wait for their last part of the day to do that break, then there is a world where all of them end that dungeon run at the same time, but don't have enough time to start another one, which is kind of where exactly we were. And then half an hour before you cannot take any breaks anymore, suddenly everybody goes on break.
Yeah. It's all good, though. Now we have Kronos. So look at this right here. This is super interesting. So they're saving their Bloodlust for this pull. We've kind of seen two different Bloodlust timings in this dungeon. The first one, of course, is the Bloodlust on the first pull of the dungeon. That is very typical of a strat for pretty much every single dungeon. You just lust the first pull of the dungeon. The alternative is lusting this pull with the Extractor with Quad Caster. Now, the advantage of this is this pull is largely on a timer. It has a very tight DPS check. Whenever you press Bloodlust on it, the DPS check becomes a lot less tight. You do end up having around 45 seconds to kind of kill this trash pack off. Otherwise, you end up running out of CC, you run out of kicks, and then you just end up wiping. Now, if you end up not lusting it, there are ways around that. You could potentially polymorph or cage some of the Earth Shapers to not actually have 4 of those Earth Shapers in the pull. Alternatively, you could just bring enough damage to the table to kind of deal with it. It's something that there are downsides, though, of lusting the second pull of the dungeon, particularly the fact that the Bloodlust is pressed at that 3-minute mark, which then doesn't let you get... It loses you a lust on the entire timer in the dungeon, and it doesn't let you lust Azarok on pull, which... Bloodlusting Azarok on pull, there's a lot of value in that just in general. And so there are downsides, but the upside is, having additional time in the dungeon. I could actually see reasons for both that have pretty solid merit. It just kind of depends on how the team feels comfortable, comfort-wise, with that pull.
Yeah, that's right. With the words of chat, that is a crazy pull for a 20, but that's exactly how you play in the MDI and in those very high keys, because these teams are not thinking that the 20 Motherlode is where it's ending. I'm pretty sure all of these teams are well aware that it might come down to a 21, and it might come down to time tiebreakers again, which is exactly what happened yesterday. So it's not enough to just put the dungeon on the board. You're also going to need to be fast. And I feel like a team that really showcased this to an exceptional part this season was Mandatory, who were just insanely fast in a lot of their runs this season, just really optimizing down to the speed aspect of it.
Yeah. So we are seeing Kronos here continuing on with the coin-operated crowd pummeler. Whenever we're looking at timers for coin-operated crowd pummeler, I think anything sub 7 is normally pretty good. The real tell-all for this dungeon kind of is the Azarok timer. Being able to get out of that boss by 15:30, that's normally the mark that we're really, really looking for. But because coin-operated crowd pummeler can have a little bit of variance in terms of the timer that you end up having. And then you can still go on to time the dungeon. We've seen teams be as bad as like 8 minutes maybe for the first boss split and still go on to time this dungeon.
Yeah, that's right. I'm wondering where the teams that are currently on break are going to be going once they're coming back. I kind of feel like out of all of the dungeons, of course, you're going to be needing to put the points on the board. But if I were to choose a dungeon that I could do a couple of reruns in, it would probably that Motherlode. So I would probably go for Motherlode first to try and just allow myself to maybe reset that first poll because of how crazy it is for a lot of those teams. Then again, Priory can also be quite insane on that first poll.
I think we're kind of in a situation where if any team ends up resetting, a couple of times, like kind of like you're alluding to, they might just not qualify for the China finals.
I think if it's like a 2 minutes reset, they might be fine.
Maybe,
if it's a 2 minutes reset that ends up in them not being able to run another dungeon at the end of the day, which I didn't consider the break timers, that theory might be dead on arrival anyway for some of the teams, depending on when they come back.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you could have maybe 1 or 2 2-minute resets, but if you end up having a couple of, like any more than that, then we're start to enter a situation where you can no longer get the maximum amount of runs at the end of the day, and maybe you end your run like right after the timer where the end of day closes. So I think that for the teams that are going to be looking to qualify to that final day for the China finals, they have to be able to clutch up here, and they basically need to play the ending sequence of their day perfect.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's especially, not only do they need to be able to time and not wipe, they also need to be fast. I really think we're going to be seeing time tiebreakers once again as Kronos is working away on that 20. Some of our other teams have already put that on the board. And they also still need to do that 20 TOP that you're seeing on the right-hand side. That is a really, really important dungeon for Kronos because it gives them 2 free points. So these are definitely going to need to be translated very, very soon as well. I'm almost a little surprised that that's not where they went first. But maybe that is the dungeon they want to save for the end. That's a risky play, though.
2019. Yeah, I mean, they have 4 dungeons that they need to put up here.
Including the one they're in.
Yeah, including the one that it does. That does include the one that they're in. I mean, we got a motor. Like, pretty much every team's got to be fast here. Not.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously they have to be fast. We're talking about the MDI, but like, there's no time for like sitting around in Dornegal. Any 5-minute penalties or any 5-minute resets could actually lose us a run on the end of day as well. So we have to be able to min max our end of day overtime period as well. And that's gonna kind of be one of the huge things. I think also if any team is able to put up a 21. That could be a huge tiebreaker implication as well if we end up going to time tiebreaker, where obviously we go key level as the first tiebreaker criteria. And if you have a plus 21 done, and the rest of the field say they put up the same score, but their highest key was only a 20, that's the ultimate tiebreaker criteria. And so I think that if any team feels like they can put up a 21, I would heavily encourage them to start there. I think that's maybe one of the reasons that Kronos is starting in this ML is because they think that they can go and do this 21 without too much friction.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm curious on where they're going to be ending on in terms of timer in that 20. And then whether or not it's the 21 that they do next. Because, like you're saying, for tiebreaker, having the 21 is really good. Like, really, really good. But if you're not converting 2 free points that you have in the TOP, that is really, really, really bad. So they kind of need to juggle between what they want to do. Because once they're out of this dungeon, they only have time for one more dungeon within the timer and one more dungeon outside of the timer, right?
Yeah. I mean, they also will probably auto lose if they don't go and convert that 18 TOP into a 20. So there is kind of pressure on them in that regard as well to have to go do that at some point.
Yeah, for sure. We do have one of our teams joining us again that has a chance to make their end of the day faster, because if our closer observation team in the bottom left is able to get a +3 in the Motherlode, and then a +2 on the 19, which, yeah, I know it sounds a little bit insane, but if they were to do that, they have a really, really good end of the day, as then they would have immediate access to a 21 after 2 dungeon runs.
Ooh, look at, what is this poll? Oh, wow. Oh, it's because we're playing a Dwarf Warrior, so we don't have the ability to be able to meld skip past to this Peacekeeper. So... Oh, wow. For close observation, basically what they're going to be doing here is they're going to be getting a little bit more count in this first area. Typically, these Peacekeepers aren't deemed to be very count efficient. They end up yielding 8 count, and they have a similar time to kill as like the War Machines that are in the later part of the dungeon, except being 1/3 the count of them. That's normally why you see them skipped at such a high frequency. That's why this first area isn't as desirable as pretty much any other area in this dungeon. So you kind of... That's why you're playing more of the trash there. But not having access to that shadow meld, interesting proposition. They also didn't lust yet. So what are we doing with this lust?
So we're going to the drills and going big there and lusting that, I assume. So 2 minutes 30 into the dungeon is where we press that lust.
I mean, it's going to be a lot higher on that. They were on a 16. They were pressing at 2:30 into the dungeon. That's going to be like 4 minutes in the hierarchy.
We'll need to check back in with them. This is where we normally see that lust, just for comparison, as we're seeing a green player here in their 19 Motherlode. But yeah, this is where they press the lust, like 2:30 into the dungeon.
For the record, this is not exactly where we've seen most of the Western teams actually pressed it on the first pull. This is something that you actually see pretty commonly done on high keys on live, though, is pressing it on that pull that you're seeing right there.
Well, a lot of the other teams just don't play anything before that. They just run. We do have someone that is going to run, and that's me, because I'm going to run into my break. And we have Dracos actually joining the desk once more. I'll see you guys for end of day. Have fun.
Thank you. Hello, Tettles.
What up, buddy? How are you feeling about some of these teams? Did you see that we procced a quadra break earlier?
I did see that, yeah, the quadra break. Very rarely seen, but always a delight, so that was cool.
Oh my gosh, close observation had a reset and they're 16. What?
Ooh. Okay, how deep into that 16 were they?
4 minutes, maybe? Like, it's not like the end of the world, but at the same
so
point...
the problem is that we're running out of time in the day, right?
Yeah, we're not looking at like, oh yeah, their ability to be able to time this is in jeopardy here. It's more just like we're looking at the IRL timer, the menuing, making sure that you're getting in and out of Dornagal as fast as possible. Those are kind of the things that the real life time is actually going to be the cap on that. And that could actually be one of those things that for close observation, maybe that 5 minutes of time loss is going to prevent them from being able to get an additional dungeon in that overtime period.
Yeah, so all of our teams have now taken all of their breaks, which is good, because some of them were cutting it a little close there, but at the end of the day, we've got all the breaks on the board, which means we know that we have an hour and 15 minutes left to start keys. How long do each of these keys take? About 30 minutes on average, right? So
Ish, yeah.
That means they can finish these runs, do another run, and then I don't think they'll be able to do a third before the end of the day will have triggered. So I'm pretty worried here. I'm pretty worried. Yeah. I think it's only going to be 3 more keys for each of our teams.
I think that there's a chance that Kronos is going to be able to sneak an additional one in. They're around 13 or 14 minutes into a Motherlode right now. So I think if there's a team that's going to be able to go +1 on dungeons ran in the competition, it's likely to be Kronos. Yeah, I mean, look at this. They're at 14 minutes into this Azarok right now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very close for them. But even then, I'm not sure they're going to have time for that. I mean, it's going to require them to like one shot with timer left on the timer these very highest key levels in these dungeons. I think you were absolutely spot on with your analysis earlier of if it's close, just favor the Motherlode because you can get the extra the tiebreaker out of there. Although Kronos has to do that 20 theater if they want to realize that 2 chest value, which is probably even more important. That's 2 points as well.
Kronos is in a little bit of a weird spot. For green player, yeah, I mean, I think that you just... If you feel like 19 Priory and 21 ML are about the same difficulty, you'd always favor that Motherlode. But I think for them, they're likely to do 19 Motherlode into 20 Motherlode. And then I would wager a guess that they're going to go 19 Priory after that as opposed to 21 ML. But I think that both could be pretty reasonable decision points here for green player.
Yeah, so there are some end of days where it's like, okay, our top 2 teams are pretty far ahead. And if you just look at our scoreboard, that looks true, right? We've got a 56 and a 55, and then a 40 and a 39, right? And you look at that and you're like, okay, this is over, right? But it is not over at all. There are going to be a lot of points coming onto the board very soon for our bottom teams, as both of them have missed a dungeon entirely up till now. Now, that does mean that they are going to be under pressure in those dungeons, but actually all 4 of our teams, I would say, are within 1 dungeon run of each other right now. We've got like plus or minus 20 minutes maybe in favor of Kronos in particular here.
I think that all 4 teams are live for all 4 positions at the end of the day right now, which is very rare. It's pretty infrequent that we see something like this happen during the group stage. I think that this is going to be the closest group stage day that we've seen thus far this MDI.
I think you're absolutely correct about that. The really interesting thing as well, it would be great news for so many teams if green player don't make it, because green player have played around that spec variety rule. So if they make it to tomorrow, we are going to have them and Stamp on full power, and then Yegu Cheering Squad and whichever other team qualifies out of today on half power, right? Because they will have specs that they like banned by the spec variety rule. But on the other hand, if green player doesn't make it, which very well might happen from how it looks right now, then all of a sudden there will be 3 teams that don't have their main specs available, and at least one of them will make it to global finals. So maybe they'll all give up compared to Stamp, but they will have that advantage compared to each other of being on the same level playing field, and we'll have a really exciting... I mean, either way, we're going to have a really exciting day tomorrow, but that would be really good news for the teams that aren't Stamp and green player.
It's kind of interesting because Green Player, I don't even think have made really any mistakes today. The only mistake they made was not re-chesting the 16 Motherlode and then maybe not two-chesting the 18
can you do that without your main specs? They were close, but I think they definitely could have with their main specs, but then all of a sudden you're messing up the spec variety rule, right? And you're setting yourself up for a much more difficult day 3.
Yeah, it's. I think that missing the 2 chests on the 18 is also pretty time-consuming, all things considered.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that some of the Western counterparts were able to put up the 2 chest on the 18 with the alt specs.
That is one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about for this region is they're playing with corruption, they're playing with turbo boost, and some of the outcomes are not even necessarily the same, but in some cases it's a little worse than the Western region at some of the key levels. On the other hand, we're talking about outcomes like 2-chesting versus 1-chesting the plus 18. Depending on the level that the Global Finals starts the keys at, that might or might not even matter, right? They might be more practiced at the higher level keys, which might be the most important things for that tournament. I don't actually know what level that tournament starts at yet. I don't know if our players know yet, but that could be a big difference maker because if the Global Finals does start at a low enough key level where those 2 and 3 chests matter, then you really want to be able to actually do that. That's a huge time save.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where whenever you look at their time trial performance, this region was very, very close to one another, but being able to push the highest level of keys over 5 hours versus 5 days is a very different experience.
Right.
It's so we have immense time pressure on them, and being able to 2 and 3 chest to 16 is very different than being able to 1 chest to 21 just in terms of on this main comp with the strategies and the specs that you've been so used to playing for the entirety of the season, where somebody might just be absolutely god awful at, I don't even know, Destro Warlock, and then your DK's terrible at Frost, and they just do no damage for whatever reason. And you're just like, okay, hold on, we're just like really slow on our alt comp.
Yeah, it's interesting because on the one hand, 3-chesting a 17 or 16 on your off specs is not something that will matter at Global Finals. But,
sure.
2-chesting an 18 on main specs very well might be, right? That could be a big deal for these teams.
Okay, we have a question from the chat, Dradness, for you. Demus XS asks, what is the spec variety rule? Why do you guys keep talking about that, and how does it factor into Championship Sunday?
Yeah, great question. So the spec variety rule is active in our group stages here, and the rule is whichever 3 specs you played the most on day 1, you don't get to play on day 2, which is the big day for qualifying to Global Finals. So most of our top teams, Stamp yesterday, our top-seeded teams from the Western regions as well, and Green Player today, have played around that by doing half of their dungeons today using various combinations of off-specs. The technicality of the rule as well is that if it's a tie, the tank and the healer get banned as well, and then you get to choose between the last DPS of your choice. So that can be really punishing, right? Losing the Vengeance Demon Hunter, for instance, is something that is a very hard thing to come back from potentially, depending on how you've practiced it. So of our teams today, only Green Player have really preserved all of their main spec options for tomorrow. Some of our other teams have done a little bit of sacrifice, right? Like they've done 1 extra key with the different tank so that they will be banning out a different tank and keeping their main tank, but they're still going to be banning 3 of their favorite DPS, right? And that's going to be something that'll be hard to overcome on the last day. But because 2 teams make it out of the last day, right now we have 1 team that has played around that rule and 1 team that hasn't, making it to that last day. So if there are 3 total teams that haven't played around it, at least one of them will be able to qualify. But if there are only 2, then both of those teams are going to feel real bad compared to the teams that have their full power on the last day.
This might sound insane. Can Green Player 2-chest this 19 with their main comp?
Maybe. Motherlode is definitely one of those dungeons where the timer is, super lenient if you don't wipe, if you have things go cleanly. The thing that I'm going to be most concerned about is the upcoming alchemist section.
They're running down the right side as opposed to taking that minecart. The running down the right side can be a little bit faster in some situations, but normally teams just take the minecart because it's a little bit easier. So
yeah.
funny.
It used to be a bigger time save, I think, but they sped up the minecart, I believe, this time around.
They did, yeah.
It's nice, yeah, because it used to be like plus 5 seconds, which was kind of enough where you'd be like, okay, I should do this, and now it's just like half a second faster if you're pulling certain mobs to just run down the right side.
Yeah. Another question from chat. Bido asks, I have a question. What's the better strat in your opinion? Vertical, like the ones in the team bottom right, which is going as high as possible in a single specific key, then the rest are going more horizontal, like 16s and 18s in every single dungeon, like Kronos is doing. I'm going to say, I think for the formats that are at play in both the group stage and for the global finals, I think that going wide is going to end up being a preferred strategy, just because it gives you better information for your end of day as well, in terms of what key allocation you need to go to for potential tiebreaker implications, and it allows you to get the points on the board. In theory, like if there was no eliminations or anything like that, it wouldn't really matter all too much, because ultimately you're going to have to be able to do the lower level dungeons and do the capstone level keys. But whenever eliminations are at play, you need to really make sure that you have all of the dungeons done in some capacity. Now, it's ultimately about budgeting, which is like a huge portion of like budgeting your time, making sure that you're not making mistakes in those keys. But I think that going wide does end up giving you more perfect information towards the end of the day if you have to make decisions like, oh, am I going to go 21 ML versus going to that 19 priority? Like, do I need a better tiebreaker than just this highest level dungeon and doing this priority in this 19 potentially? Like that's kind of an example of that.
Yeah, there's another benefit as well, which is like if you mess up and wipe for an hour, but another team does as well, and you've gone vertical, but they've gone horizontal, you're going to be behind because at the end of the day, you're going to be sitting on like a 16-2 chest, but you're not going to have gained the points from it, or the 18-2 chest, right? Whereas the team that goes horizontal instead will have realized all those points from those 2 chests at least. The other benefit with the is just in our group stages, so not in our global finals, because in our global finals, we're not going to have the spec variety rule in play. But when the spec variety rule is in play, if you want to not swap characters as much, which does take time, you want to play the same characters in back-to-back runs if possible, which would mean doing all the low keys first, where you're playing your alts, and then swapping over to the high keys on your mains and only having to swap characters once instead of multiple times throughout the day.
I think it's just I don't think it really matters in terms of like being able to push the highest level dungeons. I don't think that that matters. Like for me, I would love to just like run. Oh my gosh, we got to make sure we get the CC. Don't let people get gooped. But I would like personally prefer to run the same dungeon over and over and over again for consistency purposes. That way, I always have like a really good feel of the dungeon whenever I'm playing it back to back. That's like whenever I'm pushing keys, I would love to do 18 into 19, for example.
Right.
Like doing those dungeons back to back, it gives me a good feel and like the right understanding of maybe we can save 5 or 10 seconds here and there. You can talk about that after the 18. But for this, you kind of have to be able to do both, and especially whenever eliminations kind of come into the mix, I think that going wide consistently is a slightly better strategy. Because otherwise you end up in a situation where you're like mandatory in the Dragonflight Season 2 TGP, where you accidentally get eliminated because you didn't be able to capitalize on your +2 Vortex Pinnacle.
That was a tragic turn of events. Yeah, you got to be super careful to not let that be you. And a lot of it as well is like you sort of know how well the other teams are doing, right? If you save your most stretch goal keystones till the end of the day, you sort of know how much you have to go for it, right? Whether you have to, again, like you said, go for maybe a 20 in one of the dungeons that you think is a little easier, or the 21 Motherlode because you need it for the tiebreakers, right? Whereas if you just are going Motherlode first, you don't know that yet at the start of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we saw Ur in Group B. We saw Ur in Group B kind of do this strategy where they went for the 21 or 20 Motherlode as the first dungeon that they did, and they got trapped in there for 2.5 hours. And the writing was on the wall. They were dead. Like, no other team was going to let them pass, because they end up spending too much time in that ML.
You end up taking the pressure off of the other teams. If you go vertical and mess up, then the other teams all of a sudden get to know, like, okay, we get to play it safe from here on out because their ceiling is so low. We just get to this point total and it's over for them.
They're capped at 56 or whatever, right?
Exactly,
so you know that you're just, okay, all I have to do is get 57. Doesn't really matter what config of 57 I'm getting to. Right,
so that's a very, very important extra consideration. I will say that's a little bit less of a consideration when all 4 teams are this good, because whether or not you're putting pressure on the other people, the other teams are too, right? So it's all difficult. There's no if there's either 3 teams or 2 teams putting pressure on everybody else based on how you do. So it doesn't help too much. But we are nearing the end of several of our dungeon runs now. Up in the top right, it is Kronos, who are going to be finishing their dungeon run first here. They are on great pace in this plus 20. Even with those 3 deaths on the board, they should be in great shape to have a couple minutes to spare here, which might matter. There's a decent chance we're going to come down to time tiebreakers again.
Green players two-chesting this key. Like, not to cut you off, green players are really going to two-chest this dungeon. Like, are they just going to do... Oh, my God. I was thinking that they were going to go 19, then 20, and then go 19 Priory, but maybe they go 19, 21... 19 Priory.
Yeah, that would
you
be
would
good.
say 21. You go 19 ML two chest, then 19 Priory, then either
and then
20
you know whether to do the 20 or the 21 Motherlode.
Yeah,
based on how the
exactly.
other teams are doing.
You would abuse the overtime period to try to like have a little bit better information as to like what the other teams are doing.
Absolutely here. Yeah, I mean, this would be huge for Green Player. They missed some big 2 and 3 chests near the start of their day, but
Dude,
they were on off specs, and now they're on main specs, and their full power is unleashed.
This is ridiculous that they missed the 3 chest in the 16 and missed the 2 chest in the 18. Yeah, we're about to 2 chest the 19 on our main specs. That makes me think that the spec variety rule has hit them more than it has hit their potential competition, right? Where some other teams are like, yeah, we're fine on these off specs, and the Green players are like, God, we suck. God, we just got to get through these.
Yeah, we just got to survive day one. And it's not even day one, right? It's the first half of day one. If we can get out of the first half of day one on our off specs and only miss 1 or 2 3 chests or 2 chests that we otherwise would have gotten, we're going to be really delighted, and we're going to be able to make it all back by doing something crazy like 2 chesting a plus 19 keystone here in the Motherlode. Which, yeah, like you said, they are well on pace for that right now.
And again, they put up a 21 Dark Flame during time trials and a 20 Operation Floodgate, which we didn't see any team match the 20 Operation Floodgate during any of the group stage play. So it's like, this is a team that should be very heavily favored, especially in this group. But then they looked like they were, it looked like they were about the same as the other teams, which was very strange. But going ahead and 2-chesting the 19 makes me think that maybe there are levels to this kind of thing, and they are on another level.
Exactly, right. This is the team that we didn't see Stamp really convert into this yesterday. That's the thing, right? Stamp yesterday had a bit of a shaky section on their off specs, and then they didn't look all that much better on their main specs, and they scraped by on time tiebreakers into day 3, even though they were the first seed in the region. Green Player here, the second seed in the region. I would say if they put this 2 chest on the board and then they don't choke the rest of the day, they're going to look substantially better than Stamp did yesterday.
Okay, so Kronos here, I think that they just immediately go Theater of Pain 20. I don't think there's much of a choice here for Kronos. And then you come and revisit
they need to convert that 2 chest into points while they can, because they're going to need all the points they can get.
I think that 2019 might be a qualifying score to make it to the finals.
We have 2 War Machines on Mulgar Razdunk here in this 16 for close observation. This is sketchy.
Can they 2-chest this?
They're not even fighting the boss in the safe spot. I think they're planning to. I think that's why they pulled onto boss here, is they're like, hey, let's... I mean, they're not even 2... They're kind of close to the 3-chest timer here.
Or 3... Sorry, are they going to 3-chest? Yeah. I mean, Warrior Tank does a buku amount of damage to this boss. Like, the Spell Reflect is an insane amount of damn.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of DPS that you can see they're putting out there, so I think it's possible as long as they can keep it clean over the ending of the fight. I mean, the intermission does always take a deceptively long amount of time.
Yeah.
But I think they can handle it.
The intermission's a pretty static amount of time. It's like a minute, maybe a minute 15 of time loss, just because you're waiting for Mogul Razdunk to drill down. I think they're going to be on the wrong side of this 3-chest timer. They were actually really close. I think going for it there with that Bloodlust was a smart strat.
It was ambitious, and the fact that they lived. I mean, living 2 War Machines on Razdunk is not an easy feat, right? You got a lot of extra damage coming out, and Mogul Razdunk's mechanics are, I would say, fairly easy if you're fighting Mogul Razdunk by himself, right? But as soon as you have that War Machine in there, the extra raid damage and the extra movement restrictions mean all of a sudden you have to worry about getting hit by micro missiles that you maybe previously were easily able to save spot, right? It's not an easy thing at all what they're doing here, so... yeah, extremely well played, extremely impressive, even if they don't put up that 3-chest, which they can maybe still do, but I think the damage... I mean, maybe they'll have the damage here in a sec. I don't know, I don't want to count them out.
I mean, look at this. We still have 2 of these drums to be able to crash down on with that drill. We're going to have, what, a minute? No lust? A minute 15 no lust, maybe? To be able to kill off this boss. I feel like it's not in the card.
Yeah, they are going to have a set of
16.
CDs. We have that Ret Paladin damage, that famous Ret Paladin damage, pulling from the reserves like Tyrion Fordring atop Icecrown Citadel. Light, grant me one final blessing. Let's see if they can do it here. 33% and dropping. I don't know. At 29%. It's going to be so close. I don't know about this one.
Oh my god, dude. We got 48 seconds to do 20% of the boss's HP.
I think maybe.
Oh, man.
We do have to kill the goblin afterwards.
Yeah, we have to kill the goblin. Oh, we've actually accelerated pretty hard, and now we're in the execute for the warrior. We're going to get another spell reflect.
Hey, the paladin as well. Hammer of Wrath is up.
I mean, okay, well, if we're calling about the paladins execute, we may as well call out the DKs execute while we're at it, too.
That's true.
And may as well just call out all the specs here.
That's right.
Our shaman's turbo Okay, 20
That's
seconds.
Okay, 20 seconds. They're in great shape here. This is perfect.
You see the Khadgar face? That's me right now.
That is me as well. With this incredible off-meta comp, it's not off-specs for them. These are their mains. This is their main comp, but it's working out great for them. They're going to 3-chest that Motherlode, which means they now have time to do a 19 and then a 20 in that dungeon. That would be so huge for them.
Yeah, holy. Okay, that's... I see the path to victory for them. I see the path for them to be able to win, and I don't even know if it necessarily involves any other teams making any major mistakes. Like I think that for them, if they just absolutely obliterate this dungeon on a 19, they could actually put themselves in a really comfortable winning position. They have to be able to kind of take it down. And for green player, we were calling out, oh man, it looks like they might be looking to 2-chest this 19, and I'm thinking we're going to be well under the 2-chest timer. Bloodlust has been engaged. We're going to be what?
Yeah, a minute or two.
Under? Yeah,
a crazy thrashing of the 2-chest timer by green player here, and all of a sudden, man, all of our teams, again, that's our theme of the day, is just every single team is not just meeting our expectations, they're consistently exceeding them, which at some point that might cause us to update our expectations upwards for these teams, but we'll have to see that when they show back up tomorrow. The one thing I know for sure is that there are 4 very deserving teams here playing today. Whichever 2 of them don't make it, it's going to be such a tragedy to see, but hopefully we will get to see them at some point again. And yeah, it's all just going to come down to who plays this last hour better.
I think FSYY in the bottom right is actually starting to slip a little bit further behind some of the potential competition, especially whenever you're seeing close observation there 3-chesting that Motherlode. I think that's kind of one of those situations where FSYY is then going to start to maybe potentially fall out of favor there, especially only 2-chesting that Priory 16. But, I mean, now green player, I think the plan is kind of simple. They go Priory of the Sacred Flame 19, time that key, and then give some honest attempts at the 21 Motherlode or potentially 20 Motherlode, depending on what you need to be able to qualify for the China Finals. I think that for them, they are probably now they went from being, in my opinion, in the second best position compared to Kronos, to now I believe that green player is in the best position and has the most likely chance of making it to that finals.
How do you feel about Kronos versus Close Observation, given that 3-chest entering the scorecard for Close Observation?
I think that there's a high chance that we're about to go to time tiebreaker.
I think you're right as well, because Kronos are a point ahead, or 2 points ahead, but then they have a 2-chest versus a 3-chest, so 1 point ahead once you factor that out. And they're already a little bit into their dungeon, although so are Close Observation also. They're both right at the start of these dungeons, right?
Close Observation, in my opinion, has a harder time, so they need to 1-chest to 19, then be able to get on a run and 1-chest this 20 in the overtime period. Where Kronos, they just time this 20 Theater of Pain within the next hour, and they kind of have the ability to be able to run dungeons over again for time tiebreaker, or potentially go for the 21 ML. It depends.
I think that's what they should do, is just do some attempts on the 21 ML, because that would probably lock them.
Yeah.
But if they don't accomplish that, I think Close Observation can get to the same scorecard as them.
Yeah, I think that there's a decent chance that Kronos and Close Observation end up going down to tiebreaker with 20 Theater, 20 Motherlode, 19 Priory of the Sacred Flame. And I don't know what the time tiebreaker looks like. I would assume that Kronos is maybe a little bit faster, especially since they're the 3rd seed competing against the 6th seed. But there's no math backing that up.
That's one of those assumptions that usually would be good, but with this season's MDI, especially with how seeding has worked out, so many of our lower seeded teams are actually not worse than our higher seeded teams, or if so, it's not by as much as the time trials would suggest, because some of our teams just spent less time in the time trials, but are equally good. Especially with the way that our format works right now, seeding matters a lot less than it did in our head-to-head format, where if you were lower seeded, you'd play against better teams earlier, and that would suck, right? But this time around, it doesn't change too much.
Dude, green player going for the gusto, going 21 ML, not even actually going for that 19 priority first. I feel like the 19 priority first would have been the safer option, but it doesn't matter. Like, if green player can time this first attempt, it really genuinely does not matter. This pull that they're doing is an absolute insane person pull. What is this? They actually are grabbing double extractor with the bloodlust, with the patrol. I think it's 4 casters with with double extractor. What the? Okay, I'm trying not to swear. What in the world is happening here?
Okay, here's what I'll say about green player. Their decision-making process here is so exciting, because I actually think this is good, even if this doesn't happen first try for them. If you think, like, okay, we would need to spend 50 minutes to actually get this on the board, that's still worth doing, and you'd rather do that rather than go to the Priory and then come back and just do this on the 20, right? Because you're getting 2 points in either of those cases, but this way you're getting the better tiebreak, so as long as you can succeed. The thing is, if you ever don't succeed here, you are finding a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and that would be heartbreaking at this point for green player.
I was looking around at some of the top Chinese routes in 21ML on live and seeing what teams were doing, and there was a team that elected to bloodlust double extractor as their first pull, and I wrote that off as crazy. I was like, whatever. That pull.
I pulled double extractor on live in a weekly key, and it's wiped me.
So what they actually had is they had 3 Earthshapers. They didn't have the 4th one, but now this pack that they're grabbing on the left side, that's the double Earthshaper caster pull. And it looks like their druid ran ahead to pull the 2 Wonton Sappers. So I think we're going to be probably mind controlling one of the Earthshapers if I had to wager a guess, and then allowing that to... Yeah, look at that. There's a star marker. So the Loda has one of those Earthshapers MC'd, and we're going to be killing off one of those casters. We're going to be gripping him in just a second. And once the first caster ends up dying off, then the second caster is going to be released. But our funnel for this first boss is going to be a lot better than other potential groups that are only taking the double sappers into the boss.
Yeah, that funnel, a big deal as well when you are playing with the Arcane Mage. Each target, up to really that 4th extra target, or 5th even, is really big for the Arcane Mage funnel here. So nice extra bit of damage, especially if it lines up with that Arcane Surge into the foot bomb phase on the boss as well. So hopefully you don't kill the trash before that. You can just really melt the boss as a result. So yeah, this looks great. This strategy is, I think, a really exciting one out of Mage.
16 million DPS here with that first Arcane Surge getting pressed.
And the thing is, obviously some of that's AoE, but you would be shocked. Probably like 12 million of that is single target, which is crazy.
We are obliterated. Our mage is obliterating this boss. Honestly, our DK and our Moonkin, if they're doing anything, they're griefing us. We would rather these mobs to stay alive forever, to the point. Okay, you don't want your DK and Moonkin to actually AFK, but it could be potentially better for them to AFK in some situations if you could have rotated back to the Arcane Surge again with those 4 targets.
Yeah, it's this reminds me of, do you remember Subtlety Rogue at the start of Battle for Azeroth, where you would have your Demon Hunter like miss their eye beam so that your rogue would keep getting their funnel damage?
I competed in Legion MDI, and that was the season that Windwalker Monk and Sub Rogue were both turbo broken. And we did an Eye of Ashara, and it was like 100 crabs. And our Windwalker Monk would go, I'm single target Fist of Fury, and angling himself away from the boss in order for our Sub-Rogue to continue to just like generate a billion combo points and just annihilate the second boss in EOA. That version of Sub is kind of similar to what you're seeing with current Arcane, except that version of Sub was also, I think, in my opinion, a little bit more broken.
Yeah, the nice thing about that version of Sub was you actually did less damage than the Arcane Mage to the ads, so you didn't accidentally kill your funnel too early, whereas Arcane does so much actual damage that some of it does hit those ads, and you do lose your funnel eventually too soon because you're doing too much damage.
That version of Sub was also not target capped, so you could pull 20 targets, and they were just like, this is the greatest day of my life.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you had at least the 5, you were getting the full combo points on every Shuriken Storm.
Yeah.
That was huge, yeah.
Yeah, dude. But yeah, I mean, this version of Arcane Mage really heavily reminds me of that iteration of Sub Rogue, where it's just like I think that there was a MDI or something like that where Sub Rogue was like losing to tanks in terms of damage, and we're like, yep, well, if you looked at actually the mob that matter, they're doing three times the amount of damage that the other DPS are doing, so this is valuable.
Exactly, that's the thing, right? Is when you think about what speeds up the dungeon, there's a lot of damage that just doesn't matter, right? When you're fighting an extractor and some earth shapers and then some sappers, whoever, like, those sappers are going to die before the earth shaper anyway, or before the extractor anyways, right? So, like, who cares how much earlier they die? All the damage that's dealt to them, kind of none of it mattered at the end of the day when you have that much damage for the extra mobs, right? It's all about just the prior damage.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of why you want this mage to balance out the Balanced Druid and the Unholy DK, because the Balanced Druid and the Unholy DK, look at all these trash pulls right here, they're doing a large amount of AoE damage,
right?
But as long as this extractor dies at the exact same time as the remaining trash, that's like the most important thing, because you don't really want this extractor to be alive and you're just like walking around with this guy at like 60% HP. Now they are going to have they have 2 extractors, so they were focusing on that. What is this route? Like, genuinely, I'm so bewildered about this route. We've just done double extractor twice.
Yeah, they're just getting full count from this section of the dungeon, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess it means they're not going to have to do that much War Machine stuff, so we're not only going to get to skip the War Machine section, end of dungeon, but we also don't have to fight all these huge, like, Alchemist pulls, maybe? Perhaps that's the theory? I'm not sure, though. It does... it is something I have never seen before, is this much double extractor combat, because anytime you're in combat with 2 extractors, it's just so easy to die.
Yeah, first off, it's very easy to die. It's also very hard to heal. And tank survivability with the double puncture cast, with that bleed, is brutal. Like, I think that's the thing that's, like, overlooked the most, is just how much damage your tank is taking there. So Cherry on the side of green player, that guy just was like, yeah, I can tank this. And now we're grabbing another extractor. And now this pull, I'm going to be honest, much easier than the remainder of these pulls. But they have triple Furious Gaze that they need to make sure that they stop from these Earth Ragers with an Earth Shaper. So I don't really know what we're going to be doing pick-wise here.
Yeah.
Maybe we go MC on one of the Earth Shaper?
I'm curious about it as well. I mean, you could just try and bully them with some stuns for a while.
This Earthshaper's MC, look, he's marked with the green triangle marker over his head. Yeah. I think that makes sense. But now, when do you kill this mob? Because our next pull is a Scary, probably?
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Huh.
We're rewriting the route for this dungeon.
They're rewriting history here for sure.
Yeah, our route is very custom. I actually like this route. I think it's much faster than some of the other routes that we've seen in ML so far, but we haven't needed to see teams be super quick in ML, but I think that we are going to be smashing this 21.
I think so as well. I think this is a really, really cool way to try and put this 2 chests on the board. Makes has highlighted for us in chat another message. Somebody's still unclear about what exactly we mean when we are talking about funnel, because we spent a lot of time there talking about the Arcane Mage funnel, but I don't think we've really defined the term still, and it is worth mentioning because it is so important for this. So the basic idea is when you have a spec that deals more damage to the single target because there are ads nearby, right? You have an Arcane Mage, and they're generating extra targets off of extra Arcane charges, thanks to their Arcane Orb hitting extra targets, and their Arcane Barrage is doing more damage thanks to the Resonance talent every time they're hitting extra targets. So the single target, the boss, is literally taking more damage because it is surrounded by its friends. That is the idea of a funnel spec, and Arcane is a prime example of that. Old Subtlety Rogue does it as well, but a lot of specs have some funnel in their kit in some way or other, right? If you're making extra combo points, if you're getting extra, insanity or rage or energy off of extra targets, all of that can be funnel.
Yeah, but then there's this conversion from AoE to single target. That's the important part of it, right? And then we kind of talk about 2 different types of damage. There's priority damage, which most classes have. It's like, your white swings on the mob, like the DK will target, like the DK in this composition, they'll target a paladin that you want to die first, and they'll be doing a little bit of priority damage to that paladin just because they're white swinging on them, even though they are mostly pressing Epidemic, and their Defile is pressed here. But then there's the funnel damage, which is like whenever you're taking a bunch of AoE, and instead of doing a large amount of damage on AoE, you're then converting it into very precise damage on a single target mob that you mark with Skull, and then you just kill them off faster. And so it's the difference between a meter spec versus a timer spec. Yeah, is a good way of describing it as well. Where some specs are both, right? Where they're just, they do a lot of damage, but they also help your timer a lot. But some specs might not look that great on the meter, but man, are they going to help you with the timer. And Arcane Mage is one of those timer specs for sure.
Yeah, and it depends on the pull, right? There are some pulls, I think Priory is a good example of this. There are a lot of pulls in Priory of the Sacred Flame where the best way to speed the timer up is just to do great AoE damage. You have some important 100%. Primary targets, but you have just like 6 Paladin pulls where you just need to be doing damage to all 6 of the Paladins to end the dungeon as soon as possible. But then there are dungeons like Motherlode, which is a great example of this, where you're always in combat with either a boss, an extractor, a war machine, a mastermind, something that needs to die before all the other stuff around it, or something that has twice the hit points of the enemies that are around it. And that is a perfect situation to be playing with these Arcane Mages to really speed up those dungeons.
We're going to see green player here in the top left. Looking to elect to press Bloodlust here momentarily. They might be saving it for whenever they actually have the Arcane Surge available. This level is very difficult for you to actually kill off the Earth Ragers in time. We've kind of reached the point where the damage check on the Earth Ragers is incredibly real, and so you need to make sure that you're saving offensive CDs or a lot of damage to be able to kind of kill these off. But also at the same point, you don't really want to be lollygagging and not doing a bunch of damage to the boss. I would expect Bloodlust right here, especially with this Surge and this Incarn getting pressed. So what's going to happen is the Moonkin is going to be cleaving off the boss, and then the Mage is going to be able to send that large burn on that boss. And so the Mage is going to be alternating large burn on the boss, and then small burn with Touch of the Magi on the adds, and trying to make sure that you have enough precise damage to be able to kill off these Earth Ragers in time. And it looks like green player is actually going to be able to kill off the boss before the next wave of adds are going to be spawned. And dude, we're going to be so fast in this 21 ml. I think 22 ml is on the board.
So here's the thing for green player as well. Not only are they fast, they have a lot of count as well, right? Like they have pulled a little bit more count in this area than a lot of the other routes do. So
yes,
they are ahead on that, so not behind.
Extractor main team has proven to be very successful. I wouldn't be shocked if other teams show up to Global Finals with a version of this route. I don't know if it will necessarily be this exact thing, but I also wouldn't be too terribly surprised if this is just the correct route for ML.
Yeah, the thing, like a lot of the theory behind, I believe it was Mandatory's Motherlode, was we're always going to be in combat with exactly one big mob, right? One extractor for Arcane Mage to be hitting. But if it turns out you can just be fighting two, and that can work out as well, that's even better, right? That could be even faster.
So this area, the theory holds pretty true. You're not going to be pulling double Mastermind. As long as you're constantly in combat with one Mastermind and letting your Arcane Mage get great funnel on these assistants or test subjects or what's the mob that casts the Echoing Blade? The Testers, maybe?
The Weapon Tester.
Yeah. So the weapons, as long as you're in combat with one Mastermind with a bunch of these fodder mobs, that's the most important thing in this area. Now, in that other area, kind of like you were talking about, the Extractors, it's really interesting to be able to pull multiple of those at a time, because then you're getting a ton of value out of the DK and the Moonkin at the expense of potentially a tank death or like a bad HPS check gone wrong. But, I mean, green player were able to pull it off, so it's probably doable by all of our top-end teams.
We saw a lot of tank deaths yesterday in the Motherlode, but I will say so far today, I don't know if we've seen a single, serious tank calamity. The tanks have been doing a really good job, and just from my cursory scanning of the raid frames over time, it seems like there has just not also been all that much time where Cheat Death has even been on cooldown, right? Like, they've just, Last Resort is something they haven't even been forced to use. It's been really impressive, the cleanliness that the tanks have been playing in this division in particular.
Yeah. Looking around at the other teams, we got Kronos here in the top right-hand corner of the screen in this Theater of Pain, a 17:48 Gore Chop split. They're going to be, I think that's a very similar time to where Green Player were. I think Green Player were somewhere in the 17:30 range. So I wouldn't be shocked if they end up putting up a similar time. being like around 2.5 minutes under on the timer in that Theater of Pain. Kronos are really going to need to kind of continue to not make any major mistakes. I don't think that they can afford any major mistakes. Maybe a couple of deaths here and there, maybe a Bone Mage, death to a Bone Spear, something like that could happen. But at the same point, like, you are really trying to avoid any major calamity at this point in the dungeon to be fine. In the bottom left here, we have Close Observation, which are in a 19 Motherlode after being able to 3-chest that 16, which was very impressive. We were very, very surprised at their ability to be able to 3-chest that 16. Could they potentially convert this into a 19 2-chest? I think the answer is largely no, just eyeballing their timer, but I'm not super guaranteed on that. They've yet to actually pull the additional War Machine, but even still, I don't think that we have enough time to be able to 2-chest this dungeon on a 19.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. The other thing as well is we're moving to the point in the day where it's not just the time in the dungeon, right? It is the time in the day that's starting to become a little bit of an issue as well. So we have 36 minutes or so left in the day. This is going to be really important because several of our teams would like to finish their current run and then see if they could sneak another run in. Kronos in particular, it's a big question mark for me, is whether they'll have time to do that. I feel like the answer is going to be no.
Oh, really? You think it's going to be no? I mean, I guess it depends on how long their priority, because they need to put a priority 19, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. So Kronos up in the top right, you can see they would need a priority 20 after this if they want to upgrade the priority. So, I mean, they're going to be done with this dungeon, and they're going to have like 25 minutes. I don't think that's going to be enough to full run one of these keys.
Dude, I thought they had the priority 18 similar to Green Player, but no, since I feel like they... What, you would just go give honest attempts at the 21 Motherlode?
21 Motherlode, I think, would be your best bet. Yeah, unless you're feeling really good about priority 20, but I feel like 21 Motherlode is easier than priority 20.
You kind of have to be worried about potential time tiebreaker, especially from close observation in the bottom left. But I think that that's like a problem that you would maybe reconsider running Motherlode on a 20 or priority on a 19. That's like a final 5 minutes of the day kind of decision, not one that you would make right now. Like, I think that you would rather get on like a really good attempt in a ML21 first and foremost.
Yeah, so for all of our teams, then this is going to be super tight. I actually don't think any of our teams are going to be able to get 2 more full runs here. I think it's going to be this run and then 1 more. Maybe, just maybe, if they can really finish these current keys. But the problem is all the keys are so high level. Yeah, I think these are... It's going to, after this, be their last dungeons.
Dude, our timer in this 21 ML is so good.
Yeah, this is 22 times here.
I don't think they're going to go for 22, mostly because I think they're going to go for 19 priority Sacred Flame. But their timer is easily 22able, maybe 23able. Just eyeballing where this 21 is right now.
I feel like even the 21 is probably good enough to get them qualified. But yeah, I think you're right. They could do even better than this.
I mean, dude, whenever I was watching them in the 16s and the 18s, I was like, dude, this doesn't feel like the same team I watch on live all the time. Maybe, dude, I think that those alt specs and the variety rule just put them in the blender. I think they just like turned into pumpkins. They just like, the clock struck midnight and they just literally lost their beauty.
Happens to all of us. But yeah, this is going super well there. And of all of our teams here now, if Green Player make it, that would mean our other teams are fighting for just that 1 extra slot out of this group, right? If Green Player put this on the board, they're going to move to 59 points, which is what Kronos are playing for right now as well. Mm-hmm. So actually, I mean, yeah, both Kronos and Green Player, maybe at 59 or 60. Can Close Observation compete? Maybe. They are they're playing for 58 right now.
I think Green Player have the... I think if you're able to time this 21 ML, especially this convincing, I think that Green Player, assuming that they can time 19 priority, probably lock up Group B as the first seed coming out of this group. Mostly because if it ever goes to time tiebreaker, I'm pretty sure this Motherlode is going to be the fastest.
Yeah, I mean, this is somewhat close to a 2-chest here in the plus 21.
Yeah, we're not going to be 2-chesting it, but we're going to be 4 some odd minutes under, which is crazy to think about.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, meanwhile, we have FSYY at 56. They're playing for 58 as well here. So, yeah, it's not over by any stretch yet. We are having all of our teams condensing or closing in on a very, very high point total here.
if any team like makes a mistake and wipes like 15 or 20 minutes into a dungeon, that could send them fourth. Like genuinely, that could just be the catalyst to send them all the way into fourth place, because I think that most spots are still open for most teams, like depending on these runs that are about to get finished here within the next 10 minutes.
Absolutely, yeah. As long as green player put this Motherlode on the board, they are going to be in great shape. But
I don't think they're locked, but I think they're close to locked by timing this dungeon.
I think it might even lock them, yeah, because maybe not hard lock, but it would be a soft lock, I would say.
Yeah, I would go as far to say as all, yeah, like I would classify them as like safe if they time this, but I don't think it's like mathematically 100% secure.
The thing is, after this, then they get to go to a much easier key than this in the 19 Priory. Maybe not much easier. An easier key in the 19 Priory. So
I do think it's easier.
And that extra
just so jank.
Key would give them a hard lock for sure.
Yeah, that would get them the hard lock. But I mean, the 19-2 chest I think had to be the run of the day so far. That was. I was not expecting them to go from 18-1 chest to 19-2 chest. Let me just say.
Yeah, that is a crazy... I mean, that just goes to show the off-specs versus the main specs, right? They really have benefited from being on these main specs, and that's probably really good news for their abilities tomorrow against Samp and in the global finals against our world-class teams, right, from the Western Cups, right? Teams like Wunderbar, teams like Mandatory. If you can put up runs like that, I don't know. I mean, this green player look on that level as well.
All right, so the clock might have not struck midnight, but it has struck 11:30 in good old parts of Europe, and that means that we're bringing back on Mix.
That's right, in good old parts of Central Europe.
Well, I was going to say good old Europe, but it's not all of Europe, it's some of Europe.
That's right. We also have more than one time zone. Not many more, but more. But yeah, it is getting closer to the end of the day, though, and so much exciting stuff has happened. I've been just watching on the sidelines, kind of glued to my screen as it all unfolded. The one thing I'm a little bit sad about is the timer on... closed observation in the bottom left, so they're not going to be able to get this +2 out of the 19, which green player did, which really would have helped with the end of the day. Now, if you're looking at our clock, it's less than 30 minutes that are left, so you're going to need to be really, really fast if you want to squeeze in one more dungeon before you are locked.
I don't think it's possible. I think it is final runs of the day will be after these runs that we are watching right now. There's just no way you're going to get something done in like 25 minutes and then start another key at this key level. The timers in the dungeons just don't facilitate that.
Close observations missing count.
Oh, no. Oh, it's okay. They weren't going to 2-chest anyway.
Yeah, we were going to be missing this 2-chest. I just noticed that they were missing count. This is the dungeon that you always miss counting because you're just like, yep, mines, and then you're just like, oh, wait. A little bit more mines. A couple more. We missed a couple.
We have everything. There's definitely a lot of lines on our tank, but never sure.
Yeah, it's just so easy to not like walk over. Like, I guess in this case, how many did they miss? 5? Is that right?
Yeah, so maybe they missed like a sapper or something earlier. That can happen.
Yeah, they could have missed. Yeah, something like that. Just like one random mob.
Yeah, depending on the route.
Still not as bad as Arakara. Missing count. It was so easy to just miss those skittering flyers in Arakara.
Yeah. Yeah, there have been some famous missed count incidents in the MDI history. Of course, the most famous. Yeah, so there was the bat for Echo in the Sanguine Depths, and then, of course, the big missed count moment.
Yeah, that happened more than once. Yeah. There were multiple incidents of that. Yeah.
The Nelthorus one was by far the most famous because, like, what did end up happening? I think they came out of, like, one of the boss rooms and they were supposed to, like, tag a mob. Yeah. And they just end up missing, like, this, like, one random mob, like a bird or something. I think it was, like, one of those phoenixes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some crazy stuff there.
Motherlode, at least, you can always go and pick up count pretty quickly after the boss, not like the bat backtrack that we saw for Echo in that Sanguine Depths back in Shadowlands.
Looking at Kronos in our top right, because with how close all of our teams are, it's kind of going to be really relevant with how fast they are. I've been writing some timers down, not all of them, but I have the 20 TOP timer of both FSYY and Green Player, and they were on 32:30 and 31:38. Now, with Kronos having 70% of the boss still to chew through, I think they might actually have the slowest out of the 20 TOPs that we've seen. I'm unfortunately missing the one from close observation.
I think that we're in a situation where if Green Player and Kronos end up timing these dungeons, it's not that they're completely locked up or anything like that mathematically, but I think they're in a situation where the other two teams in close observation, FSYY, are going to have a really outside chance of looking to make it to the China finals just by being able to convert all of these points.
Yeah, so let's talk through the points one more time here. So if these runs all work out, we are going to have... Green Player actually having a death here. They do have a battle res, but they are down a healer for a little bit here, so they do have to be a little bit careful. But if these runs all work out, we're going to have two 59-point teams at the top of our board, and I think 59 is the ceiling for our other teams. So if our top two teams can then add another point to their scorecards, I think that will lock out our bottom teams. But adding another point to these scorecards is going to be quite tough to do, definitely anybody can happen. Yeah, another death, though, for Green Player.
Dies again to Gatling Gun. Okay, so we do have the one battle res remaining. Okay, so now we just have to not die once more. And this is a fight that it's actually easy to have like one-off deaths to, especially with how you're... Hold on, go back to that guy. Go back to the...
Nope, we're watching some time portals, and you will like it.
Uh-oh. What? Oh, yeah, okay, the good town portal. We stopped the key.
Yeah. Dude, I was talking about what was full screen on the screen. Sorry, I will be more clear in my communication going forward. Both of you just like having your jaw fall to the floor. Yeah, dude, no, it's okay.
I thought about it too, then I started looking at the other window. Okay, never mind. It's way different.
Well, usually when we see somebody casting a town portal scroll, it's bad. But yeah, this time around, it was just the end of the dungeon. All good. Situation normal. Not to worry. No panic needed.
So the reason that I think that Kronos is probably in the best position going into the... Like, especially if Kronos doesn't improve past the 59 score that you're kind of shouting out, I think that they're going to have preferential time tiebreaker over the other two teams in FSYY and close observation. And it's not mathematical. It's more just like the vibes of like how fast I've seen some of these runs.
They're slower in this 20. Like right now, they are slower than FSYY and GP both.
Okay, so maybe they aren't faster. Maybe they are going to.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait for the final leaderboard at the end of the day. That's always fun to get the news about the time tiebreakers there.
Just say you don't trust my math. It's fine.
No, I trust your math. I don't want to hear it anymore. I just want to know. I gotta know when it comes out at the end, and I want to not know until then. You know, I want it to be a surprise.
All right. I will not share any more time math until.
It's kind of like Omni CD and kick trackers. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, we
got
to
get
those
really
out of here.
Know, you just want to play.
Yeah. Somebody press a cooldown. Figure it out. Not me.
Range player talking. Yeah. Can you tell he's a moonkin?
Hey, Drano said that. It wasn't even me. It's a tank.
That's right.
It doesn't matter. They get away with a lot because they're tanks.
That's true. That is extremely true. Dude, the amount of mechanics when you play tank and then you swap to DPS or healer for a key and you're like, oh, I actually have to think about this mechanic.
Theater. Holy, wait a second. This is based.
Whoa! Okay. This is so cool. Well, it makes perfect sense, right? Because they know that it is going to come to the highest dungeon tiebreaker.
Right.
And they cannot justifiably reach that 21 in the Motherlode. So instead they're saying, okay, we'll take the 21 that we can actually maybe reach to set ourselves up for success, which is that 21 TOP. Obviously, a little bit of a harder dungeon, but incredibly cool to see from close observation.
Absolutely. They're playing to win. They've identified the situation with the math, with the team scorecards and the tiebreakers and all that. But right now we have Green Player with 2 minutes and 34 seconds to spare, putting a plus 21 Motherlode on the board. Nothing but huge congratulations are due to them right now. That was incredible. Incredible gameplay out of them.
So if close observation timed this dungeon on 21, that means that they would have a better tiebreaker than Kronos, but Kronos has a chance to rebuttal in probably 21 Motherlode, potentially 21 Theater of Pain, but likely 21 ML.
It needs to be a 21, yeah, so that they can get that first tiebreaker of highest level dungeon done.
What's the FSYY situation here? Is this...
It's looking tough. They also have to go and put a 21 on the board after... Oh, man, they're in a 19 Priory. So... This is bad for FSYY. They can't win if they finish this key. They need to go to 21. And it looks like they're kind of standing around and realizing this, right? 'Cause there's only 21 minutes left in the day, right? They don't have enough time to finish this Priory and start another key. And if they do finish this Priory, they'll be at 59 points, which is good. But they won't have a 21.
Seed. Oh,
that's good. Hopefully that gives them time to realize that they need to hearth out.
think about it.
Yeah.
So, I think that there's a chance that they could still be fine, assuming that no other team puts up another key, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, because they could go to time tiebreakers against... So they'll lose the tiebreaker against green player, but you're right, that it actually still could work out against the other team. So they're not dead just yet, and they don't need to leave this key. Wow.
But if they want better chances, they should leave this key. If you're kind of banking on the 3 other teams not converting a single point, that's not ideal. That's not the best scenario for yourself. And since Priory takes around like 31 minutes, this is not great news for FSYY.
The tank DC in general is just not good for them as well. Maybe they should even hearth out and just restart this key right now, just for the extra timer, because their best case is going to a time tiebreaker against these other teams, so losing a minute to a tank DC is probably unacceptable.
Yeah. Look at this. Green player are going into the Priory of Sacred Flame as opposed to going 22 ML, which... It makes sense. I think that 19 Priory is much easier than 22 ML, but I still think that our timer for 22 ML was turbo free, and like... I think that green player might have had the timer for 23 Motherlode.
I think you're maybe right. Yeah.
Which is, if they're not going to have enough time at the end of the day, right? Like, you started the dungeon on 16. Maybe if we started the dungeons on 17 or started them on a higher key level and gave them a little bit more time, there's a chance that they could have actually timed this dungeon time the Motherlode on a 23. So
I think that 22 is more realistic. Like, they didn't have that much on. They only had 2.5 minutes at the end of the key.
I'm thinking about Global Finals here.
Maybe the perfect run.
Yeah. I like the
So the good news is, FSYY has ported out of the dungeon. The bad news is there's a fair chance they're just going to go back into that 19.
Even still, though, they do still have a chance with that 19.
They still have a chance, but their chance is just not as great as if they would go for that 21 because of close observation also pushing into that 21, right? Of course, this is a very hard 21. All of the 21s are hard, let me rephrase, but this is a harder 21 than the Motherlode generally is the consideration.
I like their comp for this, though.
I like it as well, yeah.
I think their comp is better for this than it is for Motherlode 21. But I mean, they would be doing the Motherlode 20, and then you're just banking on your time tiebreaker.
Yeah, they would also be playing for Kronos not gaining a point at the end of the day here. That would be their only... Actually, I guess either way, that's kind of their only win condition, right? The question is just what the time tiebreakers look like between those teams. That changes whether the 20 or the 19 is a big... or the 20 or the 21 is a big difference.
Does it matter if they're going TOP or Motherlode for that 21 for the time tiebreaker? Because obviously higher key level usually means you're slower.
So...
Does that set them up?
It doesn't matter here, because if close observation get the 21, the only way they still win against Kronos is if Kronos don't get a 21, right? Because if Kronos get the 21, they go to 60 points. So we will never go to a time tiebreaker if close observation put the 21 on the board. We would actually between them and green player, so I guess that could matter. Oh no, we won't, because... actually, their second highest keys would be different in that situation. So yeah, there is actually no way where the time tiebreaker could matter if close observation put the 21 on the board, interestingly enough.
I think green player is... I don't think they're locked mathematically, but I think they're practically locked, pretty much.
If they time
Yeah.
this, right? That's the
they're
hint.
auto-
Even if they
locked-
don't, they're looking good.
Yeah,
But-
even if they don't, I would give them a 95% chance of making it to the finals, making it tomorrow.
I think they may actually be hard locked because they have the 21-20 tiebreaker that I don't think two other teams can beat that.
I think
I'm not
Kronos
100%
can.
sure.
Oh, but if Kronos then. Okay, yeah, you're right, actually. Now I'm thinking about this a little bit more. Because then that would involve Kronos timing the Motherlode, which would have boxed out the other teams at 59.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like they're either way, green player is going to be ahead of FSYY and close observation.
What a wild! It's very
Yeah.
rare. Okay, so normally whenever you have the last hour and all four teams are live, that's interesting. It's so infrequent that we have the last 15 minutes where all four teams are live.
Yeah, exactly. A green player may be either soft locked or hard locked, but the other three teams definitely are not. It's anybody's game between these three other teams.
Yeah, and for
That's so
FSYY, for FSYY, their fate's not exactly in their hands. They're basically just hoping that no other team improves, and then their time tiebreaker versus Kronos is good enough to qualify
Their
them.
path is the narrowest. So FSYY are relying on succeeding in this run and then beating Kronos on time tiebreakers and also not having any points increase, not having close observation time their run, because that would
Correct.
also spell their defeat.
Which is possible. I mean, I've seen crazier stuff. We have two teams trying these 21s, which are very, very hard keys. Like
Especially the theater. Like, that is a crazy difficult keystone.
our timer is on our first boss on a Front of Champions is kind of close. I mean, 3:30. That's pretty much like the barrier of what you want on the first boss. So we're going to need to be looking at their Zav split here momentarily. I think anything like a 12-minute Zav is probably acceptable, but I wouldn't love it. But it's still probably timeable.
I think they'll be under that. You're already in fight with Saf for nearly a minute.
This fight is silly. It becomes so
It
much
is very
longer the
long,
higher.
yeah.
Yeah. Like it becomes exponentially longer because of the banner spawning and the fact that players get sent down for more PvP events every single time you go up a key level.
Well, you just ignore the banners, you see.
Well, yeah, ignoring the banners is totally fine, but that doesn't stop you from getting PvP'd 3 more times because you
That's
went up
true.
1 key level.
Well, we'll see where they land. I am very, very curious how they're going to be doing, but at the same time, we have 14 more minutes where they could be restarting, and for a team like Kronos, they're, of course, front-loading a lot of the difficulty in this 21 Motherlode, so even if something goes wrong here, they can do this like 2 more times before they're really locked in this dungeon. So I think chances are looking pretty good for them.
I think green players had the best day 1 that we've seen so far in the China finals. I think they had a better
Certainly.
day than Jaeger Cheering Squad and Stamp from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Jaeger Cheering Squad looked quite good, but they lost their main specs for the third day. Stamp kept their main specs, but they looked weaker than Jaeger Cheering Squad yesterday. So, green player, they're going to be finishing in first, and they're going to be having that spec variety rule working out for them, where they've saved all of their best specs for the last day. Definitely, they have gotten the best of any of our teams in the Chinese region so far. Even if they don't put this 19 prior on the board, but I think they will. I think they're getting to 60 points here.
There's definitely a good chance for them having that happen. I think it's also really smart and how they routed through that day. You know, we always talk about, well, at the end of the day, you shouldn't have a too difficult of a dungeon because once runs are locked and you wipe, then that's kind of your timer gone. The fact that they prioritize putting that 20 on the board, putting the 2021 on the board, and now, quote unquote, only have a 19 priority in front of them really speaks to them mapping out their tournament day in a really efficient manner.
Absolutely, yeah. This has been super impressive to watch from them. They have been just demolishing the competition here so far. And it's been impressive as well because the competition has looked so good as well. There's it's not like they've been stomping over weak teams. The other teams have been putting up impressive results, right? 2 teams that weren't them 3-chested these 16 Motherlodes, but they have somehow managed with some really impressive things. I think the biggest thing for Green Player was 2-chesting the plus 19 Motherlode.
That was
That
insane.
meant that they didn't have to go back into the 20 Motherlode, which takes such a long time and is so difficult to do.
Yeah,
was,
for sure.
I think that's like day winning. Like that is the type of run that has separated the pack tremendously.
I feel like there could have been other runs to make up for it, like any of the 16s plus 3. I mean, Kronos being able to put a 16 plus 3 in the Motherlode as well as close observation. I feel like if you had one more of that, maybe it wouldn't have been such a massive gap in the end.
I don't think Kronos has necessarily had a bad day.
No, they
I don't
definitely
think so
haven't.
either.
Yeah,
I think
Dan,
none of
everybody's
her
been playing
teams
great.
really had like a bad day. Yeah, if you compare all 4 of those teams individually, I think you could definitely make a point of saying each of them had a really good day. And even so, the most resets on like lower percentages, I think we actually saw on Green Player. They just made up for it really well.
Green Player did reset a lot of dungeons, but they did reset them in the first 5 minutes as well, which is like, that just does not cost you very much at the end of the day, compared to resetting 20 minutes into a dungeon, which some of our other teams in the West, for instance, did that, and that can lose you the MDI right there.
you're allowed to reset 5 minutes into a dungeon if you're doing 3 double extractor pulls.
Exactly.
Those
Yeah.
are the rules. Those are the rules. But if you're not, then you better be not resetting.
Write that down, chat. Next up in your pugs, you're also asking for the triple extractors.
I think that's the big thing to remember is every pull you see in the MDI, you should be doing in your pug runs. And if you have a tank that doesn't do this much mobs all at once, you should ping them. Use the new ping system and make sure that they know that there's more mobs they could be pulling.
Bro, you
Listen,
say
if
new?
you're
It's
not
like
doing
an
the damage,
expansion.
Yeah.
if you're not doing the damage you're seeing these teams do, it's not because they're exceptionally skilled. It's just because your tank is not pulling enough for you to actually shine. Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, you might be in a toxic group environment that you need to get yourself out of.
Every puck ever. Looking at Kronos, though, there are in that same area that we were just seeing from Green Player and highlighting it how crazy it is, they're taking this a little bit slower.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that most teams will be doing this a little bit slower. Maybe not at Global Finals, though. I'm actually really curious what Global Finals are going to look like because we have so many great teams that a lot of them didn't play, like not all the teams have played all the dungeons, and even the teams that have played the dungeons didn't necessarily have to do them all at the highest level. So when we do get to the Global Finals, it's going to be really interesting to see everybody synthesizing the best routes that they've seen across all 4 group weekends now. But we are going to tune in to Close Observation, making their way to the Gore Chop wing here.
Our Zap split, look at that, 11:54. I said 12. We need to beat him by 12 minutes. I think that we are making great pace and on a deathless run. This is excellent for close observation here, as I think that they're... I was just
Why'd you have to say that?
What are you doing, Tettles?
Listen,
Shut up,
listen,
man.
It happened again?
The mask can't account for the Ret Paladin running it down mid. Like, I don't know what you want.
I think this is going to be a reset.
Well, the good thing is, it's 51, so they still have time to just go again. And nothing happened. They
right.
could have never started another run after this key, so really, this was just a free do again. Maybe their timer was a little bit too slow. Yeah, exactly. Now we know exactly what to look out for.
Yeah, and we know which caster is not allowed to speak while they're on the screen.
All right?
Also, yes.
My bad. I'll say it. That was my
I
fault.
believe you have, like, powers to curse backwards in time. That's really crazy.
All right, so our other teams looking like their runs are going a little bit better than that run from close observation. Like you said, makes about 8 minutes left in the day for teams to be finishing these runs. So not that much time left. There's not room for making that many more mistakes. They can wipe and reset again, but not much more than one more reset in these dungeons is going to be available for our teams. The end is near. It's all going to come down to the runs that are on our screens right now in all likelihood. As Kronos sneaking around the side, getting ready to head up to Azerok in this plus 21. This is going to be such an impressive run if Kronos can just come in here and one-shot the 21 Motherlode. Obviously it was incredibly impressive that Green Player did that as well. But Kronos need to be able to do this to prove that they're on the same level as Green Player.
They do, and I believe that they can do it based on what we've seen thus far. But of course, there's still so much danger waiting in this dungeon. And as I say that, their DK actually does go down from a melee, it looks like, immediately as the pack just spawned. It's a nice little trait of being a melee DPS. Every now and then that happens.
Yeah, these things do happen. That's okay, though. The B-Res committed. Another one will be recovering in just a moment here for Kronos. They're going to keep this run going, not deciding to pull the trigger on resetting just yet, which I respect. I think it'll probably be a little early to reset off of one death. Even though you know you kind of have a free reset, you know, there are big mistakes that can happen, and there are things in the dungeon you've already beaten in this run that could turn into big mistakes the next attempt if you do wipe and reset right now.
Where's close observation? Are we not starting another key?
They're probably
taking a
getting ready
quick
to
little
restart
break.
that theater.
Yeah.
Taking a breath.
Like
Little breather.
a little menti
Getting ready for
break,
the last
you know?
attempt of the day, you know? You know, it's all going to come down to this. As we have another death for Kronos now, that could be their last battle res if they decide to commit it here on their mage.
Surely.
Looks like they're just
Surely
going to
not.
release here.
Yeah. A pack is so low already. I think you'd rather save that rest for a lot of the stuff that comes after here. We know that our caster mobs are still waiting as well, and there's some more that's coming up this hallway here.
Ooh. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is curious out of Kronos. I mean, the timer in Motherlode is generous. It's not that generous. I'm not sure how long you can afford to mess around here.
It's not the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
We're just
Like,
taking this into boss, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you take it into the boss for funnel, but like
Cool.
it's normally with like bloodlust on pull and stuff like that. Okay, ready check for close observation. Can we? We're gonna start the key, bro. All right, yeah,
We got
count
5
down.
minutes to get this key started. There's that
Very
pull
good.
timer. Here we go. It's all going to come down to this run. Close observation need to succeed in this attempt, or else they will not be making it through to day 3. So they are getting that run underway right now. The same is pretty much true for FSYY, and then also maybe for Kronos, depending on how things turn out for the other teams here. We could be going again to another triple tiebreaker on time here. Although, unlike yesterday, it might be for second, third, and fourth instead of for first, second, and third.
Man, this is so unbelievably close. I can't believe it's like 4 minutes until the clock strikes. And
Yeah.
every team still has a chance. No one has like reset or
look
put themselves in a position where there's no coming back anymore.
Look at this for green player here. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier. I think makes about taking Tanner Duelmall into Braun Pike here as the second boss. This route, they kept not doing it in the 16s and 18s whenever they were playing their off meta comp. I had a suspicion that just like the routing was going to allow them to do it on the higher levels, but it looks like they didn't feel the need or desire to until they've actually made it onto that full meta composition.
That does make sense. There they go.
I really
Here
like
comes
it.
Close
I think we're going to be
observation.
seeing that a lot more as well.
First boss, last try at the first boss for close observation. I guess there's still another 3 minutes to reset if they need to
We
here.
could start again. Yeah.
But they would really like to get a good timer on the board in this dungeon, especially on the first boss, right? Start off the dungeon strong,
Blood
because
beast, blood
unlike
beast.
the Motherlode, the timer in theater is not very generous, right? This is a tight timer dungeon, even at the plus 20 level, but especially at the plus 21 level. This is going to be so close at the end of the key, even if everything goes pretty well. So they need to optimize every single second of damage in this run.
Yeah, so we're looking to try to beat like a 330 on the first boss split. That's like totally fine to time it on a front to champions. Anything after or anything below the 330 mark is just straight cash. Like we were hoping for like a 315 maybe to be able to be like, okay, we're a little bit. It's not like we're safe, but that's just like a great time to have some leeway for maybe like a death here and there, and it's not like that bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Looking at that clock, 33% on the middle boss. All of them at about the same percentage as well, as they're kind of even cleaving here. Always a good way to optimize damage.
They get spell reflect on Passerin, so realistically what's going to happen is like the melee DPS are going to be probably targeting any other boss other than
Oh,
Passerin.
look at the top left screen player. Oh my goodness, they nearly got hit by those shield explosions, but luckily they were able to kill the boss just in time. as they now move on in the Priory here. This 19 looking really good for them.
Their group's pretty low to be going into this double Paladin pull. Hopefully Loda can get them all topped up for the Paladin. The toll is a little bit delayed, but still not great to pull the back when your entire team is at 20% HP. But
I was really worried there for a second as well.
I think during Global Finals, by the way, something that we're going to have to watch out for is I'm pretty sure all of the teams are going to be running Kazan on like most of their people, Kazan, and just have figured out a way to min-max that. That seems like that's been one of the bigger revelations over the last couple of weeks, is that a lot of people in most groups are going to start to run that trinket.
Yeah, I have Kazan. Very powerful trinket, but you have to stay in combat to keep its stacks up, which is something that requires some work to be able to do, right?
What if the non-willingness of the Chinese teams that we saw throughout yesterday and today to do a lot of the skips, the Shadow Mill skips, is connected to that Kazan, where they're just like, oh, we'd rather keep those stacks up. I could see that.
I don't think that... I do not believe that there is a decision point to be made between Bubbles and Kazan.
I don't mean Bubbles.
No, come on.
I mean stuff like the Motherlode. Maybe not Bubbles.
I don't know. I think that was just some nonsense where our tank was having a good day playing Dwarf as opposed to Nelf.
Yeah, I did not mean that specific unwillingness. I meant more like in the Motherlode, where we've been seeing teams like pull the pack before coin operator pummeler, for example, rather than just skipping through stuff like that.
I don't know if they're connected.
You still disagree. It's okay.
There's a chance that they're connected. I mean, we've seen things like teams run 5 Night Elves, and then what will happen is Avenged Demon Hunter will press Sigil of Misery on a pack, and then everybody will get in combat with the pack with an effect, and then right before that Misery is going to break, everybody's just going to group meld, and that will help you keep up those Kazan stacks. And then, like in Floodgate, teams are routing differently because of it as well. So there are concessions that you make. I don't know if you would forego skips because of it. That seems like a little bit aggressive. But like for Kronos here, I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
So we've left these test subjects in that Misery, and we just like let our entire group get in combat while our tank is gathering, and just like sit there. And instead of our stacks decaying once every 1.5 seconds, instead we're just kind of sitting there with our stacks at full still. And I think that those are the kind of very small optimizations you make, not something as big as like, oh yeah, we're never doing this skip again.
This pack that they're pulling right now is actually a little bit dangerous, but they're dealing with it so well. I'm really, really curious to see what else we're actually going to be pulling in this part of the Motherlode. You can kind of see the cast bars just now being interrupted. They are making sure nobody is going to get gooped in this key. It could quickly spell a death if it should happen to someone like your healer, but luckily Kronos are doing really well. Green player, though, losing their mage on the left-hand side.
Yeah, we are about to cross over that threshold. In fact, I believe we may just have crossed over the line. These runs becoming final here for these teams. So now would be a very bad time to wipe. They should try their absolute best to not lose it right here. Green player, the team that needs to worry about the least, because I think their 59 points will likely hold regardless. I don't think there's a way that the tiebreakers can work out badly for them, even if they don't succeed here. But, of course, they want to.
Listen, I'm scared to talk. You did the whole spiel of like, oh, it would be really bad if they wiped here. And now I'm like, what if I say something and the entire team goes poof?
Yeah, close observation, actually. The team that is most in danger as this 21 theater is just so hard.
I mean, the curse of Ra is upon us. As Dratnus also likes to call it.
Yeah,
the 3 p.m. curse.
Which no, but that doesn't work because the time zone is different over in China, so they're going to be safe from that, I believe.
That's
Why can it not just be another PM curse?
Well, the 3 p.m. curse lands when they're not actually playing, so they're perfectly safe. It's just during the practice hours. They
probably also don't use PM, which is important.
I think they... you know what?
You get immunity to it.
I see. Well, green player are going to be pulling here. The last pack that they need, taking it straight upstairs into the boss. Interrupting that priest, gripping it on upwards. And here they go. They might be our first team to stop the clock on their day. All of our teams, actually, except for close observation, are near the end of their runs.
So, just to kind of harp back on what we were saying before, if green player finishes this key, this puts them on a 60 score, which is definitely hard locked. They will qualify
locked.
to tomorrow, right?
Yes, that is locked.
Yeah.
Does it lock anyone out by default? No, because it's still Kronos, FSYY, and Close Observation that are fighting for that same second spot.
Yes, all three of those teams are fighting for the second place spot. Realistically, I think that green player is probably locked.
They're
one of
locked
the two
either
spots.
way from the tiebreaker, yeah.
Yeah.
They're locked for tomorrow. They're not locked for first in the division, but first in the division doesn't really matter because even for prizing, that's all going to be determined tomorrow if you're first or second. Prizing difference today is only if you're third versus fourth.
All right, so then the next key that is probably going to be finished, if it works out in favor of the teams, would be Kronos's. If Kronos is able to put up the 21 Motherlode, then that's it. Then both of our teams are going to be locked, and it will be Kronos and, of course, a green player making it to tomorrow. If, however, they struggle to put that 21 Motherlode on the board, there's still a small, narrow alley for either Close Observation or FSYY to make it in.
There's still prize pool implications for FSYY and Close Observation, though.
True.
That
For sure.
matter whenever you're looking at third versus fourth place as well.
Yeah, so these runs all still matter, except for the green player run, which is almost finished here. This does matter, though, for the Pride, and this actually would lock them the first place overall, instead of potentially
nice.
being... Actually, it wouldn't lock them first place overall, because they could still go to time tiebreakers against Kronos, so... but this would still be good for green player, so it might matter for the first versus second.
Dude, our time... Dude, they sucked on
Yeah.
comps.
On earlier, yeah, because they're almost two-chesting this 19. In fact, are they two-chesting this 19 Priory for green player?
I don't think so.
No,
I think they're gonna
1
be like
minute? I don't think so.
They're gonna be like 30 seconds. Oh, okay, they're gonna be a little bit more. They're gonna be like a minute under.
If they didn't
There's
have
no
these two
loss.
deaths, though, maybe.
Yeah, but,
Maybe.
dude. What? They're just were they just so bad on their Alta comps? Like, what? How does this happen?
I think rather than describing them as bad on their ults, I think that they are just doing really well in the high keys on their main specs.
You're too
which is-
nice.
Let me
that's
let me
probably what they
offer an
practiced.
alternative way of reading that. I just don't think they cared enough, knowing how well they do on the higher key levels, to focus practice time on practicing with off specs. If they know they can do enough for them, and they get access to their main specs, then that is good enough. That's just efficient routing. It's neither good nor bad. It's just you do the minimum you have to do to succeed, which evidently they did, and now they're doing all that they can, which looks incredibly impressive.
They look like me in college. That's a good point. Now that you really put it like that.
No, but they're actually doing well on the test at the end of the day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that tomorrow's going to be an absolute movie for green player. That this team has felt insane. I wouldn't be shocked if they end up winning the China finals, just looking at how they're playing whenever they finally have unlocked this meta composition.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. And then potentially at the global finals as well if they keep playing at this level. But it is a final victory march at the end of the Priory here. With about 6 minutes left on the clock, they are going to stop it here. 26:36. The timer in a plus 19 Priory. That is unbelievably fast. They are on pace to do that dungeon in a plus 20. Honestly, they're close to the level of being able to do that on a plus 21. They're going to move up to 60 points, and they are going to lock up a top 2 finish. They did already have locked up, but now it's going to come down to Kronos in the top right. They are playing to lock themselves in as well if they can succeed here at the end of this Motherlode. If not, our other two teams on the bottom of our screen could still steal from them that second slot out of this group.
Oh, dude, look at this in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, that 21 Motherlode. By close observation, they have an 11:49 gore chop split, so 10 seconds faster than they were in their other run. Now they have the hardest 2 pulls of this dungeon ahead of them. They need to really make sure that they don't have any of those withering discharges go off. That could potentially cause them major calamity. At the same point, we see Kronos here on screen. They're honestly through probably the hardest parts of this dungeon, but they're not safe. But I would say that they are through the by far hardest parts of this dungeon, which is probably like the opening 10 minutes, if I had to say.
Yeah, I think so as well in the theater, although I do think that section at the top of the Gorechop wing is very scary as well. We're going to watch Kronos, though, as they do this huge pull. Most of those mines having been taken care of, 4 specialists and a war machine still in combat with them. Their timer is looking pretty good, especially given those early deaths that they had.
Yeah.
Lust is going to be available for the last boss here, as they are trying to dodge all of these. Shifting power going to be used here, but I don't think we're going to get another surge on this.
You say looking pretty good. I'm a little bit concerned that they might be looking to deplete. Now, they do have a little bit more count than some of the other teams that have to play like double war machine at the end and whatnot. So there's a chance that they're okay, but I think we still have one more trash pull ahead of us. And with a 24-minute Rixa Flux Flame split, I'm not super convinced that they can like coast or kind of rest on their laurels, as Zyro likes to always say.
Yeah.
He does like to say that, but yeah, I think so as well. I think we need to do one more trash pull. Here comes a count from that war machine, putting them up to 93-22. Kronos on their way to maybe lock out the rest of the competition as they march towards the very last part of this 21 Motherlode. I am also slowly but surely starting to get worried about their timer as well, so we'll have to see how that's going. But for now, let's focus in on that TP that you were mentioning, Tettles. Same part of the dungeon once more, or
We just did
Paladin
too
does
much
go
damage.
down.
Wake of Ashes is just too powerful. It's so hard to be a ret paladin.
Okay, another B-res. This is
Rough
so much
melee.
damage, though. This pull is so dangerous. Champion Spear is down to help control these mobs as they leap out. Very powerful thing that they've teched into there on the Prot Warrior.
Oh
But
my
we are going to have
God.
another death landing now, and this time around there's no B-res. Our Moonkin releases and starts running back.
He's feral.
But now we have a bunch of mobs. Oh, and our tank has perished as well. And with that, unfortunately, close observation, despite having the single best logo in MDI history, are going to be eliminated. They will not be making it through to tomorrow, and FSYY in the bottom right are playing to send them home in 4th as well. In fact, they're actually not playing for it. They've already sent them home in 4th because they have that tiebreaker already. But to add insult to injury, they are going to move up to 59 points, and they are now going to be sweating the result of Kronos' Motherlode. It's all going to come down to this Motherlode out of Kronos, which will determine whether we go to time tiebreakers between Kronos and FSYY for second. That's what'll happen if Kronos deplete this key. But if they can kill Mogul Razdunk in these last 5 minutes here, they will lock up a top 2 finish. So it all comes down to this one boss fight. After this Shadow Meld skip works out perfectly, that world marker goes down to indicate the safe spot. They move the boss into position here. 5 minutes, 1 Bloodlust, a few sets of cooldowns. What are the numbers looking like on this check, Tettles?
I think that you probably need somewhere in the order. Whenever you have lust, it's probably like 415. I think you can, like, with 430, you're totally fine. Now, the big thing is, like, I don't know if we have a lot of room for potential deaths. Now, we do have a battle res, but losing any DPS or 15 seconds per death, that could actually cost us the entire run. So, we do have enough time to be able to time this dungeon, but it's not comfy in any capacity.
Yeah, if you're recalling what we saw in Green Player, this is definitely a fair bit tighter. I do want to give one more shout out to Close Observation and FSYY, as both of these teams are kind of sad right now. Close Observation not making it, and FSYY watching, sweating as Kronos are moving forward on this boss fight here, which once it is done will lock them completely out. We are looking at their cooldowns across the board. We just sent on the DK, some of them coming back up on the Moonkin and the Mage. I wouldn't be surprised if we wait with this lust for P2.
You could lust the intermission for safety if you're really, really worried.
Yeah, if you think the timer is safe, then
I think
that's
the timer is
the safest
safe,
way to
but
do it.
You could lust the intermission for safety. I think it's generically pretty bad to do because the intermission's like a static timer, so bloodlusting is only a safety call. You're probably in a similar situation with deaths almost regardless of whether you lust on the boss or not, where if you end up losing people to any death, it's going to be a problem.
Dude, there's actually their DK is playing super. So they're going to take this lust into the intermission and use it to just help eliminate the mobs right at the start of the intermission. That makes sense. Again, those Sky Scorchers are pretty scary. But it is going to mean that the Lust isn't saving them time, but they don't need time. They just need to make it through the intermission, and, well, they'll have 2 minutes for the boss without Lust at the end. It's going to be close on the clock.
I mean, well, we got Bop. We have Bop is like the only thing that helps in this composition, so we would Bop the Mage occasionally. There are situations where Priest and Mage, if they get shot over and over again by Buster Shot by these Sky Scorchers, they can just die. It's very common to have deaths during this intermission in high keys. But the Paladin is not super in danger because he just wields a shield and he's totally fine. He's got a lot of armor with the plate wear. Yeah, exactly. Plate armor.
We need to match this one, and the Mage is on the way. We did see a couple of misses for this specific ability yesterday, all throughout the day, every now and then, but Kronos says, Kronos is in our name, we're not wasting any more time, we're back in P2 of this boss fight, and we are trying to time this 2 minutes, a little bit over, because where they used that Lush, they were already pushing into the boss a little bit, so it phased on 40-something. I think we're in the good end of this timer.
I think so as well. We have a couple more sets of cooldowns as well. One more Arcane Surge is going to land at the end of this boss fight. This homing missile is going to come out, and the DK actually, look at that, the DK AMSs and runs into the explosion just to get that little bit of free runic power from being that magic damage hit from the anti-magic shell. Really powerful way to just squeeze the tiniest bit of extra single target damage out of a spec that is hard to get good single target damage, that unholy DK. Now just 22% on the boss, 1 minute and 22 seconds left. That's going to be a really, really tight check, but they also do have to kill the goblin at the end as well. I think they're on the good side of this. It's maybe by 30 seconds, maybe 15.
We're going to accelerate here in a couple seconds whenever we press the surge during execute. So I think that we're totally fine timer-wise for Kronos, but they can't afford any deaths. That's the big thing that's going to eat into the timer. If we have like 2 deaths to the micro missiles here, that can end up wiping us. If we have 2 deaths to the Gatling gun, that can end up wiping us. We cannot afford any of those kind of level of mistakes.
Even 1 would be bad.
Yeah, even one would be bad, but we're going to be like 30 seconds under assuming that we have nothing, because look, the Arcane Surge is sent, the boss is in that execute phase, the Goblin's going to pop out, we're going to end up spending around 10 seconds DPSing him down, and we're going to be 30 seconds under on the timer here, and Kronos are going to be the second team that are going to be able to make it to the China finals, and we are going to be seeing them tomorrow.
Wow, this is going to be so exciting. So, Kronos are going to be joining Green Person alongside Stance and Yegu Cheering Squad tomorrow. Green player, Green Person.
I like how Dratnos keeps saying that, though. That's very funny. I don't like correcting
players are persons, too. Let's not forget that. But here you can see
I like
that scorecard at the end of the day. Look at the difference in timer. Even though both Green Player and Kronos got to that 60-point threshold, Green Player almost 6 minutes faster than Kronos. Absolutely incredible performance. I mean, they were doing higher keys than everybody else, and they have the lowest time.
Absolutely impressive. This is, out of the teams that we have seen from the CN regionals in yesterday and today, I think Green Player is the team to watch, despite them not coming in as first seed on the time trials.
I mean, Makes, what do you think about Kronos getting their main composition banned out for tomorrow?
It might be an issue, but same as Jago's cheering squad, we'll see what they can perhaps cook up for tomorrow. It's going to get very interesting in terms of what our players are doing. It's also going to get very interesting in terms of what dungeons are waiting, because if something like Cinder Brew is on the line, then maybe we actually get a little bit of a freebie in one of the dungeons.
Yeah, we know there's going to be a Cinder Brew tomorrow. That's going to be a big opportunity for stuff like the Destruction Warlock to really make an impact here. I think we're going to have a Dark Flame Cleft as well. Ooh. This should be a very, very exciting, very high-powered day for these teams. That's going to be tomorrow, though. We are going to have the English rebroadcast of the finals of the Chinese region's MDI. That will be the same time tomorrow, so 10 a.m. Pacific. Other times in other places. Figure it out. Use a converter. That's when we'll be, though. So we'll see you then. Make sure to tune in. See you tomorrow.